legislature, and then if there are any questions and answers from the legislator, we can have that exchange. The first person on the list is Ms. Megan O'Donnell from the Suffolk County District Attorney's Office. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Nice to see you. Stop it for a second.
Good afternoon. So my name is Megan O'Donnell. I'm a division chief with the District Attorney's Office. I oversee 4 bureaus, one of which is the Narcotics Bureau, where we handle narcotics cases and investigate accidental and fatal overdoses. My entire 28-year career since law school has been with law enforcement, either with the DA's office or the county attorney's office, defending law enforcement departments for Suffolk County. As a member of law enforcement, I think I have a unique and good perspective on the current state legislation as well as the county's proposal for new legislation regarding kratom. First, as you know, the state already has a ban on selling kratom to anyone under 21 years of age. The proposed county ban establishes a better model for police and law enforcement prosecutors where age is not an element. When a police officer has to charge a clerk for selling kratom to someone under 21 is an element of the crime. In other words, police need proof of this element to file the charges, and prosecutors need evidence to prove that element. So that puts both the police officer as well as the minor in an uncomfortable position, with the minor now deemed an agent for the police or a witness to the criminal action. The minor's identity and age are not only necessary to the prosecution, but they're also disclosable to the defendant clerk or defendant store owner. Pursuant to the discovery reforms of 2020 that the New York State Legislature passed, all witnesses to a crime must be disclosed to the defense, including their name, the identity, adequate contact information, etc. All videos and statements have to be turned over to the defendant. Now, those disclosures are worrisome for any witness to a crime, but particularly for a minor. And I do understand that sometimes it makes sense to draw a line in the sand. Sometimes we should criminalize sales of substances to minors, but there should always be a purpose when drawing that line, like with alcohol and tobacco. These are decisions that were made after decades of research, statistical analysis, and generally accepted community norms. I will also note that statistics from our county crime lab in the past 2.5 years, where they've tested for kratom, or I should say mitragynine or 7-OH in the toxicologies of the fatal accidental overdoses, that out of the 32 in total, not one involved a minor under the age of 21. All of those accidental overdoses where kratom was detected were over 21 years of age. And finally, I would like to end with just noting the issue of roadway safety. Now, keep in mind that mitragynine is not a controlled substance under state public health law. Therefore, it is legal to consume it and drive with it in your system.
Ms. O'Donnell, I'm sorry. You just got to wrap up, but I have a question for you. So,
sure.
What were you saying?
Sure. So just 30 seconds. Unlike alcohol, which can be tested roadside and which offers a legal threshold for what is impairment or prescription drugs for which a physician can safely give a dosage and tell you what activities to engage in or not engage in, we don't have that same analogy when it comes to kratom. So through the county's proposal, although it will not add kratom to the public health law, it will prevent the sale of that substance in the first place, which will and can prevent such dangerous driving from happening in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions from the legislature? Legislator Dorosky.
Thank you for joining us today. One of the things that I've been considering in my head as a result of some of the testimony we heard at the committee meeting are the calls for banning the 7-OH, but allowing the natural leaf to still be sold legally. I guess one of the things I'm struggling with in my head is to understand what a county level regulatory framework would look like there. I guess, could you speak based on your experience on the legal side of things in trying these cases? Do you think something like that would be feasible? And would you be able to prosecute cases like that?
Sure. So I would first start out by answering that if you're confused by that concept, then think about our crime analysts. They need specific standards to make such a test and to be able to say to a prosecutor, yes, this substance was in fact found and detected. So when you get into percentages, you're always going to have a problem. Now, with that being said, I will note that my understanding is that 7-OH is a natural derivative from mitragynine. And I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that. I apologize upfront. So if you're testing for that, specifically for that alkaloid, for the best terminology I can come up with, if you're searching for that, if an analyst is searching for that, they're going to find it when they're testing natural kratom to begin with. So again, I'll leave it further for our scientists to answer that question better than I certainly can. But from a prosecutor's standpoint, we need the crime lab to be able to say, yes, we can test for what you have criminalized, and here is the results.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a list. Next is Deputy Presiding Officer Mazzarella, and then Legislator Bergen.
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. O'Donnell. I'm over here.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, you were talking about roadway safety. I just, and I don't know if you have the data, but my question is there any statistics in Suffolk County that reveal whether or not people have driven impaired while under the influence? And if there is data, if you have it, it would be helpful.
Yes, I do. I collected it from our crime laboratory. So keep in mind, a police officer can only stop someone and then charge them with driving under the influence if in fact they see indicia of impairment. So not everybody that has this substance in their body is necessarily stopped by police officers and then arrested and charged and tested. So saying all of that, though, of the people that have been stopped and tested via a blood draw, since 2017, mitragynine has been detected in those blood samples a total of 68 times. So even though it's not per se illegal to drive with it in your system, someone that's been impaired and arrested for driving under the influence has been tested, and in fact, 68 times that substance has been detected.
Okay, and I guess that means 68 individual occurrences, not.
68 different defendants, correct.
Okay, thank you. And I think this is similar in nature to Legislator Dorosky's question, and then hopefully we'll get some scientific folks in to do some testimony today. But you know, if we were to think about enforcing a regulation that bans only the concentrated or synthetic 7-OH, would it ensure that no one drives impaired or under the influence of kratom?
Well, again, it's hard for me to answer that because any substance, let me back up for a moment. Substances are going to affect individuals in different ways, right? How they consumed it, how they ingested it, the amount that they ingested, what they are taking it with, what other substances they're taking it with. There's a whole range of variables that are going to determine whether or not someone is in an impaired condition after taking kratom. So with that being said, that's like any other substance. And with other substances that are on the controlled, the public health law, like alcohol, we have per se limits or acetaminophen. We have warnings on the back label. We don't have that with this particular substance. So that is a problem for prosecutors and for law enforcement in general. How do you know that the impaired driving is specifically associated with the substance that was taken? We don't have the data that we have for other substances to answer that question in a way that can really keep our roadways safe.
Thank you, and I think it bodes again to what Legislator Dorosky was, began his questioning about confusion.
Yes.
But thank you for that answer.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Next up is Legislator Bergen.
Hi, thank you so much for joining us here today.
Sure.
So I'm listening to your conversation, and I'm confused. Or do you like this legislation, or you don't like this legislation?
Well, first of all, I'm not here to tell you what I like or don't like.
I mean, in the capacity of your job, is this
A total ban.
helpful or is it not helpful? Is that a better way to word it?
Yes, a
Yeah.
total ban is certainly helpful to any police officer and prosecutor. We want black and whites. We want to be able to prove our case beyond a reasonable doubt with evidence that we can sufficiently establish.
I don't know if it would be appropriate to ask this or suggest this, but maybe since the expertise that you have in this field, maybe you could take a look at any proposed language, possibly?
I'm certainly happy to do that. I would say that I would do it in conjunction with my partners at the crime lab.
Right.
Because they're the ones in toxicology and chemistry who are going to be testing either the product itself or the substance in people's bodies.
Look, we always welcome everybody's expertise when it comes to drafting legislation. That would be helpful to keep people safe. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Legislator Bergen. Legislator Caracappa.
Yes, over here, way over here,
Oh, yes.
on the nice end over here, the east end, I'm with the, hang on, East End folks. So thank you for coming out today, Megan, I appreciate it, the information. This is absolutely a very tricky subject for us to, find a balance on. We want our streets safe, we want our kids safe, we want our residents safe from taking any kind of drug that's going to have the same reaction as an opioid would. And according to the information that I've got in front of me and that I've researched over the past weeks and spoken to a few people, it's really difficult to hear how some people suffered from taking it. Some families lost family members from taking it. And then on the other side of the coin, you have people who taken the natural leaf who will swear that it's changed their life, it's improved them, it's removed their aches and pains. And so we're gonna be hearing a lot of that today. Mm-hmm. I guess my question is, when you test for it, the 7-OH comprises, is made up, it's less than 2% of the natural leaf itself. So the rest is all, and you look at the chemical compound of the formula for the 7-OH and the synthetic blends, it's the furthest thing from natural. It's the furthest thing from anything that someone can claim as being a natural pain reliever or, what I'm trying to say is if we were to ban the synthetic, would that be more difficult? Would that be difficult for you? I know you just said it. You just answered Legislator Bergen's question saying for a complete ban. But there's no testing that we can do that would adequately dispel the difference between the 7-OH and the natural kratom, being that the synthetic blend is less than 2% of the natural leaf. I mean, it seems like it would be rather simple and not that complex to differentiate between the two substances when someone's taking a test or their blood is taken, and if there's an accident or there's a case of an overdose or something. The contributing factors, if you do a blood test, would come up as 7-OH, not natural kratom. I know I'm all over the place because I'm trying to find a balance. I am interested. I know we have a lot of speakers today to get both sides of the story, but I need to hear from someone like you who would be on the prosecuting side, who can go after those who are either selling it illegally or taking it illegally. And then I got to hear from the scientists that are saying what's good and what's not good. So I'm just trying to get some answers. I'm not sure how long you can stay to listen to everybody's side of it, but from a law enforcement perspective, from a prosecuting perspective, can we differentiate between the 7-OH and the natural if they were to take a blood test? I guess is the basic.
So I would have to confer with Dr. Hall, who's here from the crime lab. I'd have to confer with her because my understanding is that in the toxicology, you would not be able to make that differentiation. That because 7-OH is a derivative, both a derivative and a metabolite of mitrahydrine. Close enough, you got it. That you cannot differentiate between the two. But again, if you give me an opportunity to consult with the expert, I could certainly give you an answer. But I can do that now. I can do it later, whenever it helps you. But I will also say that by the very nature of the question, I think it gives us all pause because, again, we can have anecdote after anecdote of people who have used it safely and it's been a positive thing in their life, and people who have become addicted and it's been a horrible thing in their life. But until we have a broad range of data and statistical analysis to where we can have an acceptance in the scientific community that says this is a good standard or not a good standard, I think we're only asking for problems to allow it to continue unregulated as it is. But if you'd like me to consult with Dr. Hall to get you a specific answer, I can certainly do that.
Well, if Dr. Hall plans on speaking today, I guess I can ask the same question.
Sure.
All right. I don't want to
that
hold
good for
I
you,
know I have
Dr.
a lot of
Hall?
speakers today.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Megan. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Majority Leader Caracappa. The chair recognizes Legislator Lennon.
Thank you. So I'm not, over here.
Yes, thank you.
So I'm not sure if this is a question that you can answer as someone else. I have a lot of questions, but I'm just going to try to limit it to where I think it might be within your realm. Is there levels of impairment with this, kind of like alcohol, is 0.08, 0.12, you can just get different levels? Or is this when you do like a blood test, it's either present or it's not?
Yeah, so that's a great question. There's not different levels as you just spoke of. And that's what I was talking about earlier with alcohol, right? We've determined that 0.08 is the per se limit, that anyone driving with that, even if they seem to be fine, if they have that BAC in their system, they are per se impaired and we can arrest. We do not have that for kratom. And again, based on the limited data and research that we have already, we don't know. You and I could take the same amount, and based on what we have in our systems, based on our biology, based on our tolerances, we could act different. And how that plays out on our roadways is still unknown, and that's why it's a problem.
Do we know what the impact of kratom or 7-OH is with other substances, like combined with alcohol or combined with some other substance along the lines of cocaine or something like that?
I know some of the researchers have been researching that very issue. I don't have answers for you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Legislator Lennon. I just have so I understand and I sympathize with the, what you had said about black and white on law enforcement issues. But we live in a world where there's a lot of gray area, especially on this topic, right? So I guess my question would be, I mean, there are a lot of drugs that are FDA approved and that people take every day, antidepressants, Adderall, Ritalin, and there's a warning label that says you probably shouldn't operate machinery after taking this medication. Mm-hmm. So what's the correct level of government that should be putting these regulations on? Is it the federal government? Is it the state government? Because I don't think we have that authority at the county level.
Well, absolutely, you don't, and that's why I said even if you were to pass the resolution today, it still doesn't mean that a police officer could charge someone if all they had was kratom in their body and they were driving impaired. The most the officer could charge him with is the impaired driving itself, not driving under the influence of drugs. So yes, so we are limited by what we can do, but I still think as a county, we still have an obligation to say what is good or bad for our citizens. And if we don't have enough to even make that decision, then I think at the very least, a pause should be taken and a ban should be imposed, as is proposed.
Do we, I know I was going to have this debate today, but I guess we're here. Do we risk now taking something that's been around for, as far as I was told from a few people, decades, making it illegal and creating a black market where there wasn't one before, and now we're pushing people to buy this stuff on the streets, which creates a whole new problem for law enforcement?
You could certainly make that argument about this, but about any substance. And as I said before, the best we can do as prosecutors and legislators and citizens is we draw our lines where we think it's best to draw them. We have drawn those lines when it comes to alcohol, tobacco, vapes, gummies, THC. We've said what levels we think are okay and what are not okay. So I think that's the best any of us can do.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think there was a thoughtful process, maybe not so thoughtful, but when they legalized marijuana. But again, if somebody smokes marijuana and gets pulled over, it's in your system for 30 days almost. So we don't know what the level of marijuana is in the system when somebody gets pulled over, even today, and it's a legal substance. I mean, have you seen reports of people who have only taken kratom and been involved in a motor vehicle accident that would suggest that was the leading impairment to the accident?
I can't say I've personally had that, but think about it. It's not, again, it's not on the public health law such that if a police officer found someone was impaired and only that was in his or her system, that they could be charged with driving under the influence. It can't happen.
Right.
So the toxicologies that we have are where there's other substances mixed with that to where we've been able to charge the person and if that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense. I understand. And I'm glad we made a distinction between synthetics and wholly to start this conversation. I would agree with Legislator Dorosky about the enforcement mechanism here. I'm still not sure we can adequately enforce a ban. But again, I would just reiterate that I would take pause to not create a black market for something that would then push this to street sales, and then you really don't know what's in it. And then, you know, it's easier for a kid to go to the street to buy a drug than it is to have to go and show ID or walk into a dispensary and have their ID checked 3 or 4 times before they're allowed to purchase legalized marijuana. So that's just where the rub is for me, but I'm sure we can kind of flush that out at today's hearing, so I appreciate it.
I will just say, though, as of yesterday, I learned, actually at a press conference with the DA, that in fact, there is technology that's being piloted right now here in Suffolk County regarding testing of marijuana in people's systems and how that relates or correlates to the level of impairment. So look,
Well, that's good news.
where there is a question or an issue, technology can follow. So I'm hopeful, you know, to that. And I don't see why it couldn't apply to other substances where we find there's a need.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony today. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next up is Dr. Timothy Egan. Doctor?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, doctor. How are you? Thank
I
you
am
for appearing
good.
today. You have 3 minutes, sir.
You got it. Good afternoon. My name's Timothy Egan. I'm an East Northport resident and superintendent of schools in Kings Park. I'm also president of the Suffolk County School Superintendents Association this year. And I'm here this afternoon representing the Kings Park community and 69 superintendents in Suffolk County to thank the legislature for introducing legislation IR 1279 to ban the sale of kratom in Suffolk County. I want to thank Deputy Presiding Officer Jim Mazzarella for alerting the Suffolk County Superintendents Association of this public hearing this afternoon. As many of us know, this substance is highly addictive and often sold over the counter in the form of pills, drinks, which can be fatal when mixed with other narcotics. For far too long, Suffolk County, our county, has been one of the overdose capitals of New York State. The banning of the sale of the substance is an important step in Suffolk County's fight against addiction. It sounds like we have a bunch of details yet to iron out on this subject, but I just wanted to personally come and thank the legislature for introducing this legislation. I think it's really important for our kids, for our school districts, and most importantly for the county. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Egan. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Next up is Adam Birkenstock. Carol Trottier on deck. Adam, hello, sir.
Hello, thank you
You're welcome.
for the time. So my name is Adam Birkenstock. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I work at the Long Island Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence. We are in schools and in communities across Suffolk County. We're a community-based agency focused on addiction prevention and wellness in general. Suffice to say, we see a lot of people in recovery. We see a lot of families in recovery. And it is for those clients we serve that I am here today more than anything else. Kratom often gets sold to consumers as a natural remedy for anxiety or depression, whatever form it gets sold in. And we often hear, I mean, we heard a little bit today that natural kratom is maybe not the problem. As someone who's worked in addiction for over a decade, I can tell you that the form that someone gets a drug in and the degree that they're using that drug is usually not the problem that I'm working with. It's the addiction that gets formed and the harm that happens for them and their families and the communities that costs the county a lot of money in cleaning up, right? To be plain, if we're talking about the wellness benefits of any sort of substance, whether it's marijuana, whether it's alcohol, which is legal, or tobacco, which is legal, or something like kratom, any sort of wellness you're trying to get from a drug is a gamble. You may experience a temporary reduction in things like anxiety. You're most likely going to then experience something like an increase potentially to your risk for addiction of that or other substances. It's also known to increase depression in people who are using long-term. These are things that often also fall to our least funded community resources, places like community health centers, right? Or drug and alcohol treatment centers. We have had clients who are struggling to find recovery turn to kratom because they think it's going to help them in their recovery and they have relapsed. Some of them we have lost. We have clients who turn to kratom supposedly as a safe way to manage their anxiety and to unwind and have had trouble quitting, have had to seek medical support for this, or have started opiate and other drug use as a result of the addiction that formed. On a personal note, my cousin who struggled for years with his own recovery relapsed using kratom, went back to his use of heroin and other drugs, and he passed away last year as a result of his addiction. I can say that for myself, for all the people at LICAD, we care greatly about the health of our communities and the communities we serve in Suffolk County. I know that you all do too, and for that reason, I strongly urge you to consider this ban.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, Mr. Birkenstock? Deputy Presiding Officer Mazzarelli.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming in to give a perspective from the drug rehabilitation and prevention community. And I don't know, again, we look for data and how much tracking is done, or if this is a question that can be answered, but is there evidence out there? And again, we're trying to distinguish between natural leaf and synthetic. But can you tell me if you believe or there's any evidence to the fact, and we're talking about maybe the natural leaf, if indeed we know that we are ingesting the natural leaf. I don't know if we know for sure or not. I'm still unconvinced of that.
Yeah.
But is there evidence of folks that are taking or ingesting the natural leaf, or they think they are? Do you find that there's a connection between that and either, number one, a gateway to then progress to the synthetic, or worse, back to their original drug of choice, which could be heroin or fentanyl or what have you? Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I unfortunately don't have the studies in front of me, but I'd be happy to send them. We do see that often, both from a personal perspective, from other people in the community of treatment that I've spoken to. There, I would say as a percentage, it's fewer people who are trying kratom just to try kratom and more people that I've seen who are dealing with some level of addiction or concerned about their addiction and then are turning to kratom as an alternative instead of, or maybe because they're having trouble accessing medication-assisted treatment.
Okay, I just want to press you a little bit more on that.
Okay.
Because my question really was, is there a progression? Is the natural, quote unquote, do you see evidence that it could possibly be a gateway? I think that really is more of my question.
Sure. I don't have evidence for that in front of me. I'd be happy to look and see what's out there. I will say as a community health agency, not an OASIS provider, we tend to look at a cumulative insult model, meaning what's going on in that person's life. There's a million things that lead to addiction. The availability of a substance that can create addiction is one of those risks that creates future addiction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Legislator Shannon and then Legislator Lennon.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and thank you for the good work that you do. I'm very familiar with your organization and appreciate what you do in the community. I just have a simple question, really. You know, a ban is a big step for the legislature if it was a full ban that proceeded. My question is, for me, I've only learned about kratom and the impact of kratom because of the introduction of this bill and started to do the research and obviously have heard from lots of the folks that are here today sharing their perspectives. And since, you know, quite frankly, I knew so little about it before, I'm wondering whether or not there are efforts to, you know, educate the public and do outreach around the safety of kratom, and whether or not that's really happening in full and what the data is showing about the impact of that, because it's a big decision the legislature is being asked to consider.
Sure. I think one of the bigger problems we have is the lack of knowledge among public. We do a lot of education with young people. We can do the prevention we love to do, which we do, but we also can only do the prevention we're invited to do. So if a school doesn't want me to speak about something, if they're focused on, understandably, things like vaping or marijuana, we're going to talk a lot about that. And so there's often less time spent speaking about kratom, but it has been an issue for addiction treatment for quite some time.
And you brought up schools, so I'm just going to ask, are you finding that the addiction to kratom is something that is specific to young people, or are you seeing it across the trajectory of the lifespan?
Yeah, we see it across the lifespan. I personally, in my work, have seen it more in adults than in kids, maybe just because vapes are more popular.
So perhaps there's a need for PSAs and stronger public outreach and education.
I would say so.
Legislator Lennon.
Thank you. So you brought up something, this question is for you and anyone else that could answer it once their turn is, my concern is with the regulation of this and the testing of this. So something you brought up was THC. So CBD is legal, but it's not regulated. So if you have pain and you're using an oil that's CBD, and as an attorney, I've seen this in the military law practice group, is you can't take THC, period. So I've seen folks go out there, get CBD oil. There's nothing on there that says THC. Next thing you know, they pop onto your analysis. And when you look at the nanogram count, it's 0.15, and you're positive for the military. 0.50 is civilian, but you see a 0.20. So it's not someone who's an addict, it's long-term. It's just someone who got the wrong substance. Is there any way to distinguish, first off, I don't even think we can regulate this where what's the natural, what's not? Did they even have to put the ingredients on there? And how do we enforce that? It's almost the same as you think about Barry Bonds, Sammy Sosa. They took all those supplements and there were steroids in it, but it was sold over the counter.
Right.
It wasn't until like the National Sports Foundation came out and said, hey, we have this label. This label is on the supplements. You know you're not popping for steroids. How do we go through that?
Sure. It's a complex question for sure. I think other people will also give some input. In my experience working in an outpatient before the community health center I worked in, we did look at levels fairly often. What I will say is for many substances between different people, what those levels meant varied depending on their metabolism, their own tolerance, their own history, their own biology. I agree with you that because 7-OH is also a metabolite of the main concern we're having here in kratom, it is going to be very hard to do things like testing. My concern is primarily with public health. I think that enforcement is a big part of that, but to me, if there is less access, then we will worry about this less, and that is an important factor.
Yeah, and with public health, we want to be able to inform people of what's actually in supplements or over the counter of what they're taking, but you go into the gas stations and the smoke shops and you don't know what you're getting because they don't have to be truthful. There's no saying that you have to put the ingredients in there, and that's the concern I have. How do we find that balance of, if let's say we want to go with the natural leaf, how do we know doesn't have 7-OH or some other substance in it?
Yeah, I think that it would probably be regulation that's unfortunately larger than this county because much of the kratom that's sold it's not grown here. So the regulation and examination would be important.
Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Lennon. Chair recognizes the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, and thank you for your presentation so far. So I have a question. So we have heard some testimony earlier in the day that folks are, taking this product and they're saying, they're using this as an alternative. So when folks come into your center, and they say that to you, what is your normal response?
Sure. Well, the first thing I'll usually say is it's great that you're looking to address this addiction that's been so harmful in your life. We talk a little bit about what kratom is and what it can do and how it can reinforce that pattern of addiction. And then we talk about alternatives, that Suboxone may be an option, Vivitrol may be an option if opioids are the risk, if there's something else underneath. A big part of someone getting well from addiction is not just having an over-the-counter they can reach for, but a system of care. And we're just one part of that.
Okay, and so, and you had mentioned, so what are the effects of kratom that you would say to them?
Depending on the amount that somebody takes, either a stimulant effect in small doses, which is why we sometimes see it in people who are using cocaine or other stimulants, but the more you use, the closer it cues to something like an oxycodone or heroin.
Okay, and what does that mean for those of us who are not in the field?
Sure. So a stimulant picks you up, gets you very excitable. You might even seem a little manic. When somebody's using more of that, they are slower. There's difficulty with breathing at times, coordination. Certainly I wouldn't want somebody driving if they were using a lot of kratom. It can also interact with other medications, right? We can see a synergistic effect. If someone takes an opiate and alcohol, we see that increase risk for overdose and medical risk. The same thing is true with kratom.
And so so if I was to walk into the center and I said I was using this, your goal would be to get me to go into a different direction and then sort of, quote unquote, heal in a different way.
Yeah, our goal would be to help you heal in whatever way is most useful to you. And I would say 9 times out of 10, that's going to mean not kratom.
And obviously, in your professional opinion, you think a ban is helpful?
I do.
Okay.
I've been around for a lot of bans of substances, and we have seen things like black markets pop up. I'm also just the right age that I grew up with a lot of kratom around me. People were not buying it legally in stores for the most part. They were either kids or they were getting it from somebody else. I think that's an issue we're already tackling, and a ban means those people who are at risk from buying legal kratom become less at risk.
And what's one thing that you would like us all to think about as we deliberate on this resolution?
Sure. The thing that immediately comes to mind, I pointed to it earlier, is that when we look at things like alcohol or at regulating other substances, we sometimes only look at cost or only look at the people, but those are both really high risks that we have. We lose a lot of people to substance use and overdose. We lose a lot of money at every level of government when it comes to substance use. And so I would just consider that there's very few things that I can think of, son of an entrepreneur and a healthcare provider, that is a benefit to having legal kratom.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
You're welcome. Mr. Birkenstock.
Yes.
Is Suboxone FDA approved?
Yes.
And have you ever seen somebody sell food stamps to buy Suboxone because they can't kick it?
I have not, no.
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
So this is my concern about when the government gets involved in these things. We legalize Suboxone, which is basically just heroin that you put on your tongue. And here we are trying to ban another substance that we're going to create a black market for. We're going to have crime syndicates pop up. We're going to have our police stressed. I mean, this doesn't end. It doesn't end well.
So
it doesn't end well. I've seen it time and time again as a kid growing up with legalized marijuana. We created jail sentences for people that were selling nickel bags of marijuana. Now it's legal. The government sells and everybody applauds. So I think we need to find kind of some room here. I'm all for banning the synthetic part of this, but I have a real issue with the whole leaf.
I hear you. If I may, Suboxone is quite different from heroin. It has a secondary active ingredient that prevents things like a high, which makes it an effective treatment for many people. I will also just say that a lot of the people I'm worried about are either already engaged, like I had said, with what we consider like black market purchasing, and they're not going to a dealer like you might normally think of. The majority of people who are getting substances are getting them either at home or from friends, more than 50%. So if we're going to address a problem like this, we have to address it at the base level, which is in our communities and in our homes.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I used to buy Suboxone from my drug dealer, and I used to get high as hell.
I just had somebody tell me yesterday that they was buying them off the streets because they couldn't find a doctor.
Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Carol Trottier. I'm a parent advocate on a lot of substance issues. My son, Alex, died of a fentanyl overdose in 2018. So I'm kind of hooked in on what's new on the scene, what's coming up. We call it, us parents call it whack-a-mole. So for me, kratom was a surprise for me. Someone I'm very close to, near and dear, told me he was using it for the past 4 years. And then, so, I started Googling and researching and talking to Steve Chasman. What the heck is this kratom? And this person I'm talking about was using the leaf. So he wasn't, going into 7-Eleven. I don't know where he was getting it. I'm just telling you, he was using the leaf, and he really became addicted. And now he's on Suboxone. So I think that says to me, at least, this is serious stuff. If, he's went to rehab and they put him on Suboxone to get, now he's weaned off. But that was very frightening for me. So I think it should be banned. It's just, next week it's going to be something else. But me and a bunch of other parents, we try to keep our eye on this thing. I get emails from the DEA every week, like what's the new whack-a-mole this week. So I hope that the legislature will whack this mole. And just thank you. And I finished under 3 minutes. I used to work in government, so I sympathize. Thank you.
Thank you. We
You don't have any
appreciate your
questions for me, do
perspective.
you? No.
No questions. Thank you. Next speaker is John McGrellis. Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you. My name is John McGrellis, and I'm here with my wife, Barbara. We are in support of this bill. Thank you, Legislator Mazzarella, for putting this forward. On January 14th, 2024, we lost our 30-year-old son, Jonathan, to kratom, also known as mitragynine. I make this statement because his death was caused by acute mitragynine intoxication, as stated on the medical examiner's autopsy report, or better known as kratom, and so easily found in convenience stores, smoke shops, and gas stations. No other substances was found in his system. Jonathan suffered from anxiety and depression, and at one point he was under the care of a medical professional and was taking prescribed medications. After a period of time, he stopped taking the medication because he felt they were not helping him. So he started taking what was described at that time as an all-natural, safe herbal supplement known as kratom. After a period of time, Jonathan started suffering from some of the serious side effects of kratom. He had gastrointestinal issues, irritability, and more seriously, seizures. His stomach was always bothering him. He had constant headaches. And then he had first of 3 seizures over the course of a year. The 3 seizures that we know about all happened at his job. With each episode, he suffered convulsions and unconsciousness until the EMTs came, as what was reported to us. He was admitted to the hospital for the first 2 episodes, and after spending approximately a day and a half each time and having multiple tests and blood work done, he was released from the hospital each time where they found nothing wrong with him. As we know, kratom is not detectable in a standard blood test. After the 2nd episode, that is when we found out he was taking kratom, and after researching it, we asked him to please stop taking it. And we believe he might have tried, but his addiction to kratom was too strong. It took over his life physically and financially. Shortly after the 3rd seizure is when we lost him. His death has left a tremendous hole in our hearts and in our family. Jonathan reached out to many people who were struggling also, and we later found out these stories from people who shared with us at his wake. We think of him every day, and he is so missed. So please, pass this legislation so we can stop some of these things that are happening, from having people suffering from withdrawal symptoms in facilities, trying to overcome their addiction, and mostly the senseless loss of death of a loved one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrellis. And let me just share my sincere condolences on the loss of your son. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Next up is Laura Romney. Do we have Laura? Okay, because there's so many speakers, we're going to move along pretty quickly. Christopher Deaney, Deaney or Deaney? Christopher? Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I had my phone out for a speech, but a lot of things I've been hearing today, I just want to address. See this packet? This is plain leaf kratom. A lot of people say they can't tell the difference. There's a difference. I get emotional. My life was saved by this. I make a cup of tea a couple times a day. I'm able to function. I'm able to walk. I'm able to play with my grandkids, my kids. It's given me a quality of life that I did not have. When I was 8 years old, I was hit by a car. I was prescribed opiates for 15 years. It was very hard for me to go through school. I remember getting taken out of school in 7th, 8th grade. We tried chiropractic, worked pretty good, it helped straighten up my back a little bit. But I always dealt with the pain, and I was always looking for something that would help me. This tea really helped me. It's helping millions of people. There's a very easy way. This is a tea. This is natural leaf kratom. The synthetic stuff that you see in the market is not natural. It's very easy. They're coming out with tests that can tell. When you test for metragenine is what you see from plain leaf kratom. Pseudoindoxil is what you see from 7-OH. They're two different substances. They can test for this. There's a way to test. There's a way to figure it out. I don't want to see millions of people that I know that have been benefited by this plant lose it. I feel so strongly about this. In 2016, I created a company that specializes in analytical testing and direct marketing, and we bring the kratom in from Indonesia. We speak only about traditional use. We only offer traditional use, and we work with the people that have been using this plant for 50 years. They taught me how to use it. I was so blown away by it. I asked them, I said, what does it do? Why is it working this way? How come I can have my focus I need? Because during that injury at 8 years old, I also had a head injury. I said, it kind of mimics ADHD. And I said, I can focus. My pain level isn't so bad. I can't even do anything anymore. I said, I'm able to have a life. And from what I've seen over the last decade, thousands of people have their life back because of a tea. But also over the last 2 years, I've gotten a lot of phone calls. A lot of people that went to the shops asking and looking for the kratom. And they were said, well, they offer me this product. And this isn't kratom. I can't stop taking it. I don't know I don't even know what I'm taking. And I looked into it. I started seeing this in 2024. This is a synthetic kratom they're talking about. They are taking and cannot stop taking. They're having problems with it. That is not natural kratom. Natural kratom, I've never seen a story. I can tell you that thousands of people that have come and shopped at our online store or online only, maybe 2 or 3 tried to abuse the plain leaf powder. The problem is, if you drink too much tea, you're going to throw up. You're not going to be able to abuse it. It has a limit. And that's why people are so successful. Even people in addiction and recovery are so successful with this tea.
Thank you, sir.
You got it.
Just one quick question for you. So you say that the tea comes from Indonesia. You buy all your products from Indonesia.
Yes, sir.
2 questions, actually, or a 2-part question. The product that comes from Indonesia, number 1, is it tested in Indonesia for its content and its strength of those compounds? And number 2, is it retested when it gets to this country, or do you retest it for those particular alkaloids or elements?
Sure, we actually do 3 tests. We have initial testing from Indonesia before we even receive the shipment. Each box is...
So who does the testing in Indonesia?
Our BWK, that is our producer in Indonesia. It's called BWK, Borneo World Kratom. They are actually registered with Indonesia. Their government regulated kratom a few years ago, just like our company's registered with the FDA. So your company in Indonesia must be registered. Your company in the United States must be registered according to Indonesian regulations to import kratom into the United States.
Okay, thank you.
So, and it's also tested. We have our co-packer. Our co-packer tests it once it gets here. And then before we release it for sale, we send it out to Core Science. core science test it. It takes a week or two, and then we wait for those test results to come back. Once we take all 3 tests and compare them, once that meets the 20% threshold, that goes up for sale.
This is probably not fair to you, but to ask this question, but do all kratom teas go through that?
There is self-regulation. We've been part of the American Kratom Association's GMP program. We went through 7 years now of independent audits where we have an auditor come out. They look at all our paperwork. They make sure of our binders, everything's right. We have GMPs. We spent over $20,000 having these professionally written in 2019. We're very serious about this plant, and we follow regulations according to the FDA.
Thank you. Legislator Lennon?
Thanks. Just one quick question. So hypothetically, if we said the leaf, actual leaf itself would be legal, everything else is not, are you okay with that?
The leaf, and then you also have tinctures. Tinctures.
What is that?
Made, like the tinctures that are made out of the natural leaf. There's a lot of natural tinctures that are made, but you also have stuff on the market that's, you know, synthetic. But there are naturally made tinctures, and they're great. They mimic the actual plant, and they're not overboard. They're made with food-grade solvents. They're not made with some industrial solvents and not some, you know, Frankenstein product, to be honest with you.
So
it's a natural product.
It would be like a pill then?
They have them in capsules and also tinctures, like a dropper sometimes. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Lennon. Legislator Richburg.
Thank you, and thank you, sir, for coming today. So you said it's a self-regulated market?
Yes, it is a self-regulated. And we've been getting a lot better since 2018 when the American Kratom Association implemented the GMP program. Like, people volunteered. Hey, here's the next standard. If you want to meet those standards, this is what you're going to do.
So
and
is there a certification? Is there a label? Is there something that says, you know, this has been certified by?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, every year we get a certificate. I put the certificate on our website. We actually had the little seal on our bags, on our packaging, GMP certified. So.
And so the product that you sell, where does that end up going?
I'm sorry.
This product that you sell, where do you sell it to? Like who?
We're online only.
Online only.
Yeah, we're not in any of the stores or shops or anything, but you know, if it wasn't for it being in the shops, a lot of people go to the shops and they're like, ooh, it's too expensive. And they found the companies online, they get it a little cheaper. So if it wasn't for the shops, a lot of people never find us, to be honest with you.
Okay, and so is there a reason why you don't sell it in the shops, or?
Honestly, our product's a little more expensive compared to the protocols that we go through. And a lot of the shops really don't want to pay the extra money for our products. They're a little more expensive.
And just correct me if I'm wrong. So what you're saying is you put your product to a standard that's not met by most of the product that's out at this moment in time.
Well, there's many companies that work with the American Kratom Association and Global Kratom Coalition that are meeting their own standards. It's meeting their own standards within the GMP program.
But what you're saying is your product is at a higher standard than most other products.
My product is at the same standard as at the American Kratom Association for labeling, testing, and all the other standards that are implemented. But there are many companies that are out in the market that, no, they don't meet any of those standards, correct?
Okay, so there's a self-imposed standard, but we don't know which companies are not, we know which companies are
Go to the
participating.
American Kratom Association's website and they have a list of 30 or 40 companies that go through the independent audits every year. You can look right there and say, oh, okay, these are the companies right here. That's one easy way to check.
Right, so, but we don't have, so there isn't like a uniform label, there isn't anything that says, you know, this
We're
is.
waiting on regulations. You know, like the FDA made an announcement in July last year that they're planning on scheduling 7-OH, the synthetic kratom. We're still waiting on that. From what I understand, it's going to be in the next couple of weeks. So once they make that announcement, I think everybody else has a little better idea.
So I guess my uneasiness of this is, so we have products in stores that are not necessarily regulated or self-regulated, and we don't necessarily have one standard. So your product might be tested at a higher level than other products, but what most folks are getting is not necessarily met at that same standard.
I mean, I can only speak for my products and the other companies I know that run through the program. And other companies I personally know, I know that they really care about it. A lot of these companies have been in this industry for a long time. They really care about this plant. There's, of course, other companies that see a buck in something, pop up, make a bunch of money on a bunch of junk and get out of it. And In the meantime, some people get hurt.
Right,
So,
and
but the
and
people that are in
that's-
this care about it.
That's where I'm worried about, because we don't necessarily can say that the veracity of what this product is being tested at, right? So if you're saying there's a self-imposed standard that, folks have all agreed on, that this is the standard, whether you said 20%, that's a good standard, great. But if you're saying there's some people who are higher or lower or not as qualified, or maybe they're using the synthetic and the regular leaf, I
Well,
think
there's
that
a big difference between the synthetic and the regular leaf,
Right,
or
but-
even the tinctures from the natural plant.
Right.
It's
so
very obvious. You can look, like, according to the Kratom Consumer Protection Act, you can see anything above 2% of the total alkaloid fraction of 7-OH is not natural. Anything above that, anything below that fraction is, a natural product.
Right, but the problem is the average person doesn't know that. So if I'm just going into a store and I'm buying something and we don't know what the level is, right? It'll take hard for the average person to do that. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minority Leader Richburg. Chair recognizes Legislator Renner.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. If you could come back up for one more quick second, I'm sorry. I apologize.
No problem.
I just had a couple
I drove
questions.
3.5 hours. I can hang out for a while.
All
Don't
right,
worry about it.
good. And if you need some tea, make some tea. So, listen, I know everybody
Got some
can't
for
see
all,
me
it's all
over
right.
this, but I'll lean up a little. So, I've done a lot of research on this subject, whether whiteboarding it in the office, the pros, the cons, meeting with a lot of different constituents, even a field trip to our local gas station to buy 7-OH. And all I could tell you is that you could see this body here today is focused on the best interests of the Suffolk County resident and trying to understand the best path forward. And I think this dialogue is healthy, and it is good for our citizens to be able to speak up and educate not only us, but the community about what's needed. Other bodies are also dealing with a similar situation. Florida, the AG enacted an emergency ban on 7-OH. And when they enacted that ban, they didn't target natural leaf kratom. They mostly focused on 7-OH. And the one thing that I want to talk to you about, because you mentioned that you do testing, right? You said you do testing 3 times.
Correct.
Happens over there, happens here, it happens before it's packaged. My question for you is, and I think to Legislator Lennon's point before, and it's come up a few times, we talk about concentration, right? Those 7-OH pills I got were highly concentrated, synthetic, and enhanced. So my question is, Florida, what they did, they stated that they're testing naturally occurring versus artificially concentrated 7-OH. And based on the concentration levels, whether they were chemical conversion traces that they were kind of looking at. My question for you is, to sum this up, when you're testing, what are you exactly testing for? And then have you ever tested the pills that are labeled as kratom but sold and are 7-OH?
No, I have never really dealt with any 7-OH products, tested them or anything, but I have seen testing results that were online, and a lot of them do come up with a lot of other things, artifacts. The University of Florida, there was 8 artifacts they couldn't even identify in some of the 7-OH products. That was my first scare when I looked at it. Like, what do you mean that they can't even identify it? So that was my first thing to say something's not right there. But as far as the testing, what we look at all the balance of the alkaloids, metrogenine, speciosylitine, panathine, all the alkaloids that are within the kratom plant in a balance to see if they're in a natural balance. Obviously heavy metals. Then we look for Salmonella, E. coli, and all of those type of things, just for safety. Obviously the heavy metals, the microbiology, and then the alkaloid profile.
Cool. Thank you very much. That answered my question.
Thank you, Legislator Renner. Chair recognizes Legislator Formica.
Sorry, you're kind of stuck up there for another second or
That's
two.
all
As a former law enforcement officer, I can tell you I'm hearing a lot of buzzwords that really mean nothing to me, because what we're doing is just throwing out words. We're worried about black markets and things like that. But in listening to you speak, it sounds like we already have a black market out there, right? You told me that there's about, well, not me specifically, but you told everyone here that there's about 30 people on a specific site. Did I get that number right?
There could be a 30 or 40 on the American Kratom Association website that goes to the GMP program every year.
Okay, and how many, a guesstimate, how many people do you think sell some form of kratom, whether it's the one with the synthetic or the one that's a pure leaf? What would you think your guesstimate is for Suffolk County?
I wouldn't even know.
Would you say it's in the hundreds?
How many different products?
Just use your microphone, please.
How many different, I wouldn't even know. A couple?
I'm willing to bet that it's in the hundreds, okay? We saw something similar when we had the synthetic marijuana going around. I mean, every gas station had it, right? So I would think that we probably have some form of a black market going on right now. That's the first thing. The second thing is that, you talked about self-imposed. And I guess my question to you is, when you say self-imposed, for the people that don't follow it, what's the penalties to those people? Who's regulating the people that are not following, like yourself? It sounds like you're doing the right thing. Who's regulating those folks?
Unfortunately, it's self-regulated at the moment. They do have a bill. They have the bills filed, the Kratom Consumer Protection Act, and they actually have a federal Kratom Consumer Protection Act. Once that is passed, that will have penalties. Just like the FDA is going to come down. They already have the DOJ, the DEA, they already have the 708 bill in front of them. It's going to be in the next couple of weeks. That is going to be made an announcement that is going to be a Schedule 1 or whatever schedule they're going to put it in. That kind of sums it up right there when they make that announcement. And that makes it a little easier for everybody else. In the meantime, we're still having the discussion.
Right.
So.
And I think it's a healthy discussion. My last part would be, you mentioned not only the pure leaf that you would put in the form of a tea, but you also mentioned, I don't remember what it was called, but there was a second thing that would either be in some form of a liquid drops. Okay. So
like
if we were to separate, the 708, which sounds that's like the bad part, how would we regulate what those pills look like and those drops? How would you be able to know what that looks like if we were separating the two?
Well, right now I can tell you about one that I know of. It's a tincture that each dropper, full dropper, is 30 milligrams of metrogene. That's roughly 3 grams of kratom powder. That's your average amount that people take in the tea. So they already have that. There's your serving size. You have your dropper, you take one dropper and either, in your mouth, it's a little bitter, you can put it in some water, some juice. And right there, you have your serving sizes right there already measured out. So that's the type of regulations we're looking for. When you look at a product that is not regulated or it's just not in the balance, there's no way to really look at it. There's no directions, there's no instructions, so looking at a natural product, it's just looking at that balance of alkaloids. If you're looking at that balance of, there's 30 milligrams of metrogene and 3 grams of kratom powder, well, that tincture also says 30 milligrams for the dropper, so there's your serving size.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Legislator Formica. Deputy Presiding Officer Mazzarella.
Sorry to swing it back again at you. So we've been listening to testimony, not just today, because we had some public, we had a public period this morning before this public hearing, but we also had a committee meeting where this proposed ban was rolled out. And if I remember correctly, someone said in regards to the tea, you'd have to drink 4 gallons of tea to get any type of, a concerning effect. But now I'm listening to you and you talking about this tincture that has a certain concentrated amount of the alkaloids in it. What is to stop someone from having multiple bottles of tincture and making their own tea out of it?
Well, they can't really make the tincture itself would already be, basically a version of like a lot of herbal products you have. A lot of stuff you'll see, St. John's wort, stuff like that. They
My
have tinctures.
question is, if someone was to take a dozen tinctures and ingest it, where does that bring them?
They would probably get very nauseous and throw up. That's about the worst that would happen. When you're talking about natural kratom, whether it's a tincture or the leaf, if you take too much, you're going to get nauseous and you're going to throw up. And then it's going to come up and you're not going to do that again. That's the worst. I'm being honest with you. You don't want to do that more than once.
We sincerely hope that's the worst. But thank you for that.
I'll be honest, listen, when I first found this in 2015, there wasn't any information online. I was purchasing kilos from Indonesia, not knowing what I was doing. I was trying different amounts in tea. First couple times I tried it, I tried like 2 tablespoons, probably like 15 grams of kratom, not knowing what, I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm trying to drink. I got so nauseous, but that was all that happened. And that's the same thing I've heard thousands of other times. Oh, I took too much. I threw up. I'm not going to do that again. And that's really the story of what I'm hearing.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Anyone else?
Okay, next, Dr. Andrew Kolodny. Did I get that right, sir? I'm sorry. All righty. And on deck, we have Dennis Karachapan on deck. Good afternoon, doctor. You have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Dr. Andrew Kolodny. I'm a physician. My specialty is treating opioid addiction. I practice here in Suffolk County. I've been involved in efforts to address the opioid crisis for more than 25 years, as a public health official, as a researcher, as a clinician, and as an advocate. I'm here to support legislation to ban the sale of kratom because I have seen firsthand how kratom sold in Suffolk County is harming residents. Kratom is widely marketed as natural, safe for pain, anxiety, even for addiction. But that marketing is deeply misleading. The FDA has warned consumers for more than a decade against using kratom, against using all kratom products, citing risks of severe liver disease, seizures, addiction, and death. After studying kratom, the FDA concluded that compounds in kratom, including mitragynine and 7-hydroxymitragynine, are opioids. That is why, with daily use, there is tolerance, requiring higher doses for the same effect, and dependence, meaning that people will feel sick when they try and stop taking kratom if they've been using it daily. Some people believe that kratom is helping them because when they take their first dose in the morning, they feel relief. They feel less pain, less anxiety. They say they can get up and walk the dog. But what they're really experiencing is the relief of the withdrawal symptoms from kratom, not the relief of an underlying problem. And for the people who believe that it's benefiting them, they may feel that way today, but we don't know tomorrow whether or not they'll experience liver failure, a seizure, heavy metal poisoning, addiction. We are now seeing the public health consequences of an opioid, kratom, being sold over the counter. For the past decade, calls to poison control centers and hospitalizations involving kratom across the United States have increased 1,200%. I'm seeing this here in Suffolk in my patients who come into the hospital and experience severe withdrawal from kratom, no different from the withdrawal people would experience when they stop heroin. My colleagues in other parts of New York State and in other parts of the country are seeing the same thing. Some are arguing that the problem is limited to 7-hydroxy. That is not true. The 7-hydroxy products have only been on the market for the past 2 years. Problems including deaths and addiction from kratom have been rising rapidly for the past 10 years. Some argue that kratom is an answer to the opioid crisis. That is also not true. If it were true, states that have total bans on kratom would be doing worse.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up, but if anyone has any questions for the doctor. Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Oh, Legislator Kennedy.
Thank you for coming out today to speak on this. I'm a nurse for 30 years who worked with substance abuse people and teenagers who used many different things. So my question comes from experience and from reading. I'm going to make a statement and you tell me if I'm on the right track, because I am confused by the studies, and it doesn't just depend on who wrote the studies, which is unusual for me. We know close to what an amount of leaf kratom chemical is safe. Is that true, or is that not?
That is not true. There was a study done to determine what dose of mitragynine could make somebody ill, but we really don't know what's safe. What we know is that the FDA says that nobody should be using any of the kratom products.
Okay.
And the distinction between mitragynine and the 7-hydroxy products, which we've heard referred to as synthetics, to be precise, they're not synthetic, they're semi-synthetic because you actually make them out of kratom leaf. It's not like the synthetic cannabinoids, which are just made out of chemicals. So it's oxidation of kratom leaf that can result in 7-hydroxy.
Okay. Now, if we are to vote to keep the kratom leaf and not to change the bill and not the 708, is it possible that the small amount that's in the individual leaves could be altered the same way marijuana is? We say now it's not your mother's marijuana. It's much stronger. It's been, worked to increase the levels of the psychoactive drug.
The answer to your question is yes, because 7-hydroxy is not the only potent opioid that you can make from mitragynine. There are other potent opioids that you can make out of kratom leaf, which means that we'll be back here again in a couple of years talking about another opioid that comes out of kratom.
He's freaking lying.
That's also potent. But just to respond to the previous testimony, if someone were to drink multiple tinctures or extracts of kratom leaf product, of really a large dose of mitragynine, I don't think they would just feel nauseous. There's a very good chance it would poison them. Mitragynine toxicity can be lethal. It can lead to cardiac death and to respiratory depression.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Minority Leader.
Just if you could submit those studies to us through the clerk or through the chair, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Sure, will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none. Thank you, Doctor. Next up, Dennis Karachapan. Hello, sir.
Hello, everybody.
And on deck, Sean McNeely. You're up,
Pleasure
sir.
to be here today. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I have 3 minutes. I have a lot of I'd want to address, especially some of the information that we were just hearing about kratom. I can send you studies after this if you'd like. I could work with you guys. I'm an expert on the topic. Kratom and mitragynine, there's a ceiling effect. There's a very pronounced ceiling effect in both respiratory depression and effects. So therefore, no matter how, if you take large amounts of a tincture, there's going to be a ceiling on respiratory depression. Therefore, your heart rate cannot slow down from this drug in its natural form. There are over 1,100 peer-reviewed studies, publications on natural kratom leaf. Over 400 of these publications are dedicated to kratom safety profile, and they pronounce kratom safety profile and the ceiling effect. This is what has fascinated so many chemists who study this plant with their whole lives, because this defies everything we know about drugs and tolerance. I can speak from experience. I used to stick a needle in my arm until I was unconscious. And if I was still conscious, then I would continue to do heroin until I would wake up either to police or an ambulance. Today I can dedicate my life to giving back to people. The kratom world goes far beyond the gas station. This is just the surface level where misconceptions happen. I have been engaged with the kratom community, and within this community, there are thousands of sub-communities. I'm talking about, servers of people, thousands of people who are absolutely supportive of one another and there for one another. We don't have enough recovery and support groups within people who are nonprofit. All these organizations have alternative motives. People getting up, sharing information. The FDA's outlook on kratom. In 2016, there was an effort to ban kratom federally, but unfortunately, that was not successful for the individuals who were trying to demonize kratom, because kratom does not meet the 8-factor analysis of a scheduled drug. For something to actually fit that criteria, it has to go through a specific guidelines, and kratom does absolutely not fit that guideline. we have seen a lot of misinformation spreading all over the country right now. A lot of it is fueled by absolute toxicity, and it's paid. You know, the Suboxone, there's so many companies who are trying to fund to get kratom off the market because it helps millions of Americans. I mean, 7% of Americans, which is 23 million people. This is not a small number. This is not something that should be dealt with without extreme careful review. When I say review, I'm talking about the individuals who want to stand up here today and say that there are no safety studies on kratom is not true.
Thank you, Mr. Crutchman. Your time is up. Any questions for Mr. Crutchman? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Next up, Mr. McNeely. And on deck, Mr. O'Shea. Good afternoon, sir. How are you? Thank you for appearing today. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. In recent meetings, I've spoken about the legality of kratom. I've recently emailed every single legislator and a report answering all the questions that we had from the Public Safety Committee meeting. Many states and counties are tackling the issues in similar fashions regarding the enforcement of the product. Rhode Island and Florida are leading with research and data-driven policies. Many states are adopting FDA guidelines and banning the harmful synthetics. Policing and enforcement of 7-OH is not costing these counties extra monies. Counties like Sarasota County in Florida put the onus on the retailers. If any product needs testing because there's a question about it, the retailer must pay for that testing or be deemed guilty of whatever the charge is. Instead of talking about the legislation and regulation that we've been speaking about, I want to just alter a little bit. Each legislator has that plan in their email. I hope you've read it by now. Just want to talk about my personal story. 6 years ago, I was introduced to kratom. It immediately helped me with my energy levels in the morning, my focus at work, and more importantly, the aches and pains associated with playing collegiate and semi-professional sports. During a particular tough stretch of my life, I struggled both personally and professionally. I began working and hanging out in a kava bar. Instead of turning towards alcohol or prescription pills, I took the alternative. I did my research. What started out as a side job to make some extra cash changed my life. I didn't just make the extra cash. I didn't just get an energy boost or find pain relief. I found a community. As I stand here today, I'm humbled by the people behind me. I know many of their stories, and many of them know mine. We are here because we are more than just people who like plant medicine. We're a community, a tribe, we are a family. Over the last 6 years, I've heard story after story about how alcohol and drugs have ruined people's lives. These heart-wrenching stories are all too common. The best part of my last 6 years is I get to be a part of the redemption story. I get to watch people succeed, to feel again, to not be outsiders. You'll find all walks of life in these bars, whether it's young 20-somethings trying to find their way, young parents struggling to start a family, middle-aged adults looking for a fun night out, or elderly people who are looking for some pain relief. The one thing we have in common is we prefer to drink a plant instead of alcohol. We choose natural products in lieu of prescriptions. When asked what the crowd looks like in a kava bar, I heard one person describe it as the island of misfit toys. Well, there's no island I'd rather be on. In closing, I just want to list a few of the events that we've had and I've attended in these bars over the last couple of years. We had a book release for a nonverbal autistic author. Sanctuary Saturday was an African-American Christian open mic night connecting music with religion and fellowship. AA meetings, NA, GA meetings, book clubs, chess tournaments, LGBTQ+ networking events, sober New Year's Eve parties. We've been a sponsor of the Patchogue Pride Parade for the last 3 years. We decorate floats and we march in that parade. Open mic nights for struggling comedians, clothing swaps, speed dating, health and wellness seminars, Mother's Day candle events, gay pride events during the month of June, Patchogue Adopt a Family Drive during the holidays. Every football season, we open the bar 3 hours early during a London game. We cook breakfast for everybody, and we raise money for a local family in Patchogue that's in need.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today. I'm sorry, but we have to stick to the 3 minutes, folks. We have a lot of speakers today. Next up is Mr. O'Shea. Daniel O'Shea? Not here. Oh, there he is.
I don't remember his name, Tracy. I'll have to rewatch it. Or
Mr. O'Shea. Okay. Next, John Shinholzer. And on deck, John Sudam.
John Shinholzer's there.
Good afternoon. Y'all know who I am because I come earlier. I'm going to react a little bit to what I'm hearing. And just a little recap. Oh, Paul Harvey. I love Paul Harvey, right? He gave a great talk. then it's now for the rest of the story. We know what irresponsible drug laws have done to this country. Just look at the cannabis laws. Decimated communities of color, 4 times the conviction rates. We know that without a shadow of a doubt that natural leaf products, plant products made by God to be consumed by humans has a pathway in America. Now, I heard so much about 7-OH, metragedine. Number one, the natural leaf product has trace amounts of 7-OH in it. I got a pack with me that does not even register on it. Just to let you know, a lot of it doesn't even have 7-OH in it. And if you put a little bit of metragedine in your body, you're only going to get a little bit of 7-OH going to be made in your liver. You got to put a lot of stuff in it. We also know that natural leaf kratom is a partial agonist. There's not enough in there to do a full suppression of your breathing, such as the 7-OH. 7-OH is an opioid. I mean, it's an opiate. It will kill you dead. To get rid of the pathway should be, you know, at today's meeting, ban all synthetics, ban semi-synthetics, ban 7-OH products. You've asked a lot of good questions about kratom. And I do know some scientists and some doctors that can give you honest, exact, precise answers to those questions. I just don't have them here with me. And they can test for 7-OH and metragedine in your blood, and there are thresholds. If you got like thousands of nanogram or something, then obviously it's a 7-OH product. But if you got 800 or 600, it's probably a leaf product. So I've heard, and with my own ears, a lot of misinformation, but I've heard a lot of accuracies too. For example, you can take a lot of here's one I want to make real clear. Leaf product, right? You can take however much you want to take a leaf product, and you're going to get the high. I'm going to just compare it to a 1 beer, the high of a beer. There's a ceiling to the high. You can take a lot more leaf, but you're not going to get no more than that beer high, that 1 beer high. Like alcohol, you can drink 1 beer, and you can drink 24 beers. You're going to get a 24 beer high. But kratom leaf, you're going to be stuck at that 1 serving high no matter what you take. And that's a fact right there. And most addicts, they're going to want the bigger high. In my experience with addiction is, 10 years in active addiction, 43 years in recovery. I got 53 years experience in this drug war. Drug war is a terrible war we're caught up in. So I do think if you really want truthful answers, scientific evidence-based answers, wait a little while. Let's do a serious kratom education talk. But I do support banning the synthetics and the 7-OH. That's a no-brainer.
Thank you, sir. Your time's up. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Sorry, sir. And who do you represent?
Well, I actually work for the American Veterans for Kratom Safe. We're a group of veterans nationwide that want to preserve and protect, regulate natural kratom leaf products.
And you're a registered lobbyist with the county?
I'm an advocate. I'm not a lobbyist. This is a association of veterans and consumers. I'm a proud face and voice of safe kratom regulation. So,
okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Yeah. Mr. Sudiem, you here?
That's my
John
boy.
Sudiem? No. Okay, Dr. Robert Schweiner. Doctor? Good afternoon, sir. How are you? Thank you. You have 3 minutes, sir.
I want to thank the legislature for a chance to speak on this. My name is Bob Schwanner. I'm an ER physician. I also do toxicology. I'm at Stony Brook. Been there for about 11 years now. I've been boarded for over 20 years. I want to just make a few comments briefly from a tox perspective and some of the it's been a very interesting discussion, definitely. Natural leaf kratom is about 60% metragedine, and there's less than 1% of the 7-hydroxy within it. Certainly synthetic, is doctored up and can be much, much higher. And to make a clear delineation though, metragedine in and of itself is a partial opioid agonist. So there are some effects, you generally on its own with a partial agonist. One that the legislature might be familiar with is buprenorphine, which we use commonly, for replacement therapy. 7-hydroxy, on the other hand, is a pure agonist. It's a full agonist, and there is certainly risk for respiratory depression. Many things that were said here are accurate from the perspective that the leaf in and of itself, from a losing your respiratory, would be very, very difficult on its own. I want to be clear about that, okay? Because kratom is absolutely a sedative hypnotic. We do see patients with kratom leaf use that come in intoxicated. I think somebody else mentioned earlier, I would not want to see somebody behind the wheel using kratom leaf, okay? Certainly there's many substances that would fall in that category. Somebody else mentioned that if you got too much, you might vomit and you would not be able to become intoxicated from that. Most comers probably would get nauseous and cut themselves off from harm with just pure leaf on its own. But that's most comers, and one size does not fit all. So there's absolutely tolerance and dependence that's developed from kratom. If you go to any social media board, people will talk about bridging with kratom to come off of opioids or to kind of bridge themselves in between opioids. It's out there. Just do any search, you'll find it. And so I believe in the people that truly have found wellness with it. But again, not one size fits all. I don't think that anybody here it's been a great discussion. I don't think anybody here has been trying to bend things. I think that some people certainly have benefited, but I want to be clear from my perspective and what I see that there's clearly people that have harm with this as well. From the leaf, okay, the synthetic is different. I'm not an analytic chemist. You can clearly, if you want to go that route, find out what actually people are taking. If you're an MRO, medical review officer, there's certainly limits, and I think somebody had mentioned that earlier. So thank you again for the
Any
time.
questions?
Yes.
Legislator Thorne.
Hi, Doctor. How are you, sir? Should you see a patient with what you believe to be a kratom, excuse me, I apologize, that word escaped me for a minute. But anyway, when you're treating this in the ER, what are you treating with? Narcan?
If need be, but to be clear, a lot of times a patient that is that intoxicated might find out after the fact. So if somebody has respiratory depression, you're right. Naloxone or Narcan is purely for respiratory depression. It's not for sedation. There's many things out there that will cause sedation. If they're breathing okay and they can support their airway, we wouldn't use that. But I might need to, absolutely, and certainly with the synthetic as well.
Do you know if there's any conversations between you and other ER doctors or even with New York State DOH to update the protocol?
I apologize. What was the first part of that question?
If there's any conversations with you, ER physicians, or with the State Department of Health as far as EMS goes to update the protocol to update Narcan in use of these patients with respiratory distress that have taken this?
So purely in a regs, I'm not aware of it. That said, I mean, that would, again, be a clinical call. We wouldn't inject that in. It would be whether there's respiratory depression or not. If I'm understanding your question correctly.
I think you are. In cases of respiratory distress, much like opiates, where
yes,
the Narcan binds to the chemoreceptors of the that are affected by opiates. It seems to me that there should be some conversation in the physicians and then ultimately Department of Health to change the protocol to read that so we can properly treat patients in the field without kind of making up our own protocol in the field. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. And kratom would, especially synthetic, kratom would definitely fit that, that category that would need that, correct.
Thank you. Hopefully I gave you an idea to have a conversation with maybe Vosmichael or somebody else in your facility.
Yes.
Great.
Next month we have something.
Thank you, Legislator Thorne. Deputy Presiding Officer Mazzarella.
Good afternoon, Doctor. My question, and you started to hit on it before about people that you see, and what I wonder is with the natural leaf, are you seeing folks coming in with, say, synergistic effects from the leaf along with other substances? My question is there an effect, say, from taking one particular substance and then mixing that with the natural leaf? Is there any synergistic effect that you would categorize as dangerous or worrisome?
Absolutely. So again, kratom is a sedative hypnotic in higher doses. In smaller doses, people have touched on, the heightened sensory and maybe a little bit more the adrenergic and the serotonergic effects. Okay. But any benzodiazepine, alcohol, any other sedative hypnotic, there will absolutely be an additive effect with the use of kratom. Polysubstance abuse I see every day, sadly. It's gotten better in the county, but yes, and kratom would be certainly part of that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Legislator Gonzalez.
Thank you, presiding officer. Hey, Doc, how are you? One question. Everything that you just said, everything that you have seen thus far, my only question to you is, would you recommend a complete ban on this product, the leaf?
Yes, and let me explain why. Fully understanding that people have benefited from the way that they've described its use, okay? I would, because when you really look at this, we don't have any other mu opioid receptor agonists, partial agonists that are not regulated. You can talk about tianeptine, and I'm not trying to go off the rails here, but that's gas station heroin. That's a tricyclic antidepressant that was developed in France in the 80s. And it acts like a tricyclic, except that in higher doses, it also has mu opioid receptor profile. To my knowledge, those are the only two substances that carry the risk that we're talking about today. And so for that reason, I would.
Thank you, Legislator Gonzalez. I have a couple of questions for you. So you're a toxicologist, right?
Yep.
How many drinks would it take to have the same effect of drinking a kratom tea?
Oh, that's a trick question because of.
I'm not trying to trick you.
I get you. I'm not trying to be smart, Alec. That's a trick question from the perspective that tolerance is completely different for everybody. So, you and I could have the same amount of kratom and completely different effects.
And what would you say is more dangerous, alcohol or kratom?
I think alcohol is.
And alcohol is legal to buy when you're over 21, right?
It's regulated, yes.
Okay, thank you. None, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Next is Diana Branch. Ms. Branch. Okay, next. Evan Kane. Mr. Kane. Okay. Carter Livingston. Mr. Livingston. You're up, sir.
That's that guy. That's the president of this council. He is freaking amazing.
Hello. So I just wanted to start off. I feel like I'm against this legislation. I don't think any government, big or small, should have any say what a responsible adult should be able to put in their body. A big concern with this is if it's for public safety and you now have a bunch of people addicted to kratom in any form, by banning it, it just makes me wonder how these people or what other alternatives they're going to go to. And it makes me think that if we do ban it, heroin and fentanyl overdoses are going to skyrocket. And I think a lot of people are going to die from that. I also think, if it is for public safety, again, I mean, we brought up the point multiple times, but why is alcohol and cigarettes and other drugs legal? I mean, does it really make much sense to me? Cigarettes are the #1 deadliest addiction in the United States, consistently ranked every time. So it just makes me think, what other motives and whatever incentives do you people have for banning this other than public safety? I feel like it was for public safety. You would try to ban those things. And I still don't think you should. I think if there's a lot of unknown about kratom and this drug, I don't think the answer is taking freedom away from the American people. I think that's the last thing you should do. I don't think it works. I don't think prohibition works. I don't think it's going to do any good for anybody. And yeah, it really worries me about the people who are going to end up overdosing on fentanyl and heroin because now they don't have kratom if you really think it's about safety. It also makes me wonder if we do ban it, if it really will do anything. I feel like there's a million other research chemicals, a million other types of synthetic opioids that are just going to be released, and it feels like it's just a game of running around and banning each one. It just doesn't seem practical to me. I feel like the system is only going to keep churning out more and more types of drugs, more and more, try to make money. I think if anything, and like, I don't know how you do it, but regulation would be the answer. I also wanted to bring up the fact that we don't actually know, or at least this is my research, the LD50 of kratom, which is like the lethal dose in 50% of subjects. So if you gave a certain dose to people in a room, the LD50 would be what dose would kill 50% of the people. And it's so ridiculously high that I don't think we actually know what the LD50 of kratom, at least the pure leaf, is. And in my experience with the synthetic versions, it's still ridiculously high. You would have
Thank
to
you,
take.
sir. Thank you so much. Any questions? Ms. Livingston? Seeing none, thank you very much today for your testimony. We appreciate it. Rebecca DeSimone? Rebecca? Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
Thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Rebecca DeSimone. I'm 35 years old, and I'm from the east end of Long Island in Southold. I'm here today in support in passing this law. For about 5 years, I was heavily addicted to kratom. I started taking it because I believed that it was safe. It was marketed as natural, legal, and harmless. At the time, I was working 2 jobs, and it seemed like the perfect solution. It gave me energy, it helped me focus, and it also had a calming effect. Mind you, this was not synthetic. This was using a natural leaf and drinking it as a tea. But what I didn't understand, is what many people still understand, is how quickly it took a hold of me. Over time, my body became physically dependent on it. I wasn't using it occasionally anymore. I had to take it 4 times a day just to feel normal. If I didn't, I would get sick. And as time went on, I had to keep increasing my doses just to get the same effect because my body had built a tolerance. There were nights where I would have to wake up at 3 a.m. Because I was in withdrawal, physically forced to take more than just to go back to sleep. That's not wellness, that's addiction. What started as something I thought was helping me quietly turned into something that controlled my daily life. And the most concerning part is how accessible it is and how little education there was around it. People walk into the stores, they buy it thinking it's safe. You know, it's an herbal supplement. Many don't realize the risk of dependence until they're already deep into it. I understand that there are companies and businesses that oppose this kind of legislation, but it's important to recognize that this is a product that they profit from. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous because there's a lot of people against this legislation. And
Everybody's here to have their 3 minutes. Take your time.
yeah, this is like really important to me. So it's not just about the people who, you know, make this a choice. It's about protecting others, especially the young people. You know, this is something that's widely misunderstood and easily obtained. So, you know, minors shouldn't have access to the substance as it can lead to physical dependence and withdrawal. Anyway, I quit in the summer of 2019. I had to wean myself off of it, and it was a very hard experience for me. It took me a whole month. I had to taper down my doses, and I am so happy. And sometimes I go to the gas station because back then it wasn't widely accessible for me. Now it is. I go to every single gas station, and sometimes I look at it and I say, you know, maybe I'll just pick it up again. And then I think that's God telling me, no, Rebecca, you do not want to go down that rabbit hole. It basically ruined my life. And this is a humbling thing for me to talk about because I don't take drugs, never had any problems with addiction. And again, this was something that I thought was harmless, natural product. I wasn't taking synthetic, I was drinking it as a tea 4 times a day. And it's that physical withdrawal that made me sick.
Thank you. Thank you for your
So
testimony.
anyway, thank you.
We appreciate it. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it. Rhonda Netterman. Rhonda?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Rhonda Netterman, and I'm the Director of Prevention and Supportive Services at Youth Enrichment Services, where we focus on substance awareness for prevention and other substances within community and schools. I'm also part of the Islip Goes Purple initiative, which brings in awareness of mental health and substance abuse within the town of Islip, and I'm also the lead on the town of Islip Heroin and Opioid Task Force. I also oversee the opioid settlement program funds within our community. Lastly, I'm a resident within Central Islip, in which I have 2 teens who attend public schools and play sports. As we know, kratom, whether it be in tablets, gummies, powder, or in drink formats like kava, when used, can have opioid-like effects, in which I highly urge we follow suit to ban the sale of kratom in any and all forms of the substance. As a parent of teens who play sports and whose brains are still being developed, they are well aware of the effects of alcohol, cannabis, and other various substances. But what about synthetic kratom that is often marketed as safe, sold in drink formats, available in gas stations, and promoted in packages and edibles to appeal to young people? Aren't we having enough in our current fight with the legalization of cannabis and now kratom? The Centers for Disease Control, the Center of CDC, found that kratom abuse leads to agitation, irritability, tachycardia, nausea, drowsiness, and hypertension. Health risks found in kratom abusers include hepatotoxicity, psychosis, seizure, weight loss, insomnia, tachycardia, which I mentioned before, vomiting, poor concentration, hallucinations, and death. In April 2nd, 2026, Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report by the CDC has said there has been a resurgence of kava-related exposures reported to poison centers, which coincide with the expansion of non-alcoholic beverages. It's been my experience, as well as presented in data, that many youth, as well as adults, seek alternative to drink alcohol, i.e. edibles, cannabis drinks, just to not have hangover effects while still wanting to feel social. Kava drinks are frequently sold online, vape shops, and college campuses that one day mine and many other youth will soon attend. In addition, kava shops, bars are popular and exist in some of our neighboring towns which aren't regulated, similar to vape shops and gas stations in which our own youth can easily purchase and or do shoulder taps from adults to obtain. In 2002, the FDA provided an advisory regarding kava-associated liver injury, which caused trends of kava-related reports to the Poison Center to decline for youth aged, to increase for, let me take that back. Related reports to Poison Center to decline for youth aged 13 to 19. However, from 2016 to 2025, the numbers that reported continue to trend upwards again and are right back, in which 75 reports in 2005, the same as they were back in 2002.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony today. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ryan Olson.
Anybody who oversees the opioid settlement fund
On deck, Christina Chiro.
always question their testimony.
Hello, Mr. Olson. How are you? Good afternoon, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the legislature. I work for Youth Enrichment Services as well. I'm a mental health counselor for our clinic in Brentwood and in Islip. Sorry. Hello. All right. I'm also I'm in recovery for 14 years, and I also I'm on the opioid task force. So a lot of what I've heard today is a lot of conflicting information. So the 7OH to Mr. Piccirillo, is that, yes? Okay. I heard you mention about buprenorphine or Suboxone and somebody selling food stamps in order to get that, right? Because of the addiction, and I completely agree with you on that. The 7OH actually falls into the same drug class as the buprenorphine in the Suboxone. So it causes the same kind of dependence, which would lead somebody to use Suboxone or other illicit substances, other opiates, right? So it's kind of in the same class. So the 7OH is a big problem. Also, to speak to that, it's like, who is it, Mr. Mazzarella? You said something about a gateway drug, right? So I would say that it is a gateway drug because it creates this opiate feeling for someone who's never taken it before, right? And then it creates dependence as you continue to take it, much like Suboxone does. Then you would graduate into taking something else like Vicodin, Oxy, Roxy, Percocet, any of those things to graduate from there, and maybe to heroin, then to fentanyl. So it's so dangerous to have it out there. So if the question is whether we ban 7-OH or we ban kratom, my question is, if we have to ban kratom in order to get 7-OH banned, then that's what we have to do. And then maybe there could be legislation after that. But this is so much of a dangerous substance that I think that's the route that you should go. As far as, if you look at any drug overdose case where kratom was found in the overdose, it's a polysubstance. So there's many substances found, such as, fentanyl, any kind of opioids, heroin, cocaine. So what that tells you is people that use kratom are people that use other illicit substances. Now, the reason it's being found there is like the doctor was speaking before, he was talking about bridging. So as a person in recovery, I know that when I had no money left in order to buy substances, I needed a bridge. So the bridge was usually Suboxone, right? Back then, because kratom wasn't really prevalent at the time. But I can see how people would definitely use kratom to bridge that gap. So that's why you're finding it in overdoses, because they're trying to bridge the gap until they got enough money to re-up again. They're not trying to get better. They're just trying to bridge the gap. So it's not really beneficial. And there's no FDA approval for any of this. There's no regulations. There's no studies that prove that it does anything good. Not that it can be, those studies can be substantiated by actual evidence or regulated. So if we have to choose between one of the two, I choose to go with banning the substance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Deputy Presiding Officer Mazzarella.
Hello, sir. Thank you for coming in. And I just want to, I guess, expand on what you were just talking about regarding bridging and regarding kratom and other substances. And I feel that we really need to go data-driven here, and that's why I asked those questions. But my question to you, and it's just a generalized question because you're talking along those lines, do you realize that currently in Suffolk County, and it's from our medical examiner's office, that in 30% of the overdose cases that we've seen in the last few years, there are traces of kratom? I don't know if you know that or not.
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to put that on the record myself. Wanted to know if that is something that your organization is looking at as far as treatment and prevention goes.
Yes, and then to what I said, the 90% is of overdose cases that include kratom is what I was talking about. But yes, the 30%. 30% again, it's going to be because it's that bridging technique that you're trying to get through to the next high. Like it's hard to keep up with the way things cost and the amount of drugs you need to do in order to get back to the high that you were at before. So it's tough.
No, I disagree.
Thank you.
Maybe it was
How are you?
bridging.
Thanks for sharing your story. I appreciate it. So I guess my issue more falls on the state that probably should have stepped in. The federal government should have stepped in and regulated this earlier, now that we're kind of at this stage. But I have an issue with doing this county to county because, okay, say Nassau and Suffolk County do this. Won't we just force people to go to New York City and come right back home?
I mean, you could say that. You could say that about anything. I mean, there's thousands of shops in Suffolk County that sell marijuana illegally, but there's nothing that could.
But marijuana is a legal substance. I'm talking
No,
about this
but I'm
specifically.
saying those same shops probably sell kratom, and they're not going to stop selling it even if you guys ban it. So, I mean, those problems are always going to exist. I guess I like to side on the thing of what would be the most helpful, and then there's going to be a problem either way. There's no perfect legislation. There's no perfect way to do anything. But I would side on the
So if we think that this is leaning toward more of an addiction issue than it is, use for feeling better, we've heard both sides of that today. Are we then just criminalizing addiction?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say criminalizing
you
addiction. I mean, I'm speaking from the addiction community standpoint, as this is definitely something that's hurtful to that. I mean, if you have somebody who's suffering from addiction and they're in, like, say, 30, 60, 90 days sober, and they walk into a store like this and they see this product on the shelf and it's advertising energy, and it has kratom in it. Now, that feeling that they're going to get when they drink that is going to bring back the remnants of opioids, which is then going to either make them use more kratom or they're going to go out to the street and find
And
whatever
when
drug.
you say that, are you speaking specifically about the synthetics or both, or the full, or the whole leaf, or both?
So, I mean,
That's where I think there's a lot of confusion.
yeah, there's a lot of confusion with that. And I'm honestly confused about it as well because there's conflicting sides. The 7-OH I know is the bad part of it, right? But
I
then
think
I'm
we all
hearing
agree.
sides that the kratom leaf can actually cause problems too, which I don't know. Then the other problem with, I'm thinking again, if we're going hypothetically, is like with marijuana, when they banned it, when it was illegal in other states, is that they found a way, Delta-9 was the THC that people get high from. They manipulated that to make Delta-8, which was then legal in all these other states. So will they be able to do something like that with kratom as well? Probably, but I mean, you're just chasing this thing around and around, and it's just the way it goes.
Yeah, yeah, I appreciate your testimony and your story. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Legislator Gonzalez.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Just to touch base again on that bridge that you're talking about. So what you're saying is that kratom is that bridge when they can't get, like you said, or they have the funds to purchase the heroin, the cocaine, whatever it is their drug of choice. Just like methadone would be the bridge to heroin.
Yeah.
Is that what
or
you're?
Suboxones, yeah, the same. I mean, there shouldn't be bridge drugs. They're not created to be a bridge. They're created to, the way that they were created was to actually use in small doses to wean people off, but then, you made a lot of money by making people stay stuck on them forever, so that's what we do. But yeah, so it bridges the gap, because if I'm feeling like crap and I can't do anything, I can get kratom, I can take it and it'd make me feel better, I can get through my day. I don't have enough money to get the drugs that I need, but as soon as I do, that's what I'm gonna do. I mean, maybe I get the idea of quitting, but most likely it's not gonna go that way.
Thank you very much. Thank you, presiding officer.
Thank you, Legislator Gonzalez. Anyone else?
As far as bridging
Seeing none.
goes,
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. You're welcome.
I can't tell you how
Christina
many
Chiarelli, and on deck
people
is
have
Barbara Voorhees.
commented to me or messaged me about how they would use kratom to help with their
Hi, Christina.
withdrawals.
Good afternoon. Thanks for coming.
Somebody find recovery.
I'm well. You have
They
3 minutes,
use
man.
it to help
Don't be
withdrawals.
nervous. Don't worry.
I'm very nervous.
Oh, don't be nervous. It's okay.
This is a lot for me. This is actually something that I argued with God about for the last few years. Kind of felt like watching the devil win and the enemy win constantly, and felt very alone. And then when this came about, I was very happy that this is brought up right now. I'm an active member of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I had many years sober, a little over 4 years ago. And well, hold on, things change. So I was sober for a long time, and I was introduced to kratom at a kratom bar, and it was sold to me as a sober thing, and I was just like, are you sure? Because the place I was at had like a bar setting. I was like, are we sure about this? And like, everyone in here is sober. So I was like, oh, that's great, and I did it. I stayed for a few hours and I came back the next week, and then that was completely it. I was absolutely hooked on kratom. I was there every single day. I have obviously had an addiction in the past. Whatever kratom had, whatever's in this thing, whatever it truly is, it had a grip on me like no other. My son was 10 years old when I picked up kratom. He's 14 now, and I brought him here today because he watched me crumble and burn in front of his eyes. I lost his childhood home. We got evicted because of my kratom use. Everything went to kratom. He lost his cousins, and we don't have a relationship with our family because of kratom. And it just took so much. At the end of my kratom use, I just wanted to die. I was writing out letters. I wrote a letter to my son, to friends. I had it all planned out how I was going to do it. I knew exactly where I was going because the pain was so great. I didn't know how to get out of using kratom. Even though I've had experience in AA, I was so numb and so dark, I couldn't even think to go back to AA. I was in full-blown addiction. all came to a head. I had gotten evicted. I had to get off of kratom by myself. I was so embarrassed to go to a detox where they were going to accept me. So I kicked it at home. It was the first time I ever went through withdrawals. I'm almost 3 years sober again now, and I'm a great mom to my son. He has his mom back. And I'm active in AA. I go to rehabs. I go to detoxes. I'm in AA. I'm in meetings, and I can tell you right now, people are suffering. And the place that I used to go to where I drank kratom, people are still reaching out because they need help to get out of it, still.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your testimony and sharing today. We have a couple of questions. Legislator Caracappa, Majority Leader Caracappa.
Thank you. I appreciate it. First of all, I applaud your strength and tenacity. I applaud your courage getting up here and bringing your son with you to see that. You're an inspiration, really. You know, you're fighting, and you have a lot of reasons to fight.
Yeah.
All right? So this is the reason why we're here today. This is the reason why I feel it's important to hear from everybody. So I got to get all the information. I have to hear from not only scientists, specialists, law enforcement. I need to hear from people, you know, and I'm not trying to make a decision that's going to be harmful. I'm trying to make a decision that's going to help benefit the residents of Suffolk County, residents like yourself, keep our streets safe, keep our kids safe, keep our residents safe from relapse. This 7-OH targets the same receptors as opioids do, and it gives you that same sensation, that same feeling, that same hunger. And for you, it got you.
Yeah.
It took you right back because it was the same feeling, the same exhilaration, the same whatever got to you, it got to you.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to take away anybody's pain relief. I'm not trying to take away anybody's thrill of going out to these bars and feeling like they're sober and giving them a way out or feeling they are. I need to know what's going to keep people safe. That is what we are here for. That's what we're elected to do, is to keep our county and our residents safe. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming up and sharing your testimony and your bravery, your courage. I got to hear from a lot more people, you know, and there's going to be a lot of stories on the other side that's have been helpful to them. But thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate your courage, and your son should be very proud of you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right? It's all about rebuilding, and you got this.
Yeah, thank
God
you.
bless you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader Caracappa. Legislator Formica. Ma'am, you got a couple more, ma'am.
I just have one more question for you.
No, it's okay.
Don't be sorry. First of all, I commend you also. I know none of this stuff is easy, regardless of where you're coming from, whether it's alcohol or drugs or whatever it is. So I commend you, and you have plenty of time ahead with your son. So I'm sure that'll all work out. I just have one question for you. If someone asked you, was it harder to kick the alcohol addiction or the addiction that you had with kratom, what would your answer be?
The kratom.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none. Next up is Barbara Voorhees. Ms. Voorhees, I know you're here. There she is. Okay.
That's that
And
AA
next is
mentality right
Dr.
there.
Odette Hall from Suffolk County Medical Examiner's Office.
Oh, yeah, Kolodny was there. You know he recruited all these people to show up.
Good afternoon, Legislator, Presiding Officer Piccolo.
That's all right. You know
and
me.
members of the Suffolk
You know me way
County
before that. That's all
Legislature.
right.
Yes, I know you.
Time
I'm
is yours,
Barbara
ma'am.
Voris. I live in Islip. I'm part of District 10, Trish Bergen's area. And as an educator and a prevention coalition coordinator of a drug-free community coalition for many years, this is my second coalition. We get 10-year grants. And we're year 8 in the current coalition. I just need to speak to the public safety problems of kratom and 7-OH, hydroxymitragyn. I did practice saying that, but I can't say it anyway. Public health concerns are due to the opioid-like effects, which we've just heard about, and the withdrawal is intense. So I think we're starting to see now with all the people that are speaking that the leaf is not so natural and so much safer than the 7-OH. Public health concerns are due to these opioid-like effects and the addictive nature of kratom, which again, we've just heard about the leaves, the powder, the tinctures. They're being marketed as safe supplements, even though it's not approved by the FDA, and they've warned about these health concerns. You can pick up a package, it'll say on the kratom leaf, do not use if you take a prescription. Now, I think most people kind of disregard that because you can make yourself a cup of tea and feel a little calmer. And if you're using this multiple times during the day, and it does say in very fine print, one serving lasts 12 hours. So as much as they're saying that there's a low percentage of mitragynine in the product, it's still having an effect on your body and the opioid receptors. Youth access is, even with what we've done so far with restricting sales to 21-year-olds, we know that if they want to experiment, they're going to find a way to get these at the vape shops, the gas stations, the online stores that have these lovely ads with subscription discounts, so they can just get this in the mail and pretend to be a parent. Our treatment and recovery partners in Suffolk County, which we participate in monthly meetings with, are talking about the rise in dependence and difficult time patients are having quitting and dealing with the withdrawal symptoms from kratom, and the increased need now to have medicated addiction treatment supports. Lobbying efforts of big groups like American Kratom Association are trying to push this harmful natural drug. Let's close the loophole because kratom is not safe. It just fits the supplement loophole. Deaths from kratom in New York happen to exist at a little more than 100 deaths in a single year. Kratom was a causing or contributing factor. Many toxicology reports include multiple substances. Coroners are not always testing for kratom, and our numbers in Suffolk County aren't even accurate. So if there's an overdose from fentanyl, benzodiazepine, alcohol, prescription meds, it might not show up. In closing, thank you for creating a safer Suffolk County with an intro resolution 1279-2026. I hope with further research that we come up with a safe plan so that we can keep our residents safe.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Any questions? Legislator Donnelly. Legislator Donnelly has a question for you.
Any questions?
Yes. Good afternoon over here.
Hi.
Thank you for your outstanding work here in our county. And in my tenure here as a county legislator, I come from a public safety background. Public safety, public health, quality of life are always the 1 and 2 issues that we deal with here. So I just have a series of questions. Some of them are yes and no, but I may ask you to expand on another. The CDC considers kratom to be an emerging health threat. Yes?
Yes, it does.
No, it does
so
not.
Currently, right now, the CDC and the FDA do not regulate kratom. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's a national.
The DEA does talk about the harms. So in a prevention world, we do a lot of educating of community members and youth, and we try to make sure that people know what the dangers are in these substances that are being marketed, colorful brochures, as safe and natural. That's kind of that fallback, it grows in the ground, it's safe. And then, I lose my students, to overdoses. So,
So they say that kratom overdoses generally are rare if it's not mixed with another substance. Yet, I went on a EMS call, I'm still a certified EMT, about 3 weeks ago for a male youth seizures, presenting as seizures at a gas station, when it was in fact a kratom overdose.
correct.
And this young man was 13 years old.
What?
This is a fact, I don't know if you're aware, just in some of the reading that I did, there was a 1,200% increase between
read that.
2015 and 2025.
That was
Is that a fairly
708.
accurate statement?
That is, and I did read that.
7OH.
New York has not done anything yet, but yet there are 6 states that outright ban it. Those
Correct.
states being Vermont, Indiana, Rhode Island, Vermont, Wisconsin. Is that
Well,
that's what
number
you're saying?
That is accurate.
And it's sold illegally in many gas stations, convenience stores, in Suffolk County.
Vape shops with a little code word if sometimes people want to get something of the, the synthetic derivatives, yes.
So if we pass an outright ban and lead the way on this, it will also give town supervisors the ability to make town code enforcements as well, to ban it, further enhancing public safety, particularly for our young folks. Is that a fairly accurate statement?
Yes, I think public ordinances would be very helpful, just like we have open container laws at street fairs for alcohol. We don't want everybody walking around with their red cups and then jumping in their car and speeding on the expressway.
They do it
yes.
still.
Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I'll just make a personal comment here that I think we should lead the way. I commend Legislator Mazzarella for taking the initiative.
No.
And I'll certainly make a motion to close the hearing and pass this resolution.
No.
Thank you, Legislator Donnelly. Anyone else? Seeing none. Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Dr. Hall. I don't know if Dr. Hall had to leave. She had to leave? Okay, no problem. No. Ms. Chaseman, you're up. You're up.
If you have the power to ban
On
and
deck,
enforce,
Cynthia
you have the
Fink.
power to regulate and enforce.
Good afternoon, Mr. Presiding Officer, legislators. My name is Steve Chasman. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and a credentialed alcohol and substance use counselor. Have been since obtaining my master's 32 years ago. I currently serve at the Wellbridge Addiction Treatment and Research Center as a vice president, and previous I was an employee of the Long Island Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence for 20 years. So like a lot of you, and I see colleagues who have been on the front lines of the opioid fight for the last 25 years. As people have mentioned, 62 counties in New York State, we were ground zero for an opioid crisis. I think you've heard from some really highly qualified individuals here. I'm not here as a scientist or a physician. We did hear from several physicians. I just want to make the panel aware of just the prominence that Dr. Andrew Kolodny has on a national level around the opioid fight. He have a national renown and is a resident of Suffolk County. So highly respected physician around opioids. I have here, and forgive me if it pleased the body, I did submit this for review from the legislative body. This is put out by the Food and Drug Administration. It was put out in July 2025, talking about 7OH as an assessment of scientific data and toxicology concerning the emerging opioid threat. So you have tasks in front of you. As a behavioral health professional, I can tell you at Wellbridge, and I see colleagues from other treatment centers here on Long Island, we have seen, and this comes from Dr. Edmund Hakimi, we have seen a 15% increase in the last 12 months for kratom detox. So as a behavioral health professional specializing in addiction, there's a book in our field. I know Legislator Kennedy knows all about it, and many of you. If there is a recurring pattern of substance leading to clinically significant impairment in one of a multitude of 6 life areas is considered addiction. Physical. Kratom brings with it a physical dependence that requires a 5 to 7 day detox with buprenorphine, Subutex, Suboxone to bring people out of the physical dependence. I think the testimony of the young woman of how hard it was, psychological. I say this with respect. I think many of us, and I heard your retorts, no one cares about individuals like we do. I've been an addiction professional, so I commend everyone that has found their way to a road to recovery. We are seeing the majority of people that are presenting with kratom use, abuse, and dependence are survivors of a previous opioid addiction. So they are looking, and I say this with empathy and respect, they are looking for an easier, softer way to deal with coping strategies. I know my time is up.
Time is up. Any questions? Legislator Donnelly.
Good afternoon, Steve, over here. How are you? Thank you for your outstanding work. We've worked together on a number of issues. So my question is rather simple, similar to the last one. Do you agree that we should issue this, pass an outright ban?
The answer is yes. The Food and Drug Administration has said that there is no medical use for people with pain management. They should see certified and licensed medical pain management specialists. If we do not go by federal and state regulations of what is healthy and what is not causing detriment to an individual's physical and mental harm, we run the risk of going to the Ouija board school of epidemiology. The Food and Drug Administration guarantees everything that we consume is safe and harmless. This is not the case, and as someone who's on the front lines of the addiction fight with all of you for the last 25 years, we are seeing a dramatic increase of physical and psychological dependence of kratom, and yes, legislator, I believe it should be banned.
Thank you so much, Steve. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
I'm sorry, Legislator Bergen, but you said something. I agree with what you just said, because I remember being 18 years old and every other commercial was for Percocet and it said FDA approved.
Yep.
So I'm just,
I love this guy.
I'm trying to square that you just said everything the FDA does is safe and effective. It led to an epidemic that killed more people than Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan combined. So I just take exception to that the FDA is what they say is gospel. Sure, we need an agency that can regulate in a manner where they have, the most important part of any agency is public trust. And the FDA broke that public trust along with the companies who pushed these pills. And we actually led the way with a lawsuit, and we got a $90 million return on that lawsuit because of the damage that it did to Suffolk County and how many of my friends that it wound up killing.
Yes.
So when somebody says, oh, well, something's not FDA approved, I don't have a lot of faith in the regulatory process that brought us Percocet and Vicodin and other painkillers that wiped out my generation.
Mr. May I respond? No, Mr. Presiding Officer, you and I agree on that point. But let me say this from someone who started in Lower Manhattan, who has seen several public health crises from HIV and AIDS in the 80s and 90s through the opioid crisis, the COVID crisis. My job as a behavioral health and a public health advocate is when I see a house starting to begin to catch fire, to encourage policymakers like yourself to grab the nearest bucket of water and put out the fire. I think the most telling testimony is from this father right here, because he represents and his family represents another generation. And in a lot of ways, Mr. Presiding Officer, this is an extended dimension of the opioid crisis that started with heroin, went to unscrupulous prescribing and marketing strategies from U.S. pharmaceutical companies to synthetic fentanyl, and now we are at a kratom stop, and it requires your attention, and respectfully, sir, you're banned.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Good day to you all.
Hold on. Legislator Bergen has a question for you.
Hi, how are you?
Richburg.
Right here.
Legislator, how are
This
you?
one. How are you? Thank you so much for being here today. I just want your professional opinion and knowledge with regards to, I feel like we're talking about two separate things here. So if we were to ban 7-OH, but not ban the natural leafy component, where is the issue coming? Like when we're talking about the people who are getting addicted, are they getting addicted to the natural leafy form, or are they getting addicted to the 7-OH form?
7-OH.
Well, I think where that begins, and Dr. Clogney and other people spoke to this, where the leap-off point is, people don't become physically and psychologically dependent. Addiction is a progression. A progression starts over time. This is from the U.S. government put out in 2025. The Food and Drug Administration took significant action against this concentrated chemicals in kratom. Synthetic byproduct is 7-OH, labeling it as potentially addictive. It is in fact an opioid and poses a serious threat to public health. And lastly, the agency warned that 7-OH is up to 13 to 20 times more potent than morphine and is being marketed illegally in the products of gummies, tablets, shots, and often found in gas stations and vape shops.
Sir,
This is a federal warning, and we're seeing this play out.
Respectfully, sir,
Yes, sir.
you're not answering my question.
Okay.
Can you please? Is there a difference between addiction to 7-OH versus people who are using the leafy natural
Yes.
product. We're talking about two different things here.
Yes.
I would say because there are genetic predispositions to addiction, and many people have spoken to this, including Dr. Kalagny, we are working against several different biological products. If you and I engage the substance, we will have a very different reaction. Even though that substance may seem innocuous, the progression for some people will be gradual, others it will be exponentially quicker into. So what causes the initial spark to the gunpowder is different for every individual. But this we do know is that 7-OH is present in kratom.
No.
It is a natural
No,
byproduct
it is not.
of the leaf. You've heard that from testimony from supporters here. So how that progression starts for each individual, this I can offer as testimony. We are seeing an exponential increase in people seeking detoxification medically and psychological treatment for the addiction of kratom. We are asking this legislative body to respond to that need, as you have in the past for the last 25 years.
What if 7-OH products were banned, right? What if we went forward with legislation banning 7-OH, but we left open the door for people to utilize the natural
Yes.
leafy green product?
It's a great question. The only thing I can tell you is what I have here as a frontline behavioral health professional. 7-OH is a natural derivative
No,
from
it's
the
not.
kratom plant.
No, it's not.
Therefore, the levels of 7-OH is going to be a different response or an addictive response from two individuals that are ingesting the same product.
No.
To say that 7-OH is not contained even in the leafy product
not.
is absolutely incorrect.
How much 7-OH is in the leafy product?
I am not a chemist, but I'm told on the low end it is 3%.
No, it's
Okay. When we talk about the leafy product of this drug that we're talking about, and the addiction possibilities with the leafy product, and then you talk to me about the leafy product of marijuana, what would you say do you feel people get addicted to the leafy product of marijuana as well?
I think there is a progression that happens for some people, and marijuana is a separate issue, and I think we're seeing, and we hosted a press conference yesterday, we all know what legalization and commercialization has done for people and what it smells like on our highways. This is yet another dimension of what is a legal substance being marketed as organic that is causing serious and clinically significant impairment in 6 life areas.
You're talking
Physical,
about 7-OH.
psychological, academic, vocational, interpersonal, meaning friends and family are concerned, financial, because it costs money, and of course, craving. That is the Diagnostic Statistical Manual definition
Kratom doesn't
of
meet
addiction.
that.
It's put out by the American Psychiatric Association.
And sir, I'm not baiting you for an argument
course.
whatsoever. I'm just trying to understand the difference between the 7-OH and the leafy product, and I appreciate your knowledge. Thank you.
Legislator, thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
Minority Leader Richburg.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, and thank you, Steve. Good to see you again.
Always.
So question, so one of the earlier constituents was testifying the fact that there is a self-imposed regulation, but not all of the folks who have these products are in that. Does that leave you any concern in terms of the kratom as a product? Because it's not necessarily regulated on the federal level, the state level. There is a self-imposed leveling, but not all the products represented in this room are necessarily adhering to that standard.
Well, Legislator Richburg, it's a great question, and I say this with respect and certainly no judgment for anyone in the audience or anyone in the community, because it makes no difference to me what people do for a living per se. But what we're hearing here is people do have a fiduciary interest in continuing the sale of this addictive product. In addition to that, and I say this respectfully as someone who understands recovery, quote unquote, wink, wink, and has been a behavioral health professional for 32 years, all of the testimony in favor of this do respectfully have a history of opioid use dependence, and they are seeing this as a less addictive product, but in reality, it triggers the same addictive response behaviorally. So I am, yes, concerned of what the fiduciary gains of continuing to sell this product. And as Dr. Kalagny said, I'm sorry to keep referencing, a drug is anything we introduce into our bodies that produce change in normal body function, and mind and mood altering substances require tolerance and dependence. Tolerance is needing more of the drug to achieve desired effect. And kratom unfortunately falls into this category.
Kratom
So, and
does
I
not,
know
but
the
708
state has a
does.
law that was going to go into effect, I think, next year or the year after. It has to do with labeling. Do you think that that law goes far enough? Do you thinking that we need to do more? Obviously, you're in favor of the ban, but what else can we be doing in terms of this?
Well, respectfully, Legislator Richburg, and to all of you here, you have a great task before you. I would defer that question to the father and the mother who have lost a son. I think they would say that it is unfortunately too late for
We'll be
some of
getting
those
your
warning
talk screen
labels.
pretty soon, but
But to people that are currently in the cycle of addiction with kratom and 708, you have a great task before you.
it's 708,
Thank you.
not 708.
Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Richburg. Sir, we still
708
have a
is
few
not
more
in the
that
kratom
have
league
questions.
at
Steve?
all. I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I apologize.
Two more legislators. Legislator Lennon?
Thank you. So what you were saying before, it sounded like you said there's two populations you're seeing coming around saying we need kratom. One is the recovery and the other is pain management. Is that correct?
Well, we don't deal in pain management per se. It's more psychological pain management. Again, I am not a licensed physician. We have two physicians at Wellbridge, Dr. Hakimi and Dr. Singh, who are seeing a 10 and 15% increase of people entering Wellbridge
Because
for
it's
physical
708.
stabilization and detox and psychological pain coping strategies other than this synthetic coping mechanism.
So let's say we go ahead and ban kratom. Where do the folks with pain management go to when kratom is off the market?
That's a great question, and we saw this when we did the iStop law, the internet system to track over prescribing and cutting off unscrupulous prescribers, like squeezing a balloon. We were hoping a host of the people using prescription medication would run to treatment, and a host did. Unfortunately, the other host ran to fentanyl. So when we make policies, and that's your task, sir, respectfully, never easy, we are hoping if the supply gets cut off, that people will enter places like Seafield or Wellbridge or many of the resources we have here on Long Island and learn healthy coping strategies for dealing with psychological pain. If it is in fact physical pain, I am not a physician. There are more than qualified pain management specialists that are working with, respectfully, FDA-approved medications and strategies and protocols to help with chronic
No, they're
pain.
not.
So
Pilates
physical
is
pain-
responsible for that.
Can't answer that question then.
Well, I'm not a physician. I understand people live with chronic physical pain, as many of us went through the opioid crisis, and I know Legislator Kennedy, being a nurse, this is a reality. But there are medications that are non-addictive and certain protocols for chronic pain management. But again, as many of the testimony said, the dividing line between physical and emotional pain often gets skewed under the weight of addiction. People think they're finding relief in the morning for some kind of arthritic situation, and what it is the short-term withdrawals of kratom itself.
What?
I guess where I'm going, my question is, if someone's got physical pain, so my background, Marine Corps, I age in dog years physically, thank you,
Thank you for
Marine
your
Corps.
service, sir.
So where do I go to, or where do I tell my Marines to go to is, hey, we just did a 12-mile hike, and your back and your knees are bothering you, and you can't take kratom. Where do they go to for a
can't even
source
get
of
prescription
short-term relief
FDA-approved
for
pills
that?
anymore.
Besides Tylenol, because thank you, Corman, for that too.
It's a great question, and respectfully, thank you for your service, sir. I live in Northport, so I do a lot of work with our veterans at the VA. The VA is available and has licensed healthcare professionals. There are also many veterans organizations that have licensed healthcare physicians that are using both state and federal and medical protocols from the American Medical Society that are treating chronic pain and, in fact, war combat traumas physically that are probably more effective than, I think our veterans deserve better than something that is sold in a vape shop or a gas station.
That's a whole different conversation, agreed, but I'm just thinking of, where do we go to say, hey, I need something short term for the pain I have, and I can't take certain things because I'm going to pop on a urinalysis. I can't get prescribed certain things because I'm going to be told I can't serve anymore.
Yeah.
It seems like kratom is one of those resources to say this is a physical pain reliever for me. That comes off the table. What other options are out there is my question. If you can't answer it, that's fine.
Listen, I think we could go back and forth, and I am not a U.S. Army or branch veteran. So respectfully, trying to miss on drug tests isn't transparency and honesty. My worst case scenario, respectfully to our U.S. Marines, would to be in a forward area, only to find out that They are going through physical withdrawals from kratom and don't have access to it. And because they weren't transparent and honest
This
with
is
their superiors,
horrible.
they find themselves in a less than adequate ability to take care of themselves and others, which is certainly not the credo of the Marine Corps, respectfully, sir.
This guy is Kolodny's right
Thank you,
hand
Legislator
man.
Lennon. Legislator Gonzalez.
Oh, my goodness.
You're good? Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you, sir.
He
Next speaker is Cynthia Fink. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good
You have
afternoon,
3
everyone.
minutes.
Hope you're having a good day. One, I want to say I'm very sorry for your loss. Everyone's story is different. That's not my story. I'm asking you to reconsider this ban on kratom. I've been using regulated leaf kratom since 2022. Before that, I struggled with rheumatoid arthritis really bad, bipolar disorder, severe anxiety. My condition required me frequent medication, like a lot, including injections in my back at least 3 times a year.
Same.
Opiate medications all around the clock, different ones, and also Xanax, which I've been taking since I was 22 years old, and I'm now 48. Since beginning my journey with kratom, my life has significantly improved. I reduced my back injections from 3 times a year to just once a year. I have completely eliminated all opiate medications, and I have also successfully stopped using Xanax after decades of dependence. Thank you. While I understand that others may have different experiences, that is not my story. My experience is one of stability, improvement, and responsibility. Today, I work a full-time corporate job. Since my mother passed away, I care for my elderly father, my brother with severe MS. I am a productive and responsible member of society. Regulated kratom has played a crucial role in allowing me to live this life. I also want to be clear, I do not support the dangerous synthetic products like 7-OH kratom.
I don't either.
Those should absolutely be addressed, but banning all forms of kratom, including safe regulated leaf kratom, would harm people like me who rely on it responsibly. So I'm asking to please reconsider this. I personally do not want to go back to that life of having to take all of the medications, having 3 injections, 3 times a year, because my liver, because of all the medications, I have my liver constantly checked. My liver's in a clear, and I like that.
Yeah,
So
same.
that's all.
Thank you for your testimony and your questions. Thank you so much for coming in today.
All right, thank you.
Next up is Liza Figueroa. Ms. Figueroa. Ed Miller. Ed. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. You have 3 minutes today. Thank you.
Thank you. So I traveled here from Westchester County, about an hour and a half away to give my testimony, okay? I discovered kratom in 2021, all right? My fiance, who, if we hadn't discovered kratom, would not be my fiance today, all right? So she has a history of alcoholism in her family. One of the doctors before said that people that are on kratom are just using it as a way to get off opiates. That is 100% false, all right? So my fiance, right? So it got to the point where with her alcohol journey, she was being mentally abusive to me at least 3 to 4 times a week, all right? We would get home from a bar, right? She'd be drunk, and as she would put it, the Puerto Rican would come out of her, okay? Very, very bad stuff, okay? So in 2022, late 2022, we ended up regularly starting to drink kratom, okay? It did nothing but positive things for our life. We drink it about 2 to 3 times a week now. Now, instead of waking up on Sunday mornings with a hangover, we wake up at 5:30 a.m., we drive 45 minutes to go do a 13-mile trail run every single Sunday morning.
Yeah.
All right? Now, not only that, but this past year, I'm not sure if anybody of you know what Spartan races are. My fiance is ranked top 3 in the entire world for Spartan races right now, okay? The entire world. She's had multiple articles written about her, okay? We did 13 trifecta weekends last year. That's 3 races, a half marathon, a super, which is a 10K, and then a sprint 13 times, right? That's not including the other 10 races that we did as well. The reason why I'm trying to advocate for this right now is that none of this would have been possible without the kratom plant. Now, I do agree, 7-OH is bad for you.
Yeah.
Nobody should be taking 7-OH as a synthetic version, okay? However, whole leaf kratom has been nothing but a positive for us, all right? And by the way, me and her got engaged on a Spartan Race podium back in 2024 with tons of people around us cheering, okay? Now, the next steps too is that she is now trying to get into the Elite 15 for Hyrox, a $200 million per year company. $200 million per year, okay?
Whoa.
That's something right there, right? That's a huge deal, okay? That means each race that she's going to do, she's going to
need
get
to go find him.
$15,000 for doing it. That's not chump change. She's being invited all around the world right now to compete in these races. By the way, she is also a very successful business owner. I myself have a typical 9-to-5 job, but without kratom, none of this would have been possible. It provided a route for us that was alcohol-free.
Yeah.
And by the way, neither of us have ever, so she obviously has had the addictions to alcohol, but anything else besides that, never had anything else besides that, okay? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ed. Any questions?
Way to go.
Thank you for coming in, Ed, and congratulations to your
Thank
fiance.
you. And by the way, she hit 24 Spartan Race podiums last year, top 3 overall at every single one of them out of 2,000 women.
Oh.
That's because of kratom.
Awesome.
Yes.
Next speaker is Brian Hocker. Brian Hocker?
I don't hate the people.
That was
amazing, dude.
Thank you for coming in. You have 3
Been a
minutes.
long day.
I'll address those comments here in a minute.
Telling us.
I just want to bring to attention right now, those against the ban of kratom, please stand up.
Yes, do it.
Against it.
Stand up.
Folks, we don't have
That's
to
the
have
first one.
interaction.
I'd like to thank the panel for taking a listen today. As an active first responder and EMS and ex-captain of the energy company actively for 30 years, I've seen countless instances, sadly, where people have overdosed. Those overdoses, all of my experiences, were one with multiple drugs, and specifically harder drugs in their systems. The difference was no one was unbiased to anything that was voluntarily placed in their body, and I have never Narcaned a kratom overdose.
Yeah, because it don't work.
Continuing on to the products of the 7-OH kratom, the truly bad synthetical developed product. As many other synthetics in the past, these products contain a harmful mix of ingredients. Remember products like synthetic marijuana that was made illegal in the past? Now there are dispensaries everywhere of the natural leaf. I personally know 2 fully recovered friends who are very familiar with the gas station 7-OH kratom. During their times of recovery, they mentioned gas station kratom. They would buy bottles of this to abuse it to get the same high or the same relief of the drugs that they were off when they were in recovery. It's obviously, although this product and many others will be sold in the future, there's always something new people will take, replace another bad product. It's the ever-evolving way of businesses and addiction. I believe that banning kratom as a whole is not the way to approach this at all. I am fully on board for the ban of 7-OH products.
Me too.
But keep the leaf.
Get them off the shelf.
I believe I believe the banning of kratom as a whole is not that. Geez, I'm all over the place. I do this every day, but I can't do this in person. I'm fully on board for banning the products. The holistic natural community that the leaf tea is part of will be affected and cause many to go back to a life heavily avoided by finding a new world that's not surrounded by drugs and alcohol that they've abused in the past. My personal experience on the kratom leaf, I've got friends in law enforcement, EMS, and fire, many in high positions that utilize kratom leaf tea.
Same.
As a firefighter, I've suffered 2 injuries in my career, one 5 years ago in my lower back, and most recently my left shoulder, both while on active duty. These injuries affect my day-to-day living. I do not take pharmaceutical addicted painkillers and other addictive medications that so many have side effects of. Kratom in the leaf form has changed my life. It's taken away my inflammation naturally and doesn't take much to do it. I do not have withdrawals from it. I do not have to have it.
Same.
I also have been away for 2 weeks on vacations with absolutely no problem ingesting it. Many of the other people using kratom leaf around me, it's the same story. I'm a 47-year-old responsible man who takes many supplements like many of us, more than likely present here and up on this panel. Nothing is a quick fix without the work. Kratom leaf has been successful in taking away my everyday inflammation with my injuries, 1,000% and with great success. For reference, I partake in the leaf around 3 or 4 times a week, contains a low amount of the leaf. You may not be aware that a 16-ounce tea that I ingest takes my inflammation away. Real quick, my background certifications and ever-evolving education daily. I consistently research.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. Your time is up. We have to stay.
Right on,
Three
dude.
minutes. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Right on.
Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He clocked
Next up, we have Justin Wolf, and on deck, Sheldon Bradshaw.
Ooh, Sheldon there in person?
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the legislature. My name is Justin Wolf. I'm co-founder and CEO of New Brew, which is this social tonic here that contains small servings of natural kratom. I've spent the last several years working on the front lines of this issue, speaking with consumers, regulators, scientists, all around the country. And I want to first thank the committee for taking a really close look at this issue. I've been to a lot of hearings. This is one of the more passionate and balanced conversations I've been a part of. So thank you for creating the forum for this, first of all. One legislator earlier mentioned the confusion over why some call kratom a life-saving tool, while others call it, an evil, illicit drug. I want to address that directly. No substance is inherently good or bad, safe or unsafe. This type of binary black and white argument is an unfortunate symptom of our country's failed war on drugs and the regressive rhetoric it has conditioned us to accept. We've all seen how legal FDA-approved drugs can cause a generational crisis, just as we've seen how illegal scheduled botanical substances can be a life-saving tool for millions of people.
Yeah.
Ultimately, the outcomes depend on how a product is manufactured, labeled, marketed, and whether the consumer understands what they're putting in their body and why. We allow informed adults to access alcohol, which is a literal poison to our bodies, as well as nicotine, cannabis, caffeine. We let them gamble on sports, scroll through social media for 10 hours a day. All of these things have benefits, and simultaneously, they carry risk of addiction and abuse. But the public understands that, and our policy focus is not on prohibition, but on regulations that mitigate those risks, giving consumers the best possible chance to build a balanced relationship with those products. It's never perfect, but history shows that that's the optimal approach. We need to regulate kratom and, most importantly, educate the public on what it is, its benefits, and its risks alike, so that they can make informed decisions about what they put in their bodies. When someone becomes an alcoholic, like I did, it never crosses their mind to sue the brewery or to advocate for a national ban on alcohol, to make it illegal for their neighbor to have a beer after work. They're an adult, they're in charge of what they put in their body, and they understand the risks therein. Any good recovery program will teach them, as it taught me, that the alcohol itself was never the problem. It was their misguided attempt to solve a deeper problem that they're facing. If you pass a blanket ban, you aren't making the job of law enforcement easier, you're making it vastly more difficult. You'll be forcing officers to police a growing black market of dangerous, untested products while criminalizing law-abiding citizens.
Yep.
Regulation is always the answer. I brought up a can of our product, not to get any limelight for the product or free marketing. I actually think it's a great example of how a regulated market could look. We list 21 and up prominently, front and center on the label. There are recommendations for mindful consumption. We tell consumers that kratom can be habit forming and to limit their consumption. We let them know that it's not a sober drink, as someone referred to before. I think that's really important.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, but your 3 minutes is up. Any questions for Mr. Wolf? Seeing none. Yeah, let's hear Richburg.
So, thank you, sir. So who are you regulated by?
We are self-regulated. I mean, it depends on the state. There are 19 states that have passed regulations on it.
So which state has the most strenuous regulations on your
I believe it would be Florida at this point, because that's the kratom market kind of developed from Florida and spread out.
And so in those regulations, what does it say that you have to do in terms of your product? You have to list the product, the name, what else?
Usually there's a 21 and up age gating requirement. There are other labeling requirements where you have to list the alkaloid concentration of both metragenine and 7-OH, which in our case and with any natural kratom is far less than 1%.
Yep.
There are lab testing requirements. States like Florida require you to have the lab testing available on the can, or in our case, we have a QR code that leads to it. There are others that develop on top of that, but those are kind of the core requirements.
So one of the things that we've heard earlier, and I asked some of the other folks, is that, there doesn't seem to be a single standard for regulation, which leads to some of the issues that we're having with this product today. And so would you be in favor of more strenuous regulation?
Absolutely. We've been pushing for that from day one. We want to see the entire market labeled the way that we do. And we're constantly evolving and improving it. But that is largely self-enforced, just based on what we think is most helpful to people.
And so are you part of the, I think it's the American Kratom Association, are you part of that group?
Yes, we work with, multiple trade organizations, whoever's pushing for regulations.
And so do you take part in their regulation as well as the state of Florida?
Yes, we take part in the American Kratom Association's efforts to push forth those regulations like the ones in Florida and
they
across
have
the
a
country.
and it was, as testified earlier, they have a self-proposed standard, and you adhere to that standard as well as the state of Florida?
Yes, we meet and exceed all standards that have been passed across the entire country. We want them to be stricter. We also want better mechanisms for enforcement so that self-enforcement isn't needed. I think that's a missing piece in many parts of the country.
Do you find it difficult or hard that, while you are going through such a regulatory process internally, that some other folks are not doing that, and then it becomes available to others, and so by default, you're being held to a standard where, you're doing what you can, but other folks are not?
Absolutely. Yeah, it makes it very difficult to be affiliated with, certain bad actors in the space, especially with the 7-OH stuff. Not that those are bad people, but that is a product that's so potent, I don't believe it belongs on the market over the counter the way it is.
Doesn't.
All right, thank you very much.
It needs to
Thank
go
you.
Thank
through
you,
the
Minority Leader
trial.
Richburg. Legislator Bergen. Sir, one more, sir.
Sir, before you go away, can you explain to me, this is new to a lot of us up here. This is the first time even learning about all of this, but what is Florida doing? Like, how is Florida handling this?
So Florida has the Kratom Consumer Protection Act. People refer to it as the KCPA. I believe 19 states now have their own version of this, and it's more or less the same framework across those states. In December, New York passed sort of like a quasi KCPA that didn't go quite far enough, where they mandated the 21 and up labeling and one other labeling requirement, but they did not ban the synthetics, and they didn't create a mechanism for enforcement. So I think what needs to happen is that needs to be up-leveled with further standards to create a true KCPA, and ultimately federally, so that we don't have these sort of discrepancies around the country, I think is what is needed.
Thank you very much. One of my staff members is going to come over and take your information, because you could be helpful in helping us to understand what other states are doing.
This woman too.
Absolutely, I would love to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Bergen. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none. Next, Sheldon Bradshaw, and on deck, Allison Smith. Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you.
Come on,
Thank you for your
Sheldon!
testimony tonight. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Doing well. Thank you to the members of the Suffolk County Legislature for holding this hearing. My name is Sheldon Bradshaw. I'm represent Botanicals for Better Health and Wellness. I am an FDA regulatory attorney and previously served as the Chief Counsel of the United States Food and Drug Administration. I oversaw an office of over 100 attorneys that advise the agency on all of its authorities. I was personally responsible for giving legal advice to the commissioner, the deputy commissioners, the secretary of HHS, and the other senior leadership of the FDA on, among other things, FDA's regulation of both botanicals and drugs. I am here before you, though, in opposition to Resolution 1279 for several reasons. First, and this may not be your understanding, but while you're banning kratom, this does not ban any synthetic drugs. It does not ban 7-OH. It only bans the natural product, which puts you in exactly the opposite position of the United States Food and Drug Administration, which wants 7-hydroxymitragynine banned and natural kratom regulated and available to the American public. The second issue that we're having that I've noticed in this whole hearing is that we have a nomenclature problem. We have a bunch of people who stand up and call natural botanical kratom, kratom, and then others that are referring exclusively to 7-OH, but call it kratom. And respectfully, they're different substances. They're not the same. And I'm going to talk a little about that in my testimony. But for example, someone stood up and said, in 2025, the FDA issued this report. Well, the name of the report itself was about the evils of 7-OH, which I agree are evil. That product has no business being marketed anywhere. But then after giving the title of that report, repeatedly referred to it as kratom. Well, that report wasn't about kratom. And in fact, when the FDA put out the report, this is what the FDA commissioner said in a press release.
Yep.
We are not focused on natural kratom leaf products. When that report came out, when they announced that they had asked the DEA to schedule 7-hydroxymitragynine, they made it very clear, we are not interested in the natural botanical. Several days later, in early August, the commissioner, Marty McAree, warned consumers again about products containing 7-OH. And then he specifically said, quote, they bear no resemblance to the botanical kratom that people have consumed for centuries.
Bingo.
That's FDA's position. FDA's position is that kratom ought to be regulated. I think it absolutely should be regulated, but not banned. What should be banned are these synthetic derivatives. And the other problem that I have with this nomenclature is calling 7-OH kratom is actually giving a victory to the 7-OH industry, who is falsely marketing their products as kratom.
Thank you. So I'm sure we're going to have questions. Before I just, Legislator Ross, I'm going to call you, but I have a quick question. And since you're so familiar with the process, is it true that the FDA doesn't do its own testing, that you rely on the industry to do the testing and then share those results with the FDA?
Well, first of all, there are multiple different product categories that the FDA regulates. So I think you're talking about products that are regulated under what's called the Dietary Supplement Health Education Act, which amended the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act in 1994. It created a regime under which the FDA regulates dietary supplements, but it does put the onus on the manufacturers to do that testing. But a couple of people have said that this industry is in regulations are self-imposed. That's not entirely true. They're actually imposed by the FDA. If you go to 21 CFR Part 111, you'll see voluminous provisions regulating the manufacturing of botanicals. If you go to other sections in 21 CFR, you'll find that the FDA regulates warnings and the labeling of these products. Now, it's true that 19 states have enacted consumer protection acts that have some additional requirements, but the FDA already has a robust regime of requirements that imposes on labeling of dietary supplements, which kratom is. I hope I answered your question.
No, yeah, that answered my question, absolutely. Legislator Drusky.
Thank you. One of the issues we're kind of struggling with here is the various tiers of the regulatory framework, right? We have federal law, we have state law, county law, town law. I don't know how familiar you are with the New York state law that some people have referenced with labeling kratom products, S8780, I believe it's called, where it does actually clearly define in the legislation what kratom is. And it does cover both the natural form, plant-based, and also the synthetic form, specifically referencing 7-OH and also any salts, derivatives, et cetera.
Yeah. So the legislation is similar to other states that have enacted kratom consumer protection acts. So it regulates, in our organization, Botanicals for Better Health and Wellness, supports the regulation of kratom and supports these kind of laws like New York has in place that define kratom and then include requirements that manufacturers marketing kratom products have to comply with. Some of them are warnings, some of it is age gating, some of it is testing, but all of those elements then help create a better and safer product for consumers to purchase and use. But again, it's important, all of this labeling information that both the FDA and in combination with states like New York imposes, because it's the FDA's position that every product could be unsafe if it's abused or not used according to the instructions in the labeling. We see that with over-the-counter drugs like acetaminophen, ibuprofen. Any product can be abused if it's not used according to the instructions on the labeling. And that's actually the definition of an adulterated supplement under the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, is that you look to see whether or not it can be safely used per the instructions of use set forth in the labeling. So if you have a product, there were questions earlier about how can you tell if a product is adulterated or not in compliance. Well, I can just turn it over. And if it doesn't have the necessary information about serving sizes, serving frequency, information that would be able to allow a consumer to safely use it, then the product's adulterated. It's in violation of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. And the FDA has aggressively gone after kratom products, not because they contain kratom, but ones that don't comply with the FDA labeling, products that are contaminated, products that are making claims that would make them a drug. So the FDA does rigorously enforce these rules for companies marketing kratom products, but it's not pulling products off the market simply because they contain kratom. I heard a number of people say it's banned under the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, but it's not.
I guess I'm just trying to understand your contention that this ban would actually not impact 7-OH products and only the natural products.
Yep.
At least within the regulatory framework that is going to go into effect in New York State as part of this S8780 labeling requirement.
Yeah, and I apologize. I thought you were asking, I understand what New York is doing. When I said it doesn't ban 7-OH, I'm talking about the resolution that you have in front of you now. It only bans the natural kratom product. It does not ban 7-OH. So if the goal here is to get rid of these products, these bad synthetic drugs, what you have in front of you right now doesn't achieve that goal.
Yeah.
And I guess what I'm saying is, at least as it relates to my understanding of the current proposal and the New York State labeling requirement, our ban would actually ban both natural and synthetic as defined within the New York State labeling requirement.
Well, I don't think the resolution you have in front of you references any of the definitions set forth in that provision. All this resolution does is ban natural kratom. There are no definitions. There's no distinction. And just to be clear, there's also been, I think, some misinformation today about the nature of 7-OH. 7-OH doesn't actually appear naturally in kratom. Right. If you plucked the leaf from the tree and tested it, you would not find 7-OH in it. 7-OH is a degradant that occurs post-harvest due to oxidation. And a number of academics now have recently come to that conclusion, including like professors at the University of Florida, the British Columbia Institute of Technology. They've been testing product right off the tree. They can't find any 7-OH. Mm-hmm. The 7-OH occurs through oxidation in post-harvest leaves, and then only at trace amounts. And so what these 7-OH actors have done is they've realized that, so they extract mitragynine from the leaf, then expose it to harsh oxidizing chemicals, the kind of chemicals that you would find in things like drain cleaners, pool cleaners, bleach. And, I call these people bathtub chemists because they're extracting the mitragynine, they're exposing it to harsh chemicals. They're creating a new chemical entity, 7-hydroxymitragynine, that is no more, tied to kratom. It's not kratom. And the analogy I give is if you took a coffee bean and extracted from it the primary alkaloid, which is caffeine, exposed that caffeine to harsh chemicals that created a new chemical entity, you would not call that chemical entity coffee. It's completely attenuated now from what coffee is. And that's what 7-OH is to kratom. So one of the things I find confusing is that when people talk about safety issues related to kratom, what they're really talking about are safety issues related not to kratom, but to 7-hydroxymitragynine. For example, I heard people saying 7-hydroxymitragynine causes respiratory depression. Well, no. An NIH-funded study, again, that's also performed by the University of Florida, found that, in fact, while 7-hydroxymitragynine causes respiratory depression, kratom actually increases respiratory frequency.
Yeah.
It has the exact opposite effect as 7-OH. So calling them both kratom really muddies the water and confuses both the safety profile of the two and the risks associated with the two. I'm not here to tell you that natural kratom was without any risks, but they're all risks that can be mitigated through labeling.
Preach it, Sheldon.
Sheldon.
Legislator Lennon and Legislator Kennedy. Legislator Lennon.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm looking at the US FDA 7OH report we got from July 2025.
Yep.
So my understanding is if we ban 7OH, it seems like pretty much everyone's on board for that, correct?
I think everyone I've heard today
Just from what we've
agrees
heard
that the
today.
synthetic should be
Yep.
banned, and that's what the FDA has
Get it
asked
off
the
the
EA
shelf.
to schedule it.
7-0 gotta go.
This word confused me then, because on page 4, the executive summary, it states 7OH is a naturally occurring substance in the kratom plant, but only a minor constituent that comprises less than 2%. So
I don't know how hard it is
7OH
for these
sounds
people
like,
to
according to the
understand.
FDA, is in kratom. So if we ban 7OH, we're banning kratom.
Yeah, I would say that the FDA maybe isn't aware of the recent studies from the University of Florida on this point.
So you have other reports that say 7OH is not naturally occurring in kratom.
Yeah.
That's right, that it only occurs post harvest due to oxidation. I think if you were to call a witness, for example, the dean of the
We're not in court, so we're not calling
program at
witnesses.
Florida, well, you know, if you were to ask someone like that for their testimony, like Dr. Chris McCurdy, who's the head of that department, would tell you what it is they're studying. Dr. Brown at the British Columbia Institute of Technology would tell you the same thing.
This is where it gets confusing, I think, for myself, and I guess for many of us too, having this conversation that's been going on for well over 2 hours, is it seems like the consensus is 7OH bad, get rid of it. Everyone's on board with that. But now we have a report from the FDA from last year that says 7OH is in kratom. And then you're saying there's another report that says 7OH is not in kratom. So
Well,
how are
I
we
guess,
supposed to, I hate to say it, follow the science?
well, I guess yes, but I guess what I would say is that actually supports what I'm saying in the larger picture, which is 7OH, whenever it appears into the kratom, whether while it's on the plant or post-harvest, it's in trace amounts.
Exactly.
It's in amounts that don't have any pharmacological impact
I think that's where the
on
problem is. If
user.
it's trace amounts, there's still amounts of 7OH. So a 7OH ban thereby bans kratom. No matter how much is in there, there's still 7OH in kratom. And that's, I think,
Gotta
where
say
we're gonna run
synthetic.
into an issue too.
I guess could I respectfully suggest that's not the case? Kratom contains numerous compounds, including fibers, lots of other compounds. One of the classes of compounds it contains are alkaloids. There are 50 plus alkaloids in kratom, one of which is mitragynine. It's the most predominant of the alkaloids, but it's one. And it's the mitragynine that through oxidation.
I'm sorry, mitragynine is 7OH then?
No, mitragynine is one of the alkaloids in kratom, one of 50 alkaloids in kratom. Mitragynine through oxidation then in small amounts converts to 7-hydroxymitragynine. So 7-hydroxymitragynine is the bad stuff. But the point is, if you ban kratom, which is what this bill does.
Just to go back to my question, that's not what I'm saying. My question is then, at what point does 7OH occur in kratom? Because it sounds like, and maybe I'm misinterpreting what you're saying, I'm just trying to understand here. At some point, 7OH is not in kratom?
So the best and most recent science is that it occurs post-harvest. It's not in the leaf when you pluck it from the tree. But my point is, it's sort of immaterial to the question of whether or not your ban bans 7-hydroxymitragynine, because even if we were to concede that the 7-hydroxymitragynine appears in the kratom in trace amounts, kratom is a substance that contains multiple components, one of which is alkaloids, and 50 separate alkaloids. If you're banning kratom, you're banning that thing.
I know, but again, I just want to drill down on this. If we're to say 7OH is banned in the county,
yes,
how is kratom going to be available legally to everybody at that point?
Well, two issues. One is we've already talked about whether or not it in fact is in natural leaf kratom while it's on the tree. But putting that aside, what other jurisdictions have done, like Florida, you heard about what they've done. When they've scheduled 7-hydroxymitragynine recently, they had an exception for the de minimis amount that's contained in the leaf. So you could still market a natural kratom leaf product so long as the amount of 7-OH does not exceed a certain threshold, which is set forth in Florida's emergency scheduling order from August of 2025. And
So
that's what
I
other,
guess the question is then, and this is, I have to do the research on this, is what has the minimus percentage of 7-OH that would be considered legal then?
It's like point.
I'd be happy to share with you
0.00.
those laws, what Florida did. They're very trace amounts. We're talking about
Not that hard to
amounts
understand.
of kratom. Now, Florida, for reasons not entirely clear to me, once it presented in the format of parts
Per million.
per million on a dry weight basis under the method of the detection limit. So most places don't put it that way. Most would put it in terms of milligrams but their jurisdictions do set forth a threshold amount, but it's such a trace small amount that it would totally ban all of these bad actors who are marketing 7-OH. Because, for example, the John Hopkins also put out a study recently talking about synthetic 7-OH, and it contains up to 90% 7-OH. So we're not, these 7-OH products are pure concentrated 7-OH. Kratom products, even if they have some trace amount of 7-OH in it, it's going to be at minuscule trace amounts that don't have a pharmaceutical effect on the body.
Exactly.
So I guess we have to take a look at what other substances out there would have minimus 7-OH, because then if we're opening the door to legalize any product that has whatever level we say, right? Am I correct in that? Okay.
Yeah,
but I go on. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
But because 7-OH transforms from mitragynine is only found in kratom, so it wouldn't open the door to other botanicals. There's only the one botanical, kratom, that contains mitragynine that could convert into 7-OH due to oxidation at trace amounts.
There's your answer.
Thank you. Next up, Legislator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, and thank you for coming out today to speak. You've made the issue a little bit less muddy.
Not hard to understand.
I do want to ask, with all your experience, how did you find out we were having this meeting and voting on this bill?
Well, Botanicals for Better Health and Wellness follows legislation involving botanicals across the country. So
They asked you to come in?
Yes, and we got a lobbyist group here to help us with that, to facilitate that.
Kalodny brought his army.
Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Kennedy. Legislator Engelbright.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. So obviously you are quite knowledgeable about this topic. I'm trying to understand clearly what your recommendation would be. And if I'm off base, please correct me, but it sounds as if you are saying don't ban the leaf material, but regulate it. Is that accurate?
It is. I would then defer to you whether or not, given that New York has already passed such legislation that's going to come into effect shortly, whether you would defer just to the state law or move forward on your own. If you were to do one thing, I would say that the one thing you should do is ban products containing 7-hydroxymitragynine with some very de minimis exception that natural kratom products can have based on the trace amounts we see through oxidation. And again, I would offer you up what Florida did in its emergency scheduling as an example of how you would do that.
You got to say 7-OH and its derivative.
You make reference to the state of New York and the state of Florida. I'm just wondering, do you know, did those legislative bodies that have dealt with this previously, or other legislative bodies in other jurisdictions, did they go to their health departments for advice?
Well, they did, but I will just say that every state is a little different in how botanicals are regulated. In some states, it's like a Department of Agriculture. Other states, it's the Department of Public Health. In other states, it might be a different entity. But they typically coordinate both with state officials and what I've seen are bodies that reach out to academics throughout the United States who are experts in this space. Someone alluded to the fact that I think there's been over 400 studies on kratom just in the last 5 years. There's a lot of academic knowledge out there. For example, Dr. Jack Henningfield at Harvard was recently asked by the DEA to conduct an analysis of the 8 factors that you consider when banning or scheduling a drug product. He did that analysis and he came to 2 conclusions. So, and again, this is a professor at Harvard. 7-OH met the 8 factors and should be scheduled, and that kratom did not. Natural kratom did not meet the factors for being scheduled or banned.
That's a fact.
I would, strongly encourage you, and if you'd like, I could send you a link to his 300-page report on just that
long to read that
subject.
one.
I'm just trying to get a sense of process that you might recommend as well as final product.
Well, I think as far as
The product I'm talking about is not the drug. I'm talking about the product legislatively.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So one of the things I would say is that you may want to look at some model pieces of legislation, and I could provide you with the 19 states that have passed Kratom Consumer Protection Acts, so you can see how they've done that, how they've simultaneously regulated kratom while banning 7-hydroxymitragynine.
I thank you very much. We have a pretty complicated topic before us.
You do. This is a lot to take in.
Thank you very much.
7-OH.
Thank you, Legislator McBride. Minority Leader Richburg. On deck is Legislator Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. So first, again, thank you for your testimony. So you're saying there's about 2 or 3 other reports that are referencing kratom?
When you say reports, there are 400 plus studies.
From the FDA?
Oh, from the FDA. Well, part of it would be just a transcript of the press conference that they held at the end of July on kratom and 7-OH. The other thing I would say is that the focus has been on from the agency has been wholly on 7-OH. So that what the FDA is putting out is on 7-OH. But then when they put out the reports, they typically make this statement, like I quoted 2 of the statements, where they say, this is about 7-OH. Our issue isn't about natural kratom. But I can give you a citation, I don't know if I should send that to the clerk, about, for example, the NIH-funded study on kratom, the recently completed FDA study on kratom. So the FDA itself just completed a study on kratom. It was an ascending dose study where you give healthy individuals kratom, or any product, in this case it was kratom, to try to figure out if you can get to a dose that would be dangerous. And they actually stopped the study at 140 milligrams of kratom because it was well tolerated. The only side effects in the entire study were individuals who had nausea. And
but I mean, I hear what you're saying, but we had some doctors earlier from Stony Brook, and I believe a medical examiner was going to testify as well, that, that they have seen overdoses of kratom.
Yeah, so one thing I would say, and unfortunately I didn't have a chance to get to it in my testimony before the 3 minutes expired, but one of the biggest issues is that the 7-OH industry has very craftily, as a part of its PR campaign, positioned 7-OH products as if they were kratom. I can't tell you how many times when we hear reports about someone having an issue with kratom will call, could you look at the label of the product that they were using? And it's almost always not natural kratom, it's almost always 7-OH. And so this is sort of the achievement of the 7-OH industry. If you go into a vape shop and ask for kratom, probably they're going to hand you 7-OH.
So what you're going back is the fact that there's a lot of folks who are selling this stuff in most of our stores, and it's not regulated.
Well, that's why it needs to be banned. That's why 7-OH needs to be banned.
Yeah.
So I would say that it is regulated in the sense that the FDA regulates it. And in fact, in June, moving the month before July, where they held the big press conference, in June, the FDA sent warning letters to 7 companies marketing 7-hydroxymitragynine products masquerading as kratom. And the FDA sent them warning letters and said, you have to cease and desist. And they then turned it over to the U.S. Department of Justice. The U.S. Department of Justice has been seizing 7-OH products across the country, most recently 2 major actions in the state of Missouri. But the problem is it's like playing a bit like whack-a-mole. And so that's why having states criminalizing and banning 7-OH would be useful. Because the states that have done that, if you go into gas stations and shops in Florida and Georgia, for example, where they've banned that, you won't see 7-OH on the shelves. What you'll see are other now synthetic products that they've shifted to, like pseudo and other products. And we're now, our Botanicals for Better Wellness and Health is working with states to extend or revise the definitions to include other synthetic products. But
so do any federal agencies in their workplace guidelines, do they allow you to take kratom or 7-OH?
Well, I don't think that my own experience working for years in the federal government, there weren't drug tests or requirements related to, the use of botanicals. There were prohibitions on using drugs that would be in violation of the Controlled Substances Act. And that's the benefit of what the FDA has done, is they've now asked the DEA to schedule it, and we're told that the DEA, within probably the next 3 weeks, is going to issue an order placing 7-hydroxymitragynine on Schedule 1 of the Controlled Substances.
So you're saying, it's your testimony today that no federal agency or department has said you cannot use this while in operation, while you are in the capacity of your duties?
No, that's not my testimony.
Okay.
My testimony is simply that, based on my own experience in 2 federal agencies, the FDA and the Department of Justice, when I was there was no ban on kratom. I can't I don't want you to think that I'm telling you no agency has such a ban.
So you're not sure, okay. And so, I mean, I look forward to having a further discussion with you, because obviously and I don't think we can have that here. But I think, I don't know if anything has been cleared up, because from what we heard prior to you, there's a difference between the leaf and the synthetic. And what you're saying is it's actually all synthetic. Most of the stuff that's being sold right now is synthetic.
No, there are lots of natural kratom products being sold. What I'm saying is that the problems that are causing all the risk and harm are predominantly the synthetic ones.
Yep.
Right, but what we heard prior to you is that some folks were overdosing on the other stuff as well. And so I think there's because what you're saying is they can't tell. So if you're saying we can't tell the difference between the two, then the answer would be to ban it all.
Actually, I'm not saying you can't tell. I never said that. You in fact...
No, you're not saying that. But what you're saying, I guess by default, the folks from Stony Brook, right, the toxicologists, said folks were overdosing, right?
Yeah, again, I will tell you that part of the problem is that when people come in as a part of the intake, if the person just says they were taking kratom, notwithstanding the fact that what they called kratom is actually 7-OH,
Right.
that would not appear. In fact, one of the things I was going to say in my testimony is that the reason the 7-OH industry wants people to think their products are kratom are threefold: to mislead customers into thinking they are using natural botanicals, to falsely suggest that they have the same safety profile as the natural botanical, and this is the third one, to shift blame for adverse events from 7-OH to kratom.
Exactly.
And they've been very successful at that, because if you go in and they say, what have you been taking? And people taking 7-H say, well, I've been taking kratom.
Yeah.
That's what gets written down in the report. So I think.
So I guess, so right there, so if we were to ban 7-OH and make sure that any items that are sold in our stores have to be properly labeled that they are kratom, right, or not, right? Because if you're saying 7-OH is the issue, if we were to ban 7-OH and then properly and say, listen, if it's not kratom, then you can't sell it in a store, right? If it's not the natural kratom, that would be one of the answers. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think so. But what other states have done is they've taken that even further. They've required, imposed testing requirements. So if you want to sell a kratom product, you actually have to have it tested under a lab that can use the assay for identifying 7-hydroxymitragynine. Has to be under that threshold that they have in state law, and you have to slap that on your label.
Yeah.
So if you see a kratom product, one of the ways that you can tell that it's a legitimate kratom product is it will tell you whether they've tested it and how much 7-hydroxymitragynine is in the product. You can see for legitimate kratom products, it's going to be like 0.0 something.
I think that might be beyond the county's purview, but.
But I think that's exactly what the state of New York. But I think that's what the state of New York is doing.
I don't think that's what they're doing, but okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I've been relatively quiet listening to all the testimony today. I do have a few questions, and it is never my desire to hurt businesses, but it is my desire to protect our public. I'm sorry, you said you were an attorney, right?
I am.
And the name of that agency you belong to?
Well, I was
the one that sent you here today.
Oh, it's not an agency. It's a group called Botanicals for Better Health and Wellness. It's a group that advocates the regulation of botanicals and bans on synthetic products that masquerade as botanicals.
So you said you were with a lobbyist, or are you a lobbyist for that?
I'm not a lobbyist. We brought on a lobbyist group, McBride Group, if you don't mind me outing you here.
Okay. You and everybody else can. So, okay, so you brought in a lobbying group. All right. So
I'm not a part of the lobbying group. We've retained a lobbying group. We retain lobbying groups in all the states
you don't
where
have
I
to
go
dig
to
that deep
testify.
into it. Again, you're not on the stand here.
I'm not a lobbyist myself.
But I just want to clarify that because we have some regulations with lobbying in the county. I want to make sure that we weren't violating them. So your agency, do you or is any part of your group, as you described, a producer of kratom?
Members of the organization, there would be, yes.
Okay, so, all right, that's great. Now, on April 21st, April 2020, I'm looking at a DEI comment here. And it says, what does it do to the body? This is DEA in 2020. It says, what does it do to the body? Nausea, itching, swelling, dry mouth, constipation, increased urination, tachycardia, vomiting, drowsy. Sounds like a side effect of something on the news. Loss of appetite. Use of kratom also have experience, anorexia, weight loss, insomnia, hepatotoxicity, seizures, and hallucinations. Are you saying that that doesn't occur? Is that what you're saying?
No, again,
This is the DEA I'm looking at, so you know.
Yes. I will say, though, that I would take what's on the DEA's website with a grain of salt, because that was added when the DEA and the FDA were considering scheduling kratom, and that was added. Then they actually did an 8-factor analysis that showed that kratom, in fact, shouldn't be scheduled, shouldn't be banned. And there's lots of studies that show that most of the side effects related to kratom use are related to things like nausea and that. But again, kratom can be habit forming, just like coffee can be habit forming. There are lots of other products. It's a natural leaf product. In fact, one of the reasons why the FDA stopped the study at 140 milligrams of mitragynine, that was so much leaf product that people had to consume in the study that it wasn't surprising that 2 of the individuals had nausea from it. But no, I'm not here to say that there aren't any risks at all associated with kratom. That's why our organization supports the regulation of kratom, not a ban, but a regulation. Lots of products have side effects like the ones you've described, but we don't ban them. We regulate that, regulate them, and we add necessary labeling so individuals can safely use the product.
Informed consent.
So I guess I'm going to go back to the same question I had before, and I guess a show of hands in the audience. I can do that. If the component of this kratom that's concerned about, if we regulated that 7-OH, would you consider that a good idea or a bad idea? Anybody, especially the speaker at this point.
So is your question?
You know what? I did owe myself a due attack here, so I'm going to readdress it. Do you think, in your professional opinion as an attorney with quite the accolades you gave us before, do you think that we should, in your humble opinion, address the whole plant or the component of the plant that people are concerned about?
If you can only do one of the two, I would say ban 7-hydroxymitragynine and any other synthetic derivative.
Exactly.
If you can do 2 things, I would say, yeah, let's place some common sense regulations. But I think the state of New York has already done that, and that will soon take effect. And I guess the question for you would be, do you want to wait for that to take into effect, or do you want to act immediately? And also maybe looking at that New York law to see if there are any gaps. For example, does the New York law require the testing and the stating on the product? Then that's something that you could consider. Because legitimate kratom companies are doing that already because multiple states require it, so it's on their label.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I appreciate your testimony, and let me say for the record that I don't believe anybody in this audience is trying to hurt the public. But we're at a certain point, we're hearing some very powerful testimonies on both sides, and this is what we're considering today. Just as a matter of record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're back.
Thank you, Legislator Thorne. Legislator Kennedy, and then Legislator Drosky.
Okay, hi. You brought up the Harvard study that was just done, and correct me if I'm wrong, the 7-OH met the criteria to be included on the controlled substance list, but the kratom leaf did not meet the criteria.
Correct.
That's right. It's Dr. Jack Henningfield from Harvard, and I can send.
If you could,
I can have that report sent. It's like 300 pages or so.
Well, that's fine.
Very good.
What did kratom miss on to not be able to be included as a controlled substance?
Well, the key factors are whether or not it has potential use, relative harm and risk, and the conclusion was that it actually had low risk with a significant upside.
I'll have to read that.
Yeah,
Please send it over. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Kennedy, Legislator Drosky, and then Legislator Bontempi.
Yeah, just to go back to the point I was talking about before with the New York State law. The New York State law is very clear that kratom means both any part of the plant, and then it says the Latin name, whether grown or not, and any compound, manufacturer, salt, derivative mixture, blah, 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 7-OH. Right? So New York State law in their packaging requirement is defining kratom as both.
Yeah.
Both the natural plant and 7-OH. Based on your legal opinion, do we even have the ability, because this is modifying the general business law, can we even talk about regulating one of the components when New York State is defining kratom as both?
Yeah, I mean, if Suffolk County wants to ban 7-OH products beyond what the state of New York has done, I would have to defer to you about your own authorities as a legislative body. I wouldn't, purport to know what they are.
Even though they're defining kratom as both?
again, if
Yeah.
if you wanted to define a car as including anything with wheels, that would include a bike. So
I feel
could
like
the Suffolk
neither-
County legislature
not a
decide that
connection that's
to pass regulations
connected or
around bikes?
something.
Yeah, I think so. Just because this, so I don't know. Was it? I just pulled that one out of the air.
Tell me.
So
That's what I'd say if I was there.
Thank you, Legislator Zarowski. Next up is Legislator Bontempi, and then Legislator Flower, and then Legislator Bergen.
Yeah, I think my
sorry.
head is so spinning now, so I'm not even sure that I know how to ask the question or make my statement. I think what struck me was when you first came up, you said that what seems to be our intent is actually not the intent with the way the legislation is written, because we only mention kratom, we don't mention 7-OH. You mentioned that, correct?
I did, because kratom is this compound that
Right.
includes lots of things.
Right. So what I wanted to, because I'm trying to understand this, I'm not a chemist, I don't know anything about any of this. So would it be the same thing as saying high concentrations of sugar is very bad for you? Apples have sugar, but we shouldn't ban apples because, some trace amounts of sugar in apples is not bad.
Yeah.
And whereas in this legislation, we're basically banning apples. We're not banning the compound that could really be harmful.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'm not saying that I am for or against. I'm just
No,
trying to understand
I like
this.
I like the apple analogy, because inside apple seeds, you can grind them up and get toxins. So if you wanted to ban that toxin, you could do that without banning the apple. And I would say you could ban 7-OH, the bad thing that comes out of mitragynine when it's unnaturally exposed to pool shock in someone's bathtub. You could ban that without banning natural kratom.
So either way, the intent with our legislation is not really being achieved the way we have it written.
No, I think it's just a function of statutory construction. You're banning kratom. You're not banning individual components of kratom. You're banning the thing that is kratom, and not the hundreds of components that one could find in kratom.
Thank you, Legislator Bontempi. Legislator Formica, and then Legislator Bergen.
I guess the problem that I'm having is, in listening to you speak, unless I misunderstood you, you are for banning 7-OH, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But you also stated that once the leaf comes off the plant, there are traces of 7-OH in it after it gets oxidized, I believe you said, or something along those lines, right?
Yes.
So if we put a ban on 7-OH, you're essentially banning kratom.
Yeah, I think I made it clear in response to the same question from someone else, that I think you would need to have an exemption for a de minimis amount of 7-OH. So you're banning what you're banning is 7-OH over a de minimis amount. And so if a natural kratom product had that de minimis amount, it wouldn't be covered by a ban
Set it at
on
2%.
7-OH.
Hell, set it at
above that.
1%.
So
I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear earlier, so thank you.
But the problem is that now you're not saying you want to ban 7-OH. You want to ban 7-OH for most things, but for the acceptable amount of a trace, you're saying it's okay in a product. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is we had to ban 7-OH beyond that minuscule de minimis
just like
amount
chemically
that could be found post-harvest
made.
through oxidation. So if you're making a leaf product,
Chemically oxidized.
the odds are
product.
that between the leaf being plucked and it coming to your facility to be used in a product, that some amount of 7-OH might be in there, but it's not pharmacologically relevant or harmful at that amount. So yes, banning 7-OH above that amount, I think would be perfectly appropriate and acceptable. That's what other jurisdictions are doing. Again, that's what states like Florida and others are doing. That's in fact what the DEA is going to do when they issue its order scheduling 7-OH. They're going to include a de minimis amount.
Hurry up with that damn announcement.
Okay, so you're basically saying 7-OH ban with an asterisk. is what you're saying.
Is when, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that
With
word.
an asterisk next to it, correct?
No, it wouldn't, it would be
Anything
included,
manipulated.
it wouldn't be like an asterisk that you would then at the bottom say something. It's embedded in the legislative act. It's
I gotta finish
70H over a particular amount is banned.
Okay, thank you.
Man, we've been sitting here for almost 4 hours. We got
Hi.
another hearing going.
Just curious if you, I don't even know if you can even answer this. And again, we're all just trying to understand this. So if, let's say there's a car accident, and I'm just thinking about the district attorney and the law enforcement aspect of this. Let's say that there is a fatal car accident and the person is brought in and their blood is tested. Would you be able to tell right now if it was 7-OH or if it was the natural leafy
There's now a new test
substance?
for that.
Because I'm thinking that the sweeping ban is what law enforcement or the district attorney's office would like to see, because I don't know that they could differentiate on a blood sample.
So let me answer that in two ways. First, this goes right back to the problem that we're having with nomenclature with what we call kratom. If someone had 7-hydroxymitragynine that we're calling kratom, that might impair someone who's driving. But interestingly enough, our friends at Johns Hopkins, again, another group of academics there, just issued a study called The Effect of Kratom on Driving. And this is what the study found.
Information
The
too.
study suggests that regular kratom consumers do not produce significant changes or either subjective or objective measures of driving impairment. So a Johns Hopkins study just showed that all this that was talked about for hours about kratom causing impairment in driving isn't the case for natural leaf kratom.
That's correct.
Whether it is for 7-OH, I would not be surprised. Nevertheless, I still think it would be prudent on warnings to potentially warn against the effect it might have on a person. But just as a threshold matter, I'd say that the concerns about kratom impairing driving have been way overstated, and in fact aren't consistent with a study from Johns Hopkins.
So let me just bring that further. So I'm thinking that if we ban 7-OH, but we don't ban kratom, then we could give it a look for, a year and see how that legislation works out. And if it's still not working and we're still having problems with addiction or accidents or that kind of thing, then we would ban the whole thing. Because if we straight out of the box ban the whole thing, including just the natural leafy part, it's difficult to put the genie back in the bottle, right?
No, I
so
agree.
if we do it in steps and we ban the 7-OH, and then we see how that works, and if we need to take it a step further, then we ban the whole thing.
Yeah.
Watch out
And
for
again, what I
Kalani.
would say,
What are your thoughts on that?
yeah, no, I think that's a more pragmatic approach, more thoughtful, but more importantly, it follows what the FDA is doing and places you, doesn't place you in misalignment with the Food and Drug Administration with respect to what it's doing.
Anybody else? I have a request for a short recess so legislators can use the facilities. That's okay with everybody.
Thank you.
5-minute recess.
I gotta go to the
Okay.
bathroom too.
We're standing in recess. We're going to stand in recess for 5 minutes.
Woo-wee. We'll be back.
Man, this was a torture. It's like everybody's skating around, everybody's trying to make them understand. Dude, I am really not good at explaining things, especially like when I know what I'm trying to say and I know what I'm talking about, but I am horrible at explaining it. Unless like somebody else explains it to me. Like I'll tell you, this is what I was going to say after this was over. Dr. McCurdy said that 7-OH, think of it like this. The kratom leaf is on the tree. So then you go and you pluck the leaf from the tree. It would be just like if someone cut your arm off. So the second that you pluck it from the tree, it's like somebody cutting your arm off. That blood mixes with the oxygen and turns, red. it's the same thing as the leaf. Like it starts oxidizing when it's plucked from the tree. So yeah, I mean, it's in natural leaf after it's harvested. But like, dude, the shit that we're all talking about in this whole thing is the semi-synthetic 7-OH products. Yeah, he was, Kate. He was in Tennessee. Him and Dr. Heidi and Dr. Anningfield. But yeah, I mean, I hate the 7-OH products that are on the market because they're like 10 million. They're not 10 million. They're like 100 times stronger than what they need to be. And so it's like a shotgun to your liver. It hits it all at one time. When you take kratom leaf and it naturally produces in your liver, naturally metabolizes, it's over a long period of time. And it's not at, I don't know, 100 milligrams right away. Yeah, I think they've already made their decision and they're just, I don't really even know, dude.
I don't know either. This hearing's been going on for 3.5 hours. Oh, man.
Oh, man. It's, woo.
Oh, yeah, I got to find, because we got to live stream another hearing, so they better hurry up here within an hour or so.
It's Scranton tonight?
Yes.
I don't even have that on my calendar, dude.
None of the ones that we have, I'm not going to name off the other ones either, but none of the hearings are on our calendar. Oh, man. Did you already go over the whole freaking...
I was saying what McCurdy said about when it would be like when you cut your arm and the oxygen and the blood hits the oxygen and starts turning red. Same thing with the kratom leaf when you pluck it from the tree. But when I say it's not naturally occurring, that means it's not being produced by photosynthesis or whatever it's not being produced that way.
Yeah. It's not in the leaf itself. It's in the metragenine extract. They pull it from a metragenine extract and then amplify it.
Yeah. They isolate the metragenine extract. Then they isolate metragenine. Then they pump it up on steroids. They amplify it. And then they take chemicals and oxidize it chemically. That leaves, not only does it create new compounds that they have no idea what they are or what they do, but it's also like residual solvents are still in there. I mean, the safety profile is not worth the risk. And they shouldn't be on the market until they've had some type of safety studies.
Something as powerful as 7-OH should not be on the market today. And the only reason why it's on the market today is because they're skirting the law. They're calling it a kratom product. That's why they've been able to sell it this long. We have been waiting for this DEA announcement to come out for a long time. Now we keep getting like unofficial confirmation that it is going to be released here within the next couple of weeks.
7 years. Hey, I'm almost at 7 years.
Me too. Almost 7-year here crew.
Yeah. I'm healthy. I mean, of course, I'm like crippled and stuff, but I mean, like my blood works good and all that stuff. It's about to be what? I just looked at 6:30. So
yeah, 6:30. Oh yeah, I was trying to find the link for it, so we could have that on the ready.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of it's not just some natural ass thing that people try and. It's not a botanical whatsoever. It's a chemically engineered.
Compound. It's a molestin molecule.
Yeah, that's the best one.
Molecule. And I feel so sorry for the people that take it don't even realize, or maybe they do, that they are the science experiment.
Yeah. And I will say this, the whole moonshine thing, I say, okay, so like look at it this way. Would you trust somebody making moonshine, 50 different people making moonshine in their bathtub with all different kinds of shit? Like, you know, all different kinds of whatever they use to make moonshine. There's no like, well, I mean, there's no regulation. There's no set way to do it. But I mean, and with moonshine, dude, one of my friends, you know, he's bad off because he started making his own moonshine and he ended up in the hospital ICU for 2 weeks. But I'm just saying, like, you can't market a product like they have as like a health, like an alternative to pain relief or whatever people are using it for, the way that they have, and just not have any safety profile, no safety data, no
nothing
regulation. Like, you know, I'm just saying, like, it's not safe and it's not kratom and it's not my fucking job to fight for it. My job is to save kratom.
Yeah.
Because 7OH has done nothing but destroy kratom's name. If they're all the advocacy efforts that went from like 2016 on, down the trash, down the drain, it's over, it's gone. I mean, I'm sorry. It's splitting the community. We're not the same community.
No.
Like, if you support 7OH, you do not support kratom, and that's a fact.
Yeah.
Jack. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I do not support 7OH, and I am not ashamed to say that.
I'm not either.
Not ashamed. You ain't gonna see me over here pretending to be like this, oh, kumbaya moment. You know, we should all work together. You know, no, fuck you. Fuck you.
Go for it. Go fucking, you know, advocate for that shit. But don't tell me. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't stand it when somebody comes up in my comments daily and they're like, if you're advocating against 7OH, you're going to lose the leaf. I won't, because I don't care. It's not the same, and it's not my fight. 7OH is not my, if anybody thinks they can really just keep on flying under the radar with that shit mass produced everywhere out there, is living in another fucking dimension.
They're high. They're high in that dimension.
There's just no way. I mean, the number of poison control center calls, ER visits, rehab facilities have skyrocketed to the point where some of these people, you know, that's how it was sold to them. It was kratom to them.
Yeah.
Some of them in life, a long time kratom consumers. Like, oh, I can handle this. Next thing you know, $20,000 in debt. I'm sorry. I'm so tired of hearing it. I'm so fucking tired of hearing it. I don't want to hear that I'm going to lose. I just got that shit banned in my state because that stuff is all over the shelves in Tennessee. And nobody did nothing about it, even though they should have, because it was supposed to be regulated.
Yeah.
And if it's, I better not be out after this ban goes into effect on July the 1st.
Yeah. I know, Jordan, you try to be nice, but it didn't work out. Yeah, I know. You know, and it's like we're looked at as the bad guys because we're being vocal about being against 7OH. But you know what? Fine. You want to cast me as a bad guy? Do it. Call me a bitch like you just did earlier. That's my damn screen name.
That's right. That's what I'm saying.
In me.
It's everywhere, and it's not only like, and dude, the people at these fucking smoke shops, and I'm sorry to keep cussing, I'm sorry, but I have gone through an emotional fucking roller coaster, physically and emotional, with this Tennessee ban, and it is because of that. But you see, it's you go into a smoke shop, hey, you got any kratom? Sure we do. We've got all these 7OH tabs. That's kratom right there. That's a more, they don't know. Some of them do, some of them don't. Who gives a shit? You know, I mean, people are getting duped into 7OH. It's not people that are going and getting themselves educated and shit. It's literal people that are chronic pain patients that are going into smoke shops trying to find a way to get help. And they're getting duped and strung out on dude, I am just so sick of it. Anybody that says, oh, well, there was kratom bans before, is not at these hearings that we go to every single day.
Every day, y'all. every
And
day.
you can say that all the numbers are made up. Ain't no motherfucking way every single fucking numbers is made up, dude. I'm
As far as
sorry.
we know, Kate, the governor hasn't signed the bill yet, so there's no confirmation on that yet. There's still hope that he might veto it.
I'm so sick of it. Like, I'm so sick and tired of people acting like I have to. I will never, ever advocate for it. Ever. I don't care if somebody walked up and was like, "You want $1 million?" I'd say, "Hell fucking no, I don't. I don't want none of it.
Nope.
I don't want to ever see it again."
Legislator Engelbright.
Sorry.
Legislator Caracappa.
Sorry.
Legislator Welker. Legislator Dorosky.
Here.
Deputy Presiding Officer Mazzarella.
That right there.
Presiding Officer
No,
Piccirillo.
it's not a friend of kratom. It's an excuse to get spring.
Legislator Flowers here. 17 right now.
Okay, quorum is present. We can proceed. Mr. Bradshaw still had the mic. Is he still here?
Oh, man. I'm going to continue folding my laundry while listening to this.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Mr. Bradshaw
Vent.
put his time in today.
He had to catch a flight home.
Legislator Donald.
Are they making
On
fun of
McBride's
us?
dime.
Dude?
I don't even know who they're talking about.
I think
He's
he was
having a
almost.
drink with Tom Silmy at Islip Airport.
Man, he's on fire, Legislator Donald. Hey, I guess we lost Mr. Brad, so we're going to go to the next
Yeah, Mr.
speaker,
Bradshaw.
Allison Smith.
Allison! Allison will
Mrs.
kill
Smith,
it.
you have 3 minutes. How are you?
Here she goes. She got it.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Allison Smith. I'm here with the Global Kratom Coalition, and I'm here today in opposition of this proposed ban. And I respectfully ask that you amend this in favor of strong regulation. Kratom is a leaf botanical from Southeast Asia that has been used for its energizing and focusing effects. It is traditionally used in the form of powder or crushed tea leaves and has been safely consumed in the United States since the 1970s. Today, natural kratom products are consumed by approximately 23 million Americans. As a dietary ingredient, kratom is regulated by the Federal Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act, DSHEA. This law establishes your standard labeling practices for dietary supplements and empowers the FDA to remove adulterated and misbranded products. The FDA has begun to take this action as recently as last year when the HHS, FDA, and DEA announced a coordinated effort to list concentrated synthetic 7-OH as a Class 1 substance under federal law. Why does this matter? Bad actors are selling concentrated synthetic 7-OH products, marketing them as street legal drugs while claiming they are quote unquote kratom. However, these high potency lab made drugs are nothing like natural kratom products. They are two separate substances. Because that is why we need regulation. A blanket ban may seem simple, but in practice, it removes your ability to control the market. When you prohibit a product entirely, you don't eliminate demand, you push it into unregulated channels with no safeguards, no labeling, or no accountability. A ban leaves consumers who have consumed the plant for decades without viable alternatives. In contrast, regulation gives you control and is entirely feasible to enforce. Here in New York, at the state level, you've implemented a 21 age gate across the state, and as well as statewide labeling requirements for kratom products. That effort is continuing with new legislation introduced by Assemblymember Blumenkrantz from Nassau County, that specifically targets dangerous synthetic adulterated products rather than banning natural kratom outright. The question before you today is not whether action is needed, it's what kind of action is most effective. The distinction between natural and dangerous high-potency products is objective and measurable. By requiring certificates of analysis from manufacturers, you have a third-party analysis and verification that these products on your shelves fall under the 2% threshold that determines if a product is natural or concentrated and synthetic. Natural kratom only contains trace amounts of certain alkaloids, while high-potency products contain exponentially higher concentrations, and they are often clearly disclosed on their product labels, as they are federally required to do under DSHEA. Checking my time. There are workable models. Florida is a fantastic example that separates natural products from concentrated synthetic ones, and enforcement follows the same approach for many of the other regulated substances. Labeling requirements, retailer-held certificates, and routine inspections. This is not guesswork, it's standard practice. I have a little bit more, but I see my time's almost up, so I will yield back and answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Smith. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Smith? Thank you for your testimony today. And before we continue, We're actually not going to vote on this public hearing today. We're going to recess it until our next general meeting, which will be in Riverhead. And I believe that's a night meeting, and there'll be more information to follow on that. But I just want to let the public know that this meeting will be recessed today in case anyone had anywhere to go. I'm sorry for everybody that's been here for quite a while, but this is an important subject. Our next speaker is Dr. Nicole Avina. Doctor? Hi, how are you? Good evening. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. My name is Dr. Nicole Avina. I am a neuroscientist and a nutrition and addiction researcher. I'm going to start in a very different direction than I had planned because a lot of what I wanted to say has already been said. A lot of the work that I do in my lab has been focused on obesity and sugar addiction in particular. And so we've published a lot of studies showing that sugar, in fact, can be addictive. And we think that this is related to the obesity crisis. We've seen that sugar is a gateway to substance use. When it's consumed in excess, it can affect the dopamine system, like a drug of abuse. It can affect the endogenous opioid system in the brain. This is why lollipops work to be good painkillers for kids at the pediatrician's office. And the AA Big Book recommends, back in 1930, that sugar be used as a substitute for alcohol. Now, I certainly believe that ultra-processed foods is the primary component that's the vehicle for sugar consumption that's leading to obesity. I don't believe it is apples, yet both contain sugar. So I think there's parallels between that conversation that we are having today, in the sense that the primary substance of concern is not kratom, but rather the concentrated synthetic 7-OH products.
Really?
These products are engineered to deliver opioid-like effects that can be significantly more potent than morphine. While 7-OH is present in dried natural kratom, it is only apparent in, again, trace amounts, and again, as a byproduct of the drying process. So in treatment settings, this distinction really does matter. And as providers are seeing increasing encounters with patients who report using kratom, but are in fact experiencing dependence on these concentrated synthetic 7-OH products. This misclassification has created challenges for diagnosis, for treatment, and it's also undermining public health data collection. And this is a key component to the conversation that we're having today. We have a way of preventing clinicians from actually treating the rapidly evolving threat. In response to this concern, my colleagues and I have recently published a paper about this in the scientific journal Substance Abuse and Rehabilitation, where we call for ERs to add to their intake forms to disclose whether or not people are consuming kratom or they're consuming 7-OH when they come in and are in respiratory distress especially. The federal government has already recognized this distinction between kratom and 7-OH. As we've heard, that the FDA has recommended that the DEA classify concentrated 7-OH as a Schedule I substance, citing its potential for abuse, addiction, and adverse health consequences. The FDA commissioner has made it clear that natural kratom leaf is not the focus of this enforcement, and that their concern lies in the concentrated synthetic derivatives. We're not dealing with a single product category. I think that's clear now. We're dealing with two very different substances that are being treated as one. And if we fail to distinguish between them, we risk misguided policy, poor clinical outcomes, and continued public confusion. But if we act thoughtfully, we can target the real source of harm while preserving appropriate access and oversight. We don't want there to be unintentional harm caused by a blanket ban.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vida. And I would just say for historical reference, the reason they wanted to substitute sugar for alcohol was because alcohol was illegal in 1930. Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none. Thank you so much. Next up, Robert Ott.
Good evening. My name is Robert Ott. I'm a civil engineer by education and a New York State licensed land surveyor by practice. I want to speak a little bit about my personal experience with kratom and also about my experience with it within my company. I work an awful lot in New York City. We have to be at the job site at 7 o'clock, so I'm up at 4:30. So driving in on the expressway day after day, for many years, coffee became my go-to thing to get me there and keep me awake and on the road. After a long time of drinking an awful lot of coffee, I started to have some problems. When I didn't have coffee on the weekend, I started getting headaches, really severe headaches, and I realized I had to do something else, and someone suggested I try kratom. I've been drinking kratom tea since 2015. I brew it up in the morning, a couple of scoops in my little kitchen coffee maker. I add some ice, I add some peach flavoring or some lemonade to it to make it taste a little more pleasant because kratom basically has a very terrible taste. And I've had my tea every single day for sometime week on end. When a weekend comes and I don't need any tea, I'm fine. I have no real urge to have it. It's kind of a funny thing. It's there when you need, for me, it's always been there when I needed it, and then I don't need it, I don't take it. So that's been my personal experience with the kratom. Beyond that, though, I had 2 employees with me. The first one hurt his back really severely doing some work in his yard, and he went through the whole medical process, saw the back surgeon and everything, and for whatever reason, he was not a candidate for surgery. So his doctor put him on a regimen of opioids and physical therapy. And he was the type of guy that is just very much scared of developing an opioid problem just because of all the negative press, and rightfully so, that comes with opioids. Someone suggested to him he try the kratom, and after a certain period of time, he was able to get off the opioids. He continued on with his physical therapy, and he's back working full time. So that was an example of transitioning the other way, from opioids, using the kratom, to get off opioids. The other gentleman who worked for me, he had a similar back problem. His doctor prescribed him Percocet. He did get a Percocet problem. He was fully addicted. I didn't make the recommendation, but somebody else made a recommendation to try the kratom. He weaned himself off the Percocet, and he's doing good again, thank God. And I just wanted to say that we hear a lot of negative things about it, but there's an awful lot of people. I'm a small little company of 10. If 2 people in my company got relief off of opioids and Percocet, there's got to be a whole lot more out there in the same situation. And I'm totally for banning the 7-OH, but definitely against any more restrictions on the kratom other than the normal regulatory ones that have been discussed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you very much. Next up is David Korf. David? Yes, sir. How are you? Good evening.
Doing well. How are you?
I'm well, sir. Thank you so much. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is David Karff. I'm a Suffolk County resident and a veteran of the United States Marine Corps, where I served from 1999 to 2007. Like many veterans, I live with PTSD, anxiety, and depression. I also hold a master's degree in applied healthcare informatics, and I work as a data engineer, building systems and solving complex problems where focus and accuracy are critical. I'm also very health conscious. I compete in a strength sport that pushes me physically, so I'm intentional about what I put in my body and how it affects my performance. I want to be very clear. I'm not here asking you to ignore risk. I'm here asking you to regulate intelligently. I regularly consume traditional kratom in its natural form, kratom tea, as a tool to manage my anxiety-related PTSD. It does not impair me. In fact, it allows me to function at a high level in a demanding career. For me, this has been a stable, responsible tool that allows me to manage my mental health symptoms while maintaining a high level of performance in both my career and personal health. What concerns me is there a conflation about kratom tea and 7-OH, especially by some of the people that spoke previously. They are not the same product. There is a significant difference between traditional kratom and highly concentrated synthetic derivatives like 7-hydroxymetrogenine, often referred to as 7-OH. These concentrated products are where the real risk is emerging. A full ban would remove access to something that is helping people like me, while they are pushing other things into the underground market. That makes products less safe, not more. Instead, I urge you to consider targeted regulation, restrict or ban high concentration derivatives like 7-OH, require licensing for kratom retailers, enforce labeling and testing standards, implement meaningful penalties for violations. You already have the tools to do this through existing vape and smoke shop enforcement by licensing retailers and penalizing the sale of prohibited high concentration products. I'm asking you to choose targeted regulation over blanket prohibition. For people like me, this is not abstract. It's about protecting the ability to make reasonable choices that support a disciplined, healthy, high-functioning life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up, Angela Santangelo.
I loved his painted.
Good evening, ma'am. How are you? I'm well. Thanks for being here today. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I am a part of the Kava Bar community. I've been drinking pure leaf kratom for a year and a half.
At kava bars, you're greeted by a knowledgeable kava tender. As experts, they go over everything in detail and they make sure that you choose the right beverage. Kratom beverages are about 16 ounces and we sip them slowly and drink it socially. I'm here today because it is unfair to categorize pure leaf kratom with the real problem, which is synthetic. Synthetic kratom is highly concentrated. It is sold in many different forms. A common form is liquid in bottles that are the size of energy shots. It is dangerous because not only is it highly concentrated, but is usually more than one dosage in that small bottle. It quickly builds a tolerance in your body that you crave it more. Synthetic kratom is easily available by walking into a gas station or smoke shop where it is sold on retail shelves. Someone may or may not give you information on the products that you are consuming. I have been drinking kratom for a year and a half, and I would never drink these products. Consuming anything in excess is unhealthy and dangerous. Pure leaf kratom is completely different. When served at the suggested serving size, like it is at kava bars, it does not have the same effects. It's in the caffeine family. It provides an energy boost and helps with focus. We can walk into a dispensary and purchase marijuana, or walk into a grocery store, liquor store, or bar and purchase alcohol. But we are suggesting that we can't responsibly drink pure leaf kratom at establishments that have been open for years and have been responsibly serving an entire community. Regulation is the solution, not a complete ban. Please ban synthetic kratom and allow reputable establishments to continue to serve pure leaf kratom, because the problem doesn't stem from kava bars. It stems from dangerous synthetic products being readily available on retail shelves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Santangelo. Any questions? Minority Leader Richburg.
Yeah, so where's your location?
Patchogue.
Okay. Thank you.
Why, you gonna? No, I'm just kidding.
There's multiple locations. There's kava bars all over Long Island. There's about 4 or 5 of them.
No, I've never seen, I don't know, I've never seen one, so I don't know what they look like. So that's
Yeah,
why
there's about 4 or 5 of them. It's a community. It's more of a social thing. And it's just the differentiation of pure leaf kratom from the synthetics, because again, they put them in these little energy shots. It's a marketing scheme. They look so appealing and it's highly concentrated. It's the equivalent of doing tequila shots. So you're sitting there doing tequila shots versus we're hanging out, sipping the tea. We're not like getting messed up from it. It's a totally different concentration level. And there is a difference, and that's the difference between kratom and 7-OH. 7-OH is man-made. The kratom tea is not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But,
hold on, Ms. Santangelo.
Just real quick, you're the owner of that shop in Patchogue? It looks like North Ocean Avenue?
Yeah, I go there and I go to the other ones too. There's
You go
multiple.
there or you own it? I'm sorry, ma'am.
Oh, no, I just go there.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I'm a consumer.
Anybody else? Seeing none. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. All righty. Next up, Alia Leviton. Sorry if I got that wrong. Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Aaliyah. I want to ask you guys to leave kratom alone. It helps me and my friends who are special needs. Thank you for listening.
Oh, thank you for your testimony today. Thank you so much. Safra? You're up, ma'am.
That's my sister.
You got it. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Nice support system. Go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Safra. I spoke on Thursday. I'm a mental health counselor. Today, I want to focus on accountability. We all have some accountability here with the decision that's going to be made on behalf of kratom. Our knowledge of kratom, the natural leaf versus 7-OH, there's a big difference between the two. I would like to speak towards the people who spoke on behalf of, the neuroscience of kratom and the biochemistry, but might not have a degree in either neuroscience or biochemistry. We need to be accountable to how we approach you guys. To the MDs in the room, I believe in integrative medicine, both the use of, medicinal practice and holistic practice. Medicinal doctors do benefit from their relationship with Big Pharma. That has not really been spoken about today. Kratom, the real natural leaf, it's natural. It's not something that MDs would prescribe. So it does not serve them or their best interest to give that to their patients. The other thing I'd like to talk about as a mental health practitioner towards the other mental health counselors in the room, there was a few things that were said that really struck a chord with me in a bad way. The idea that any sort of substance, whether it be 7-OH, natural kratom leaf, or anything else, determines the decisions that we choose to make in life. The first thing that I learned in my master's program, I also worked at the Northport VA with inpatient veterans, outpatient veterans. I was also employed with the Office of Mental Health with the Staten Island location and the Baltic Street location in Brooklyn. One of the first things I learned in my master's degree is that we all have a choice. When I went on to do my internship at the VA, we all had a choice. That's what my supervisor told me. To say that a substance determines how we operate in the world is just entirely false. The woman who came up here and said that kratom affected her life so negatively, she lost her home, this, that. I know that woman personally. I know that she was kicked out of a natural kratom bar because she was not paying her bill.
Mr. Presiding Officer?
Take it easy, I got it.
Okay, but my point...
Let's just stick to the script. Thank you.
My point is we all have to take accountability for how we show up for ourselves. And, yeah, there are people in the room who made good decisions for their lives, choosing the natural leaf as a way to get off of other things that are actually harmful. And all the while, we still have very harmful things on the market. We have alcohol, we have cigarettes, we have poison in our food, and we're expected to use those things with discretion. So it's like we have a choice when it comes to those things, but how come we don't have a choice when it comes to natural kratom leaf? That is my point. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Hold on. Ma'am, hold on.
You go, girl.
So thank you, ma'am. I have some questions. So you testified that we all have a choice.
Yes.
Do you believe, in your professional opinion, that areas and triggers can affect our choices?
Anything can affect your choices, but to an extent, at the end of the day, it is still your choice. You have autonomy over your thoughts and your body.
Very true.
You don't ban alcohol for alcoholics.
But studies have shown that if you are born and you are food deprived, within your first 3 years, you have a predependency towards
Do they
food.
even have alcohol at Chuck E.
You
Cheese
have control over
now?
that, correct?
I guess that's up for speculation depending on who was providing food for the person.
If you're hungry, if you were born and you don't have access to food, your mind is now predisposed to now looking for food.
Sure.
Okay. So that's not within your control, right?
If you're an infant, I'm not sure if I could speak to that, but...
But in your professional opinion, your mind is now going towards that need that you didn't have before.
It could be, but at the end of the day, we still have discretion over our own choices. And that's what we preach in the mental health practice, especially in substance abuse. I've worked in substance abuse myself.
And I hear you, but I guess my problem with what you were saying is that we all know that there are experiences, whether it's PTSD, whether you have other experiences, maybe your work life or what have you, that might have caused a trigger, that might have put you in a position where you made choices.
Sure, but at the end of the day, in order to make progress in our society regarding any sort of topic, we have to take accountability for our own knowledge, for our own discipline, for our own discretion.
Yep.
Like I said, there's a lot of things on the market where we're just told, oh, that's up to your discretion on how you use it because it might be convenient for the economy to leave it on the market. This is no different. So, it's just very controversial to use that argument for some substances and not others.
But you don't believe that we should make decisions in order to preserve public safety?
I think that it would be more harmful to take the natural leaf off the market.
That's not what I asked you.
Okay. Okay, so ask again, I'm sorry.
So you don't believe we should make decisions in terms of public safety?
Dude, shut the.
I'm
That's
asking.
it. With all due respect.
Guys,
With all due
hold on, ma'am.
respect.
Hold on.
Okay.
Guys, easy.
What the audience say?
No, that's okay. It's the legislator's time. It's the legislator's time. Please, no shouting.
With all due
We're
respect,
going to get through this. Thank you very
folks.
much.
They're tired.
Thank
of
And maybe I'm not. I'm asking a question about government in general, right? Or people in general, right?
But you don't
So I
ban
understand that you all don't
alcohol
agree with my line of
This
questioning,
sounds like
and that is
how small is small though.
Yeah.
Like with questions that don't.
I understand that everybody might not agree with my line of questioning, and that's fine. But we all are here to listen and learn and try and figure out the best way forward. Whether I'm agreeing with you or disagreeing with you or anybody else here in the audience is, we still have to ask and answer questions. We all should be respectful.
But let them be pertinent to what you're going over.
And I do want to, since I have the mic, I do want to say that someone here who testified earlier was accosted and yelled at on the way out.
Who?
When their child was in the room. And that, whether you agree or disagree with the person, is wrong. And I'm trying to ask a question in order to go forward. And if we want to have a conversation afterwards, we are more than welcome to reach out to me in my office and sit down and have a conversation, as you are with any other legislator here. But we all need to have more decorum.
Dude, I hope somebody didn't say something mean to somebody. Come on.
The reason why I'm asking you that question is because similar arguments were made in the 1980s about drinking and driving. Similar arguments were made in the 1980s about seatbelts, saying that I have a choice.
Yeah.
So that is why I'm asking the question. So are you saying that we should not have a decision in terms of public safety going forward? Because yes, we all have a choice, but we also have a ability and a responsibility to ensure that we are protected.
I totally get what you're saying. I'm just seeing it from a different perspective, because if we're really thinking about safety, then we would allow something like natural kratom leaf to stay on the market so that people who may need something like that to serve certain symptomologies that they have can be used rather than certain drugs that are, passed by organizations that aren't really thinking about the best interest of the people, rather an economic gain.
Right, but what I'm asking you is, do you believe we can make that decision?
Like in
terms of public safety,
on behalf of the kratom leaf?
On either side.
I guess I just kind of confusing and a little misleading, because that's
so
just
if we were to ban the synthetic, right? Which is what you're asking.
Yes.
That's for public safety, am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm asking you, do you believe that we can make that decision for public safety to benefit other people?
Yes, because that's been proven to be very harmful and not the real kratom leaf.
And
yes.
so that is my question. So you believe that we can go through this whole discussion and make decisions for public safety? And so in terms of to protect other people?
Yes, but not at the expense of others. So when there's other people benefiting from the natural kratom leaf, you cannot pair the two in the same category, in the same argument. They are in two entirely separate things. So if you're talking about the health and wellness of the community, ban 7-OH, do it.
Yeah.
Do not ban natural kratom leaf. They are not the same. They should not be paired into the same theme.
And so do you believe that we've had some folks testify earlier today in terms of the science and saying there is some things that are indistinguishable between the two. So where do you fall on that?
Well, I came here on Thursday, I'm here today, and I'm hearing a lot of misinformation and ignorance to the matter. You guys only became aware of what natural kratom leaf was over the last few weeks, and you really got to hear more about it Thursday and today. So I think the best way forward is to continue to learn and to continue to have these discussions with people who might have more knowledge, with people who do have a background in neuroscience. I know that there was a neuroscientist who spoke on Thursday. That's where you should be getting your information from people who, have a background in the use of botanicals. And again, that's why my theme was accountability, because we have to be accountable to be knowledgeable before we make any quick decisions and pair two things that are entirely different together. Because it really does hurt other people. My sister is brave enough to stand up in front of you guys, but not everyone in her community is able to verbalize. Not everyone in the PTSD community is able to come up here and speak on a microphone. It's scary.
So would you be in favor of a better labeling system for these materials?
Absolutely. As long as we understand that real kratom leaf is real kratom leaf and whatever is synthetic, then that's a huge step forward, because right now there's a lot of information about the two, and I'm glad that we get to, talk about it and educate each other today.
So when you go to the kratom bars, do they tell you which, the kava bars, do they tell you which, whether this has been a product that's been certified by the American Kratom Association or not, or they just tell you that it's this product?
No, they entirely do that. And in fact, the people that work at these kratom bars, they have an education on, the natural kratom leaf, where it comes from, how it's been used over the years, how it currently helps, society, and who it can continue to help. And that's why it draws in such a diverse population of people, the nonverbal community, again, the autism community, the autoimmune community, the veteran community, PTSD. Again, my background as a mental health counselor, I've seen it all. I have disability in my community, and I work with those who have other sorts of impairments. So yes, they do have that knowledge, and they do educate people who come in. It's not just a blind sale. And we need people who are more knowledgeable, because then it gives other people in our community the opportunity to make more choices as to what they want to put in their bodies and know what is better for them and what is not.
So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, and thank you for the latitude.
Of course. Anyone else? Thank you. Next up, Maritza Rivera.
I want to know why the lady who
Ms.
previously
Rivera, are you here? Maritza Rivera?
why she wasn't paying her kava bill,
No,
her kratom,
no, Maritza. Okay.
kava bill at the bars.
Madison LaRosa.
That's
What?
whoever was accosted in the hallway.
What?
I'm thinking, that's who I'm thinking it is.
Good evening, ma'am. How are you?
On her 14-year-old kid.
I'm well. Thanks so much for being here. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
My name is Madison LaRosa, and I work in the non-alcoholic and botanical beverage space, where I interact with consumers of kratom every single day. I'm here to oppose a full kratom ban and support thoughtful regulation. For me, this is not just a topic. It is personal. What started as something that was simply introduced as an alternative ended up completely changing the trajectory of my life. Through this space, I found not only better options for myself, but also for my career. I now work in kava bars, non-alcoholic bottle shops, and I've built my own business focused on functional and botanical beverages. I've built a community, and I have found my people. The individuals that I serve every day are not what you might expect. They're professionals, teachers, nurses, law enforcement, people making intentional choices about what they put in their bodies. Like anything else, this requires responsible use, which is exactly why regulation matters. It's critical to distinguish the difference between natural kratom leaf and a highly concentrated or synthetic derivatives like 7-OH, which are often the source of concern. A full ban does not remove demand. It removes safe, transparent access. I respectfully ask that you consider regulation. I had a little more, but I wanted to tangent a little bit based on what I've heard today, and being that I do work at one of these kava bars, I do work at all 3 locations. I work at a non-alcoholic bottle shop. They're all on Long Island, and everything is tested 3 times before it's served to any customer. I personally would never, ever touch anything that is sold in a gas station, a smoke shop. It just seems like this was never heard of or discussed to a lot of people on this side of the room until this was brought up. So I just want to share how I understood it before doing extensive research, so it made sense to me. But there truly is a huge difference. It's 2 different things. It's, in my opinion, not comparable. It's something synthetic versus a natural plant that was put here from the earth. And with that being said, it seems like you know, if none of you have been to a kava bar, I encourage you to try it. I would love to serve you guys, whether you try kratom or kava or a natural tea. I think it's important that everybody is educated on holistic alternatives, and, you know, I hope you guys, not everybody does, you know, some research if you're ever going to try something new, you know, and I like the accountability mention is, you know, we all have choices, you know, and it's kind of like in today's world, you have to pick your poison, you know, and there's good stories and there's bad stories. The ones that I've heard from a natural leaf are all positive. I've been working in the restaurant industry since I'm 14 years old, and I went from serving alcohol, hearing stories that were downhill and not positive, to being brought to tears of the amazing life changes that this product has brought to people. And I know everybody has a side, but
Thank you, Mr. Rosa. I appreciate your testimony today. Any questions for Mr. Rosa? Hearing none. Thank you, ma'am. Have a nice day. Thank you for being here. Next up, Matthew, is it Corey? Hi, sir. Is that you? Yeah, yeah, sorry about that. Thank you, sir. Good evening. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. Appreciate it. So good afternoon, good evening. Thank you. My name is Matthew Corey. I'm a Suffolk County resident. So whether the concern is funding to regulate, enforcement, implementation, or the well-being of individuals who may be vulnerable to substance misuse, those challenges do not justify a broad, non-specific ban. If this issue is particular for high-risk products, those can be addressed through clear, targeted definitions, for example, by restricting specific synthetic or highly concentrated compounds, including substances that are being referred to as 7-OH, but from what I've learned today, that terminology doesn't matter. We now willed it down to that it is the synthetic, so we can call it anything you want. That's 7-OH. So while we're keeping the natural kratom leaf distinct and removing semantics for proper definitions, that's what it's been whittled down to today. That approach does not require expanding any funding. It requires precision, removing perception and resolving on data. For clarity, it's important that terms are used accurately. The natural kratom leaf and synthetic are highly concentrated derivatives, including 7-OH. They are not the same category. Clear definitions and careful consideration of how testimony is sourced are essential to maintaining a data-driven discussion and reducing ambiguity. When different product types are grouped under a single term, it removes important distinctions and shifts the conversation away from evidence and toward perception. This hearing should remain grounded in data, context, and precise language, not broad generalizations that combine fundamentally different categories, especially generalized references rather than defined product types. In this hearing, it has now come down to synthetic versus natural. We remove even the term 7-OH and we are left with meaning and clarity. It's the synthetic we are focused on as a ban, not the semantics of, oh, it's in there, we'll ban the whole thing. Gotcha moments. It's not the term, it's the language of 7-OH, which has been branded to the synthetic version, like marketing. That can easily be removed, and it just has been as a precedent in the hearing. It's also important to recognize that outcomes matter. Public safety is the best guided by measured results of policy decisions over time. There's substantial data showing that broad prohibition, especially in the 20s and the prohibition, they can produce unintended and harmful consequences. So we're talking about safety. Dynamics and results matter more than this discussion. That is why it's so important that decisions here remain grounded in evidence rather than reaction. It is equally important to maintain perspective. And as a member of this community, I believe policy should be grounded by evidence, context, and accurate terminology. Maintaining the standard helps ensure that decisions are informed, responsible, and grounded in reality. So I respectfully ask the committee to maintain that clarity, focus on targeted solutions, avoid overbroad measures that could impact lawful businesses and consumers. And I want to thank everyone that has kept the context on the board for that today and making that distinction, which will guide you to the best policy.
Thank you, Mr. Corey. Appreciate that. Any questions for Mr. Corey? No. Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you all so much. A great discussion today. Thank
you. Next up is Ronald Neal. Mr. Neal. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. Thanks for appearing today. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Perfect. So
My first name is Ron, last name is Neil. I'm a Suffolk County resident. I used to co-own a very busy bar in Nassau County in my 20s. You might have heard it. It's called Your Mother's House Kitchen and Bar. So I've bought and sold millions of dollars worth of alcohol in my life, and I've been around employees that abuse alcohol. Their families are defunct because of it. And for many responsible adults, kratom has become an alternative they can use for pain management, focus energy, and stay away from more dangerous substances. I don't know if you've ever been to any of the Kava and kratom bars on Long Island. They are the opposite of what my restaurant was. Complete opposite. I believe that if you do a blanket ban on kratom, you will have an unregulated black market with no age checks, no labeling standards, and no testing for contaminants, and basically no accountability. Instead, I think that Suffolk if they're going to adopt anything at the county level, they should follow what Florida is doing. So they have regulations at the state level. This is actually posted on the floridasenate.gov website. It's illegal to have 0.04% of 7.0 by dry weight of any product. So it gets a little confusing because then you have 400 parts per million, which is like, unless you have like a physics degree, that's very hard to dose. So I would say we should come to like a universal way of, basically making it so that synthetics do not appear in the market. Also, just recently on April 1st of this year, Rhode Island actually reversed their kratom ban. And they did it like the way the SLA does it here. They background check you. They make sure that your employees are versed in the matter. Basically, it's basically like the SLA over here. And it's the Department of Rhode Island Health that actually determines that stuff. That's really it. Oh, and one other thing. So one of my good friends, she actually went to the Long Island Center for Recovery in the Hampton Bays for alcohol. So she called me one day because she knows my number by heart. And she's just like, hey, just want to let you know, I know you take kratom. There's a few people here that are there for kratom. So then I asked her, I'm like, call me tomorrow and ask if they're there for 7.0 or for kratom. They're there for 7.0. There wasn't one of the 3 people that she associated with that were there for specifically kratom. That's it.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your testimony today. Any questions? Yes, Legislator Zarowski.
Do you own a Kava bar?
I don't.
You
No.
don't? Oh.
Nope. I do real estate. That's really about it for now. That's it. Nope.
Anybody else? Thank you, sir. Appreciate your testimony today. You're welcome. Next up, Travis Dupay.
This is like one of the longest hearings we have set in a
Travis, hi, sir. How are you? Good evening.
Good, how are you
Thanks for
doing?
being here. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you as well.
Did you go to MIT?
No, but I thought it was, funny that it says MIT for mitragenine, which everyone has a hard time saying today.
That's good. That's
Okay,
good.
so
You say that word again for us slowly.
mitragenine, but you know what? Everybody says it differently, so there's a bunch of right and wrong ways to say it. I don't know if my
Mitragenine. Everyone say it together. Mitragenine.
My name is Travis Dupay. I was born and raised in Suffolk County. I graduated from Smithtown High School in 2007. And despite living through 9/11, economic collapse, and COVID lockdowns, the tragedy that affected me the most was the opioid epidemic, which hit particularly hard around the years of my graduation. I've been to over 20 wakes and funerals due to heroin and fentanyl overdoses. And I think that if we're seeing an increase of kratom use, which everyone's saying, but yet we are seeing a decline in heroin overdoses in Suffolk County, it's fair to ask if kratom is something that's actually helping people. And if it is helping people, and it's helping reverse the opioid epidemic, and kratom has a near non-existent mortality rate when not used with any other substances, I have to ask why we're trying to ban it. Kratom's not new. It's been popular in New York and states for roughly 20 years. It's only the past year that the synthetic extract 7.0 has hit the shelves. And I believe that if we got clear answers from the behavioral health specialist on if people are in the rehabs for the leaf or 7.0, I could almost guarantee that the majority, if not almost all of them, are going to be in there for the 7.0. We should take the lead of Florida. I believe Pennsylvania also, and Rhode Island, who recently unbanned kratom after they found their ban was unsuccessful, regulate the market, adopting Kratom Consumer Protection Acts. Heroin has gotten the best of many of my friends and acquaintances. Many have passed, ended up in jail, or are still stuck in addiction. On the other side, I do have many friends who have become extremely successful and have been able to overcome their addictions with the use of kratom. I believe passing a kratom ban will lead to more families dealing with loss and more tragedy, like we heard today, instead of less. While I've been heavy on how kratom can help with addiction, it's important to me to note that the natural leaf has a place in our community to enjoy recreationally and responsibly. I used to work for a canned kava company. It's called Lalo. So part of my job was to service kava bars in Florida. And I got to see about 30 of these different places. The community there is great. I've never witnessed a fight, accident, someone passed out, or any of the other things that we have all seen at one point or another at a bar. Yeah, so I'm not a doctor, I'm not a scientist. I'm just a Suffolk County resident who has seen my community and my friends' lives destroyed by heroin and the opioid epidemic, started by prescription pills, approved by the FDA. I have seen firsthand kratom save lives. Can I just get like 20 more seconds?
I'm sorry. I got to say the 3 minutes. I apologize. Any questions for the gentleman?
Yeah, because I was talking in the beginning about the shirt and everything.
All right, guys. We have 57 speakers. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I'm trying to
No
say
worries.
that 3
Thank you
minutes.
for the time,
Thank you very
guys.
much. Next up is Eric Ott. Mr. Ott. Good evening, Mr. Ott. You have 3 minutes, sir. I want to ask you about your shirt.
How do you do? My name is Eric Ott, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the legislation affecting the botanical community, which I've been both a member of and a business owner in for the last 7 years. As I mentioned at the Public Safety Committee meeting, I'm a Patchogue resident along with my wife and 2 children. She is a teacher, and I'm a partner in 4 botanical-related businesses on Long Island. I employ over 24 people, most of whom live in Suffolk County, and a blanket kratom leaf ban would cause me to lay off many of my staff. Prior to working in the botanical industry, I was an accomplished athlete competing in MMA and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I still train to stay in shape, and I'm very, very health conscious. I've enjoyed kratom several days a week for the past 11 years as a coffee alternative. Caffeine doesn't agree with me, but tea made from the kratom plant has had a positive impact improving my life. As legislators who represent Suffolk County, I'm asking you to consider forming a panel or committee committed to 2 goals. Firstly, creating or amending legislation that would prevent 7-OH from being sold in Suffolk County while reconsidering the blanket kratom ban on products and taking into account Suffolk County's kratom leaf consumers. Secondly, creating an action plan for the Suffolk County Police Departments to educate officers so that they can enforce a 7-OH ban and punish those who sell it. I've spoken with Suffolk County police detectives who have told me that many of their fellow officers are already familiar with both kratom and 7-OH products. It was explained to me that the Precinct Crime Section, or PCS unit, is responsible for investigating county-level violation complaints at businesses and can utilize the same detective squads who already enforce the ban on flavored vapes and unlicensed underage sales of tobacco and alcohol. They are already target complaints at smoke shops and gas stations, so this would be a natural fit. Dr. Nicole Avina, who spoke earlier, has agreed to be a member of the panel, aiding with her background in addiction research and expertise regarding the kratom leaf. The remainder of the panel could consist of interested legislators, their legal counsel, law enforcement representatives, representatives from public health, and advocates representing the botanical and recovery communities. Myself and the people behind me are all in favor of regulation, safety, and freedom of botanicals in Suffolk County and a full ban on the harmful opioid 7-OH. Thank you for hearing the Suffolk County residents and taking the time to reconsider the blanket ban on kratom. We are extremely motivated, and if we didn't really truly believe in the kratom plant, then none of us would be here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just stay right there for a second. I have a couple of questions. First, Legislator, Deputy Presiding Officer Mazzarella, and then Legislator Thorne.
Hey, Mr. Ott, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm over this way.
Oh, sorry about that.
First and foremost, thank you for all your testimony today and over the last couple of weeks. We had some really good dialogue. Thank you for coming in and sharing what you know. And again, I think it's been said by many people here, educating us as to the different products and the difference in the natural versus synthetic. And my question is, and I meant to get in to one of your shops between then and now, but
We'd love to have you whenever you're available.
I plan on making a visit. But my question is, so you say you have 4, right?
I own 3 kava bars. They're basically botanical bars that sell teas and coffees from around the world. And the kratom plant is just one of the teas that we sell.
Okay.
And then I own a canned beverage drink company that it also makes a botanical drink, but that's relatively new and has only been around for about 2 or 3 months.
Similar to the other gentleman, I think he's still.
Yes, very similar.
Okay. So my question is, do you belong to any associations or merchandising groups of folks that do what you do, other shop owners, other tea bar owners?
Well, in New York, it's not as prevalent as you would find in Florida. Florida has an association of kava bar owners, and they have a pretty big group. Here in New York, there are probably less than 10 establishments like that, just because it's not as popular, and economically, we can't really support, it wouldn't really be supported here.
All right, fair enough.
But we are members of the AKA, the American Kratom Association, and like all the products that we sell are the tested products that were mentioned earlier.
Okay, so my question really is, and to be fair, let's stick with Suffolk County.
Okay.
So as far as you know, folks that are similar in nature to the same business around the county, do any of these tea shops, do any of them sell anything other than natural leaf kratom tea? Are there any other products? And you just said that the canned liquid stuff, but just educate us on that. What type of products? I know we know the bad stuff that's being sold in the smoke shops and the gas stations, but I really want to know in the kava tea bars, because we're, obviously we do believe that you folks are more responsible in nature, and that's why we're here having you today. But I wonder what type of products are sold, and are people given the choice to get a synthetic?
No, we don't sell any of the synthetic like 7-OH products. It's like sacrilege to even bring that stuff up. And about 3 years ago, when I first heard about the 7-OH and synthetic versions, synthetic extracts, I remember thinking, wow, this is going to be a big problem for us in the future. And the suppliers that kava bars purchase from aren't the companies that are making the 7-OH products at all. They're coming from China, India, and then a couple bad players that exist within the US that were initially making Delta 8, Delta 9 products, K2, and like the synthetic versions of marijuana to sort of scapegoat and get around regulations. So they're for-profit people, essentially. And they're not interested in botanicals. They're not interested in serving the community. They're just sort of like get in, make a quick buck, and then get out type companies.
Okay, thank you for that. And I know all the talk today has been around labeling and banning and what's good and what's not. And I just wonder in my own head if, at some future time, there is a possibility of certifying the shop, like your shop.
They're already doing that in Rhode Island. Rhode Island in 2017 had a full blanket kratom ban on all products, and then last year voted to reverse the full kratom ban and only to have synthetics banned. They're now offering licensing for people who want to sell kratom leaf products, and that pays into a fund that helps go into enforcement. They also have very high fines for people that are selling things outside the scope of approved products. $10,000 is the first fine that you'll get for selling a 7-OH product. So they're very, very strict. And I know that on a county level, it's very, very difficult to do that. But I know New York State is in the process of doing something similar right now. And if you have any other questions, about kava bars, I can help you there. And if anyone has any questions, any legislators have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer their questions.
All right. Again, thank you so much, Mr. Rod, and thank you for your work over the last couple of weeks with us.
I appreciate you.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Legislator Thorne.
So my colleague beat me to my own constituent, but I too will be, as long as you promise not to practice any of your MMA or professional fighting when I come.
I'm
of course.
retired.
I will tell you that I am familiar with the location that you're speaking to and have never heard anything from our local law enforcement, the chamber, or anything of any problems in your location. But I also am encouraged that you're here to speak on behalf of your business in Patchogue. And maybe we'll make it a joint visit, myself, Legislator Mazzarella. But I just want to personally thank you for coming in here and having a conversation with us so we have a better understanding of this subject.
You're welcome. No problem. Anytime. If any questions to refer, I have a decent amount of knowledge in this space, and I might not be as eloquently spoken as some of the other people earlier, but I would love to help out in any way possible.
I'd rather a plain English description, and I think you'll do that, so that's a good thing.
Thank you, Legislator Thorne. Minority Leader Richburg.
Thank you, and thank you, sir, for your testimony here today. So, so you had said that you're part of the AKA, right?
Yeah, the American Kratom Association.
And so I'd asked one of the previous speakers, so when you, in your shop, somebody comes in and they say, you know, they want to have, you know, Kratom, you tell them, can you walk me through that process?
Oh, there's sort of like an elevator speech that all of our kava tenders are required to know.
Okay.
And essentially, the kava tenders speech, it includes kava tea, and we have a whole variety of other teas as well. But specific to kratom, we sort of say, oh, you have to be mindful while consuming it. If it's your first time, make sure you're consuming on a full stomach, similar to if you were to try alcohol or an energy drink or anything like that. And then we always tell them, oh, drink half, wait a half hour, see how you feel. And usually everybody feels the same way, which is, oh, this is like very, very nice. And we get a lot of people that end up telling us like, oh, this is much better than coffee for me. Or we have a lot of people that no longer consume alcohol. And I myself never had an alcohol problem, but I want to say 3 or 4 months after I began drinking kratom tea, I realized, I think I was at a barbecue on Memorial Day, and I had 2 beers. And I said, oh, wow, I feel a little bit woozy. And I started to think back at when the last time I consumed alcohol was, and I realized it had been 2.5, 3 months. And I'd inadvertently cut back on my drinking by significantly just by consuming alcohol, kratom tea. It's sort of like scratches an itch you need for like relaxation, as opposed to like what alcohol does or smoking marijuana, which is like hitting that itch with a sledgehammer.
So, and so would you be in favor of some sort of a qualification or certification or labeling on those items?
Well, in Suffolk County, we've had labeling rules since 2016, and we've also had a 21 and over age limit since 2016. So that's something that we've enforced with all of our products. And I think that like nationally as a whole, there should be very strict labeling laws. If you look at like the can, the New Brew can that Justin Wolf, who spoke earlier, had, there are queries all over the can. The drink company that I have, I also have queries on the can. And like our kava bars are so strict, there are no restrictions or no rules governing kava tea, but we keep it a 21 and over establishment just because we don't want young kids coming in. We want to have a mature, responsible clientele, and we don't want people, we don't want a bad rap. We don't want to be a scourge to the community. We want to be a positive business. And as my GM, Sean, spoke earlier, we have like a real positive rapport with everybody around us. We're good neighbors. We don't serve food at any of our establishments, so we let people bring in food from other establishments. So we build a regular clientele base for lunch and dinner of friends that.
So, sir, so I just have one more quick question. So, if we were to make any bans, your suggestion would be to ban what?
7-OH and any of the synthetic derivatives that are a problem and were mentioned earlier. But 7-OH is, there are other derivatives that are bad, but 7-OH is really the only one that I've ever seen sold. And it's sold in smoke shops and gas stations. And the people that are selling it don't even know what they're selling. They usually call it kratom, and they don't realize. And just so that you guys know, like kratom looks like tea leaves.
Okay.
It's in a big bag. Maybe it looks like crushed up powder sometimes, but 7-OH itself, if you Google 7-OH on your phones, they're pressed pills that come in like a blister pack. And like, if you sit down and do the math, one blister pack that might have 4 pills of 7-OH, which is 120 milligrams, is the equivalent of drinking 40 gallons of tea.
So, look, well, that's really important.
Yeah, I was almost going to wheel in. I wanted to wheel in the tea on a to show everybody, like, this is the difference. Like, this little package of pills is the equivalent of 40 gallons, but I couldn't physically do that.
So one last. So you're saying it's your suggestion that because there's no regulations on the things that we're having, some of the gas stations and the smoke shops are really where the largest part of the issues are?
If you were to ban 7-OH and they weren't selling it in gas stations and at smoke shops, we wouldn't have been having this discussion here today. Nobody would even know that we exist. We opened in the beginning of 2020, and nobody's really even heard about this until now. And earlier, so many of the medical people that were up here spoke, so many of the doctors, but every single one of them was convoluting kratom when they were really what they didn't understand that they were talking about 7-OH.
Understood.
That's the problem. You'd have to drink so much tea that even if it wasn't tea and it was water, the water would kill you before you were able to drink enough kratom tea to have to end up in the hospital or something like that. The water, drinking that much water, if you drink 3 gallons of water, you're going to die.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Anybody else? No. Well, I know how much water not to drink. Okay. Next speaker is, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Next speaker is Jennifer Chaffee. Jennifer?
Throughout this hearing, we've had to testify at 2 separate.
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
FYI.
Thank you for being here today. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Sorry, I'm taking your kratom train off the trails.
You're entitled to your 3 minutes, ma'am. Whatever you need to say.
I'm here because I'm a victim of human trafficking, and my son was raped inside of an elementary school with drug-facilitated rape. So my son doesn't have a story. He was drugged with either Suboxone or fentanyl, so he doesn't have a story. So after this rape, I went through a 4-year extortion where I feel social services and CPS are involved with human trafficking. And I also believe that the staff inside of the school, because this is the second school that my son has gotten assaulted in Brentwood. So I have a problem with the things that are going on here. I'm not just getting my money stolen. They are extorting me using my children as pawns in extortion. So the reason why they don't want to hand me my children back and give me my right to family as a domestic violence victim, I'm denied. I have an AG family involved, Attorney General, who the first extortion was taking my bank accounts, my business accounts, and my investments accounts overseas. The second thing, they crossed over into another state to extort my family in Virginia. And the New York Assembly knows too well about horse racing. So their only interest in my family farm was drugs. They didn't want to ride a horse. They wanted the drugs that make sores on your body. What is it called again? Xylazine?
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Ma'am, I'm sorry. Just 1 second. I don't want to cut you off. This is an important story, but I have to follow the rules of the legislature. This hearing we're having right now is about kratom. I know you're having.
So I'll talk about kratom in the context of it.
Hold on 1 second. I know
When
you're
it
having a
comes to
personal issue.
kratom, my kids
hold on
are
1 second.
under 12 years old.
I'm going to let you finish, ma'am. Just give me 1 second. Afterwards, I'll have a staff member come and get your information also, phone number, name, etc. so we can try to address what issue
Can
you're
I
having.
address one more thing before my minute is up?
Sure.
They stole from me from every sector. Doctors, I had
If
organ
it's not about
trafficking.
kratom, I have to go to the next speaker.
Organ trafficking. They stole from the Department of Labor. I got retirements on Medicaid. I got wills on Medicaid and Medicare in this county. And with the regulatory agency, HAWPOG, giving people wills and sending them to Georgia. And that's where the human trafficking ring is, that's doing child pornography. So I have a lot of things to say to a lot of people. I'm not allowed in court. I'm not allowed to speak in court because they're doing shadow dockets and they're pretending to be me as a crime victim, even stealing emergency service grants, emergency service. That's my legislator right there.
Okay,
I'm
ma'am.
not allowed to go there to
Ma'am,
address him
I'm
as a
sorry
crime
that you're going
victim.
through this, I really am, but your time is up, and we have to stay on the schedule today. We have somebody.
Anybody have any questions for me?
No,
To state what
we
they
have,
stole from me?
ma'am. Again, this hearing's about kratom. I have to follow the rules of the legislature. We'll have one of the staff members come and get your information. He's right there in the blue tie behind you. Yeah, right there. He will take your information and somebody will be in touch. I'm sorry for what you're going through, but I have to stay on the rules of the legislature. Thank you for your time today. Next speaker is Mark Apley. Mr. Apley.
That was so freaking hectic. Oh my God.
Mr. Apley? Oh, he left? Okay.
Two
Jess
hearings
Reiser?
while we're live streaming this hearing.
Jess Reiser. Okay, not here. Robert Ludwig. Mr. Ludwig. Okay, we have a winner. You're up, sir.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening.
Good evening. You have 3 minutes, sir.
All right. So let me second. Just get me to my point real quick. I'm sorry. I'm here on behalf of somebody else tonight. I'm just giving his speech. So today I'm speaking on behalf of Robert Laddig, who cannot be present today due to the birth of his child going on as we speak right now. As you might have known, I was here last week for the meeting and I had a couple points. And if you remember, I said specifically I support a ban on 7-OH and I would be willing to sign a bill myself. I have that bill in my hands today. Mr. Laddig and one of my other colleagues, we drafted a very, very well-spoken bill that is fair to both sides of this argument, that is going to help the regulation and safety, while it is also going to get rid of this disgusting, dangerous 7-OH. So I just want to put that in the air first, and I'm leaving this with anybody if you'd like to read it.
Just hand it right to the clerk. Good. Yep.
Absolutely. So now just to get to Robert Laddig's part. Robert is a 16-year-old county parks employee deployed alongside fire rescue and emergency services during COVID-19, a Chamber of Commerce member and a business owner with over 10 years of expertise in the herbal supplement industry. He is a lifelong community member and owner of a small family kava bar in Port Jefferson. He's not an outside advocate. He is one of us. Robert is not here to oppose regulation. He is here to offer a better one. We have drafted a bill modeled directly on legislation already in effect in Orange County and Riverside County in California and statewide in Georgia. It does one thing. It prohibits kratom products containing more than 2% 7-OH, the concentrated and in some cases synthetically produced compound driving the safety concerns before this legislature today. Natural kratom leaf falls below that threshold by nature. This bill targets the dangerous products without banning the plant itself as a whole. The FDA itself in July 2025 recommended action specifically against concentrated 7-OH while explicitly declining to target natural kratom leaf. Counties in California are already enforcing this. Georgia is already enforcing this. We are not asking Suffolk County to be the first. We are asking Suffolk County to follow proven law. Enforcement runs through Suffolk County, the Department of Health Services using existing inspection infrastructure at approximately $1 to $120 per batch. No new agencies, no new budget lines. On concerns raised, a 2024 Johns Hopkins and NIH peer review studied, we found no measurable driving impairment at typical consumer doses. That's correct, at typical consumer doses. On the gateway concern, current peer-reviewed research found no evidence that natural kratom leads to harder drug use. Riverside County, California's own behavioral health data confirmed their concerns were tied specifically to concentrated 7-OH products. Our bill targets that exactly. On top of that, we were talking about kava bars and stuff like that. I wanted to correct some misinformation. One of the other speakers was talking about how kava works on the opioid receptors. That is false. It works on the GABA receptors. And on top of that, driving impairment, I would like every one of you to go into a kava bar and go into a bar, a real bar across the street. talk to everybody in there, tell me that you do not feel safe getting in the car with the clients over at the Kava bar and, at the regular alcoholic bars. I promise you, none of you guys want to ride home from that.
Thank
That
you,
is
sir.
all.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Any questions?
Questions?
Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Oh,
We
all right.
appreciate
Thank
your
you for your
time.
time. Have a
Yes,
good
sir.
evening.
Thank you. You too. Good evening.
Yeah, Mike.
Next up is Cher LaRocca.
I don't know if you did.
Hi,
but
Cher. How
I
are you?
did Spanish link.
Thanks for staying. We appreciate
Tired.
it.
How are you?
We're
It's been a long day.
used to
You
this.
do this every day? All right. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Cher LaRocca. I'm the owner of a local medical spa and wellness center near Tea House in Massapequa. I had no idea what kratom was. I walked into that tea house and started speaking to one of the owners there, and I told him that I was always in pain. He educated me on the pros of natural whole leaf kratom tea and what it can do for your body and how it aids in pain and muscle recovery. I've had 3 spine surgeries. I have rods in my back. My spine has been fused. I have screws and cages, and I live in pain on a daily basis. My surgeons want to put me on prescription drugs. I don't want to be on drugs just to get through without pain. I'm a mother, I have kids, I need to run my business, and I need to be alert at all times, but it's difficult while being in pain. I am legally handicapped by New York State. I am not the woman that I'm standing in front of you that I was 4 years ago, and part of that reason is drinking leaf brewed kratom tea. I'm able to throw a ball with my son, walk the track with my daughter, able to work. Many of the people in this room never knew each other before coming to the tea house, that it has become a community. And now we're here supporting our friends and the owners and the place that we love. I've gone on vacations to Italy, Paris, never had any kratom for 10 days or longer, never had a withdrawal feeling, didn't get sick, didn't have any type of depression. You have to be educated before you take something into your body. I hope you take what I say today, seriously consider it. I would never buy kratom from a convenience store, such as I would never purchase sushi at a gas station. Thank you.
Freaking day. It ain't even
Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate it. Thank you. Guys want to switch real fast? No, take your time. Been a long day.
Oh. It is so chaotic. You got to testify in multiple places at once.
Okay.
I'll tell you that.
Oh, give me a second. Good, okay. Next speaker is Amir El Nawaki. He left? Rick or Rich Schaefer?
Dude, I was so
He left?
confused.
Okay. And Tracy Hudson. Tracy? No, Tracy. Okay.
Tracy was
That's
in
the
our
last of our speakers. Anyone here like to address the legislature at this time? If you did not hear your name. Who haven't addressed already? Come on up, sir. Come to the microphone after you speak, so you're going to fill out a card with the clerk, okay? Come right up. Oh, you did? It might have not come through. It's okay. We'll get you straightened out. Just state your name for the record, sir, okay? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Evan Kane. I'd like to thank you for taking the time and listening to all of our testimonies and what we want to share. I'd like to thank you all for coming and providing your testimonies as well. One moment. My name, I am a Suffolk County resident. I'm an Eagle Scout and a student of herbal medicine for over 10 years. I am living proof of success of plant-based wellness. I use natural kratom leaf for responsibly for over 10 years as a critical part of my recovery from a head injury, PTSD, and other medical issues. I am here because of my Scout oath. Charges me to be mentally awake and help other people at all times. This proposed ban is out of step with the massive national shift towards botanical medical freedom. Just this past Saturday, President Trump signed an executive order to fast-track access to botanical and psychedelic medicines for veterans and those with brain injuries, specifically citing the advocacy of Joe Rogan. While our national leaders are cutting red tape to provide hope for people like me, this resolution seeks to criminalize a safe natural leaf that has helped me remain productive and healthy. This ban ignores robust legal framework already designed to protect New York consumers. New York state law, KCPA, most critically in December in 2025, Governor Hochul signed the Kratom Consumer Protection Act into law. It mandates warning labels. It bans synthetic additives. It enforces the limits of 21. This ban doesn't protect us. It undermines the state mandated protections Governor Hochul just established. Federal protection, DSHEA, under Dietary Supplement Health Education Act, kratom is recognized as a dietary supplement ingredient. Federal law establishes that botanicals are safe precedent of historical use. The use of herbs has always been in the hand of the public to use on their own, with their own free will. The scientific realities versus fear-based claims, statistically, the claims of danger do not hold up against the data. Mortality and over 27,000 overdose deaths reviewed by the CDC, kratom was a factor in less than 1% of the 79% of those involved in multiple substances like fentanyl, polysubstance use. Seizures and toxicity reports, this one hits hard to me. Reports of seizures are estimated roughly at 9 per 100,000 users. I was told that my seizure came from kratom, even though I hadn't used kratom for over 7 to 8 months after my head injury. I got someone cut me off, I got knocked unconscious, and I had post-concussion issues that weren't being treated by the medical filter society. And while going to the wrong doctors, insurance are
So
paying.
I'm sorry to cut you up, but your time is up.
Okay.
We appreciate your testimony. Any questions?
Tracy, there was no.
Seeing none. Thank
there
you
was
so much.
no-
We appreciate your
Well,
testimony.
to exhibit,
You can leave them right with the clerk. We'll get them. Yep. Thank you so much. Would anyone else like to address the legislature at this time?
Where did we testify today?
Motion to close the public
Jen,
hearing.
Riverside, California. What was the one we did earlier?
Okay, I'll entertain a motion on the public hearing.
Motion to recess the public hearing.
My
Thank you.
apologies, that's what I
No,
meant.
no, it's okay. Well, we're just going to go back to the old rules.
You say my name.
And the old rule was always that the
Hold on.
sponsor of the bill decides what happens with the bill. The sponsor has made a motion to recess. I'll second that motion. All those in favor
On the motion?
on the motion? Legislator Sanin.
I just wanted to really commend Legislator Mazzarella for what he's trying to do to protect Suffolk County. And I want to say that I think it's also great that it's being recessed and that we have an opportunity to really digest everything that we've heard today. It's been a long meeting, but this is democracy in its finest when we're able to hear from the public. And I just want to say thank you for your efforts to promote public safety.
Amen.
Legislator Drosky.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo those sentiments. I think, especially as we've heard, I think there's widespread agreement that 7-OH is pretty dangerous stuff. It's putting people in our community at risk. I think we all need to do some work to figure out if Suffolk County can put into place some sort of regulatory framework, especially as it relates to the state law. I think we need to engage with council on this and come together and have a broader discussion. But just want to thank Deputy Presiding Officer Mazzarella for his work on this and stepping up and putting the work in to draft this legislation and to have one of these difficult discussions. We've had very spirited debate here, which is a cornerstone of our democracy. And I am grateful to be part of this process. So thank you.
Thank you, Legislator Drosky. Anyone else? Legislator Donnelly, you okay? Okay, looks good to me. We're not debating the bill. No, we're not.
We can
Motion
keep
to
going.
recess. We have a second. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions?
16.
1279 is recessed. I want to thank everybody for participating today. Thank you very much. No debating the bill, sir.
Can I explain my vote?
No, it's a violation of Rule I. Okay, we have a public hearing 1280, adopting a local law to authorize conveyance of property previously taken for delinquent taxes, 546 Deer.
Okay.
That I saw.
Is that over?
Yeah, they recessed. Which I guess I actually don't even know what the hell that means. Why can't I get off the screen?
You can't.
He said he was gonna, they were gonna come back another day. Hold on, let me pause this freaking loudmouth, dude.
Okay,
Dude,
now we.
dude, I was sitting here doing homework, listening to Scranton and listening to whatever this place is. And then when I saw your text, I was like, are you kidding me? Because it was at a different time on my calendar. And then, I don't know, then I heard the Spanish lady, and I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking, oh, it'll go. Maybe she just...
It was totally on a different time that I wrote down. I guess they're going to still take maybe public comment later. I don't know. But yeah, I don't even want to say where we testified earlier because KDA wasn't in that one, but KDA was in Riverside, California. So that one I'm okay to say that like I said, that was supposed to, I have that written down as later today. But then all of a sudden, Jordan calls me because he's there in person and I don't even know if he testified. I don't know.
I don't know. I just heard that Spanish lady say kratom and
yeah, Laura sent us the wrong link.
And then I was like, what do you mean? And then I was like, wait, I don't know. It's like, and I've got like 2 phones, a laptop.
Yeah, it's chaotic.
Like,
Tuesdays are chaotic for us, y'all. It is insane. Scranton, it said they recessed, so I'm guessing it means, not Scranton. Scranton is right. Scranton is about to happen.
Well, he said they were going to vote today.
They said they were?
No, he said we're not, just so the public knows, we're not going to vote on this today.
In Scranton or
Suffolk?
Oh, yeah. Kalani is in Kalani. He's got his tentacles.
He got all his little buddies up in there.
And the thing that I could confidently say is that he attended the same kratom symposium I did in February. So what he's getting up there and testifying is not aligning with what we learned at the kratom symposium. He up there trying to, oh man, oh me, oh my.
So did you?
Yeah, we did today, Mike.
Yeah, we've had to do 3. I can't do 3. I think I did one time, but it was so much on me. I just said, if it's 3 at one time, I'm not doing it. But Misty's done 3 a few times.
Yeah. I'll have one on my computer, one on, I got 2 phones. So yeah, I've had to do it before. It's oh my God, dude.
I can't do it. It's too much. It's like too much. 2 at one time. And like, I can't even believe I'm doing this right now. I guess because I don't have to technically testify the Scranton one. But yeah, it's too much. It's like,
Yeah, because Kalani wants it to be, he wants to say it's an opioid so that they can bill insurance companies to prescribe Suboxone.
That dude makes money on people suffering.
He does.
Yeah, this Scranton, it's all the same old people that come in there all the time.
I know it's like 7 something on the bill. What item are they on right now?
Public comment still. Like the one dude, he did come up there, that old skinny dude, the husband.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He comes up there and he's like, I also want to just go ahead and tell you, this kratom situation. You said you wanted more time. Well, I didn't get more time on that one bill, and you still voted for it, and I didn't appreciate that. That's a wild community out in Scranton.
Oh, you're welcome, Karen. Yeah, we always try to live stream any hearings that are happening so that you guys could be prepared for if or when it goes to your city, county, state. So that you guys could take notes of what's going on.
Exactly. He was at that science. He knows it's not an opioid.
He knows it. They literally said it on stage multiple times.
I do want to apologize too. I have not been I had to go get my youngest and do the laundry and like all this stuff. So I haven't been keeping up with the comments. So I was like, dude, if I don't do them now. But I've been trying to like throw them up there whenever I come to sit down.
Man.
Here you go, Mike. Go ahead. I forgot to mention, I don't get paid a penny from AKA, but maybe that, no.
Don't come off as arrogant.
I'll tell you, Dan loves to say we're paid.
Yeah.
Shout it loud and proud. You do it because you care. And you do it for passion, not because you get paid.
Yep. We are not paid to do what we do.
I can't stand to hear them say that.
and I've said this multiple times, the amount of times that I've been accused of being a paid, AKA shill, is what they say. Oh, I know, Laura, huh? I could probably have like a $50,000 down payment on a house. Believe it or not, there are still passionate people in this world that don't have ulterior motives. We are part of that population.
Laura, you're a superstar too. I don't know how you coordinate all this stuff. My brain does not work that way, man.
Giving us the Spanish link, and I'm sitting over there thinking, oh, okay, maybe they're doing English and Spanish after somebody testifies. I'm sitting there on like 10
That's what I thought. That's what I was like, okay, well, they're probably just like an interpreter or something.
That's what I thought.
And so I was like, and then when I was like confirming with you, I was like, the Spanish lady?
Mike, I don't know. I didn't, because I was so paying attention to this hearing. The hearings that if you guys saw me put on my headset, it's because I was about to testify at a hearing. And we did that in 2 of them on this live stream today.
Yeah, that dude was asking the weirdest, like, oh man, I can't believe I was for. I did not, because remember I was like, oh, I'll have time to do homework and stuff with Paul before. Remember I said that earlier? I had no idea. I had no idea. I don't know. I shouldn't even have said it.
Thanks, Tracy. I always wear my hair up. It's out of habit. You know, I just always wear it up. But before we got on this live stream, I had just gotten out of the shower. So I haven't re-dyed it yet. You know, I always take a break. I'll take a break from dyeing it and doing my nails. You know, gotta let them both breathe. No. Don't put that up. Look, Jen, don't put that up. No, we don't want people to know that one, Laura. Because KDA wasn't at that one. Did you put that one up? Okay. Matter of fact, if you can, go delete that one.
I was trying to figure out. I can't delete it from here. Yeah, dude, Chris nailed it.
Oh yeah, and John.
Yeah.
Yeah. Laura, delete that comment. If you can. You know what? We should end this live, and then we're going to come back on we got to scramble with Scranton. So that's going to be popping off.
Wait, 6:15. Okay, hold on. So not right now. Hold on.
Scranton is right now.
I'm saying that other one.
The other one is Riverside again. That's what I have written down. It was supposed to be.
Maybe we should stop letting
at 8.
Electric company.
It was supposed to be 7:15 my time. So
8:15. Okay, that's what I had. Okay.
So how or why we were able to testify right now? You know, we wouldn't have known.
Like, I literally, the second I got on the unSpanish Zoom, the second it was like I was getting kicked out. Thought it was my Zoom, and I guess they closed public comment. I was sitting there with my hand up with the Spanish lady.
Me too.
I hope they didn't call
me too.
What if I just didn't recognize her saying Jennifer Gillis in Spanish, or with her accent? Oh my God! I hope not.
The only word I understood was when she said kratom. She said kratom multiple times.
No, not yet, Mike. They're doing some kind of presentation. All right, so do you want to go to the Scranton one?
Yeah, so we'll go to Scranton. Do you know what item number are they at right now?
Dude, they're still on public comment, Misty.
Oh man, because we're not.
That one dude that came back with all the research and stuff he did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it's like the same 10 people. But yeah, they're still on public comment. But it looks like they're on the agenda. It's like way down at the bottom.
Mike, we got on the Spanish one because when Laura sent out her email, I guess somehow she put the Spanish link in there.
No, Scranton, we're just watching it. They don't have
There's
remote.
no remote testimony on Scranton. But it's supposed to be their final reading on it, so.
Dude, you know what? Scranton just got done like Tennessee did. There's one person that says, let's do this right, and everybody else is like, nope, this guy wants it, so we're going to do it. Scrotum. I don't know. I like scrotum better. You're rollerblading, dude. That's so cool, man. I wish I could rollerblade. Me and Misty were just talking about skating the other day, dude.
I was a skating queen when I was in my 20s.
I love to roller skate. All right. Do you want to go to the Scranton one?
Yeah, we got to create a Scranton link. So you guys watch out for us with going live again. We go live right before they get to the kratom discussion. So
yeah, so y'all have to sit through
the drama. Okay, so yeah, we'll end this one, and then you guys be on the lookout to see if Jennifer's Facebook profile ring is blinging, or if my YouTube ring is blinging.
Blinging.
My profile pic is blinging. So.
They won't care. This dude he's got a hard on for kratom and Scranton.
Yeah, he does.
He's got a I can't really connect the scrotum and.
Just like Kaladi, he's connected. This guy in Scranton is connected to the addiction industry as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Yeah, we'll end this one. See you guys on the next one.
Bye, everybody. Did you hold on?
Yeah, I hit end.
Okay. I'm going to go make a Scranton.